The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
It's hard to believe we're already halfway through the first ever European Cricket Championship for women, and it has been top-class entertainment. England, they've been red hot, haven't they, even on some frosty mornings, but the other side's playing a bit of catch-up, but there's still a long way to go. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECCW, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Buenos días y bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome. It's great to have your company. We are back here at the beautiful Cardiff Oval, and we're getting ready for day 4 of the Women's European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of women's cricket. It's great to have your company. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for ECN. Now we're getting ready for the start of the day at the moment. 4 matches on the way, and yeah, you know, we're 3 days into our 6-day tournament. So now it's kind of downhill to the finish, and of course on Friday night we'll find out who will become the first ever ECCW champion. Well, England 11, they've been red hot, like I said, already in this tournament. They're yet to drop a game, and they are up first. It's Austria versus England 11 in match number 13. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Austria, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. England, you are the away team, so you will call. Here's the coin.
Tails.
Tails has been called. It has come down, Tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bat.
You will bat first. Toss, Wham England, who will bat first?
Kiara Green wins the toss. She's been pretty lucky with the fall of the coin, and she has elected to bat first. So England 11 batting first. And I suppose the thing with the English side, they can really shuffle their deck. I think they have a lot of depth in all departments. I think there has been a real focus of trying to expose as many batters as possible to the conditions, to the kind of unique atmosphere of ECN cricket. I've really enjoyed, you know, some of their spin options in particular. I like Kiara Green. I think Amelie Taylor, Rhea Fackrell, they've certainly done a good job kind of just choking up the middle overs after their pacers do a very good job in the power play. So look, it's going to be hard for Austria, I think, here, who I suppose were a little bit disappointing yesterday. I think that they weren't quite at their best. And for Austria, I suppose they've got nothing to lose. I would just like to see maybe a bit more urgency with them between the wickets, maybe taking some calculated risks. I know it's not easy. I think that Malika Mahadiwa and Priya Sabu are pretty important. A little one here, last night we had our first ever all-female commentary team take us through some of match 12, and they're on opposite sides today with Shachi Pai playing for the English 11 and Priya Sabu playing for Austria. Conditions today, well, it's actually not as frosty this morning. It's a little bit warmer. Sun's coming out at the moment, currently about 7 degrees. We should get up to about 17. So yeah, nothing like some of the conditions we've seen at the start of yesterday or even the day before. Rico Fuller's standing by. Well, this is match number 13, and we know that things can get a little bit spooky in match 13. Let's see what happens. Rico, let's get ready for the start of this match with the news from the toss that England 11 have won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Muy buenos días y bienvenido de campo de Cartama por el Euros de cricket. Hello, good morning and welcome. Well, things can get a little bit spooky. I've just seen the top of our Christmas tree. Now that is spooky. More on that later. Welcome to the capital of the Costa del Sol. We are in Malaga. You're watching the European Cricket Network. It's the Euros of cricket, the first ever, and it's time to see Austria and England do battle again. These two teams have met earlier. They met back in match number 3. Austria came into that match after a victory against Spain, but it wouldn't go well. They would bat first and only make 43. England knocking them off without losing a wicket with 42 balls to go. This time around, though, you can see there Kiara Green electing to have a bat first. A bit of a change in the order. Rhea Fackrell gets opportunity top of the top of the order, and it's going to be Bangalore to bowl the first. So a bit of spin to start off with. There might have been a feather touch on this. Let's see if there's any. No, leg by. It's a leg by signal. So yeah, a bit of a change. Rhea Fackrell and Millie Ward are the openers. A very warm welcome to everyone wherever you're tuning in from around the world. So Bangalore opting to go for a bit of spin. I don't mind this move. Bowled very well yesterday. Floats it up and clipped away. And going to have to be quick here. They do get the single. I just think the fielder, that square, needs to be a little bit sharper on that. Not walking in and restricting the English openers, taking those easy singles. Bangalore, though, good start from her. Getting it full, getting it straight, making the batters play. And once again, nice and full, played down the ground. And think about the single, but there's the captain of Austria saying there's no run there. Joanne Stignitz, very good fielder. So England, they'll be looking to get a good response with the bat. They were well restricted by Spain yesterday when they were batting first. Spain bowled very well, and England struggled to get past the 100 mark, got to 99. They went on to win comfortably because of their superb bowling attack, bowling and fielding. But they'll be looking to go bigger than that here. But so far, it's a good start. Take on the single this time to Stignitz, who has a bit to do to come over from the mid-off to the long-off position to make the stop. Yeah, good morning to everyone. A lot of people on the chat early this morning. And Rob Thompson. So, Kroom, good morning to you all. A lot of people, of course, around the world tuning in. Hello to Helix as well. This one's down the leg and will be called wide. Looking to just get a little touch on this. Maybe the opportunity perhaps to go with the sweep shot. It does go for a shot, but misses out on it. But get the wide. Will have to be bowled again. This morning, very different to the mornings that we've had up until now. There was very little dew and no frost. So it's warming up again. Winter's over, everybody, in Spain. It's another wide. Good morning. Muy buenos días to our umpires out in the middle. Joe Foster is the man at the bowler's end. Snehal is at square. Stefan Gooch is the third umpire, of course, led by the man you saw at the coin toss, Ian Ramage. Whipped outside the off, chance. Oh, it's going to go for four, you know. There was an opportunity. It just bobbles over the rope. So didn't quite get as much as this as Millie Taylor would have liked. See, and there's the opportunity, but just over the outstretched fingers. I reckon there might have even been fingertips on that because it did get slowed down. So half a chance maybe. First boundary of the day. Match day 4. Good loopy delivery. And that will bring up the end of the over. Really like that over. Bangalore bowled very well yesterday. I think a second over that she bowled, she only conceded just the one run and took a wicket as well. So you can see why they've gone to a first up. As we go to remind everybody the number of days to go for the Champions League of cricket. Well, you see there, 33 nations, 35 clubs, but there'll only be one champion. That starts in 68 days' time here at the Cardamom Oval on the 26th of February. Make sure you put that date in your diary. End of the first over, 10 come from it. And like I say, I like the control Bangalore showed there. Certainly made it a lot easier because the conditions, just touch on that again. You see there on your screens, beautiful sunny start. There's Batman. Hello, Batman. And still no sign of Robin. Anyway, good to have Batman overlooking and all the action that's happening out there in the middle. Yeah, temperatures, no frost this morning. Hardly any dew. I walked across there. And it's a perfect day for cricket and probably a good day to be batting out there. That's maybe too high. Just going to have a look at this from the side on camera. I think the umpires will call for it once the play ceases here. So let's have a look. Is this dipping enough? Oh, I don't know. That's one they will have a look at. Umpires call for me, I think. They have a chance to look at here just again. Is that coming down enough? Maybe. Yeah, maybe, because the batter's leaning forward and playing it. It's played out beautifully. This is going to be 4 runs. So I suppose the first true boundary shot, and that's a lovely shot there from Fakrel. Finds the gap, gets the weight distribution right into the shot. Just look at this, she leans into it, good follow through, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. Still, I do like what Austria are doing here, though. I do like the fact that they're going for the slower stuff. As Priya Sabu is the bowler, and the man who joins me in the commentary box, well, needs no introduction really, Vinny Sandhu. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, Rico. Nice to be here, of course. Yeah, we did get a bit of a surprise when we walked in the commentary box this morning, but nice to see Priya getting a bowl here in the second over. Priya was outstanding in the commentary box last night. She was one of our special guest commentators, along with Shachi Pai, who's playing for England 11 in this game. So those two face off, but I really loved listening to them together, and also the greater shared understanding that they developed during that game. This is up in the air and should be handled. It is nicely done by Hannah Simpson-Parker out there at deep cover. But yeah, I think it was a bit of a shock for someone like Shachi, who's now pursuing a professional cricket career in England, to hear that Priya, firstly, never played cricket until 2019.
Yeah.
And kind of the lengths she's gone to try and develop her cricket. It's not so easy, obviously, in a country like Austria.
That's well whipped away, and that's going to be 4 runs, 1 bounce for. Not a bad delivery at all, Vinny. I'll say this. I just think I like the idea of this pace of attack. The only problem is, I think England and their batters and the way that they're timing the ball here, I think they'll make the most of this sort of bowling in the power play, because you just can't have the field as probably someone like Sabu would normally have.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you don't mind that really as a bowler. I mean, you're not thrilled about it, but it wasn't a bad delivery. And in fact, it was a wicket-taking opportunity.
Yeah.
And if she misjudges that and gets it on the pad, I think she's LBW. 2 to come in the second.
Okay, miscue. That again gets enough of it. Chases on now, and Stiglitz just can't get there. There's going to be 4 more. Once again, not a bad delivery. It's not a true shot, but gets enough of it to get over Stiglitz and gets another boundary. So I suppose you have to say it's good batting in the power play.
Yeah, it's good batting. You take nothing away from the bowling here. If I'm very honest, it wasn't quite out of the middle. Just has enough to get over the infield. That's just good power play batting from Taylor. Last ball of the second coming up.
Yeah, plays bad at this. I was about to say I'd like to see Sabu just go a little bit wider outside the off. Probably too wide. If it was left, it definitely would have been called. But to yourself for that, it's just a single at the end. 16 come off the over, and the score moves to 26 without loss after 2.
There's Batman. If people don't know what we're talking about, in the bottom left, we think the shadow in the morning of that tower looks like Batman. Actually, you know who I think it also looks like?
What's
you know
that?
Bluey, the cartoon?
Bluey? No.
The dog?
Yeah, I get it.
Get it?
Could also be a bit of Top Cat as well.
Whatever
Anyway.
you want it to be.
Yeah.
26 without loss after 2. We want everyone in the chat. But you know that the number 1 episode people said of Bluey ever was the cricket episode.
Yeah.
That was
I remember
it was
you
voted
showed
the
me
best.
that, I think, because I wasn't aware of it. You showed it to me about, I think, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's been after my time. Actually, it might have even been earlier this year. I think when I was in Sweden. Anyway, here we go with over number 3. It's Kamati to have a bowl.
Yeah, a bit of pace being introduced now. Kamati, good start on the money straight away on Kamati.
Yeah, Kamati, they kind of got after her a little bit yesterday, but that's going to happen, I think, at some point to every bowler in this form of the game. So that's a nice start for her there. Austria, to be honest, they were a little bit disappointing, I think, against Austria, against Italy yesterday in match 10. They would have felt like they should have taken a point at least out of that game. Weren't quite able to. And I would say, they are probably a little bit behind where Italy are at the moment, but still, I would have hoped to have been a little bit more competitive. But so far, you can already tell there's a fair bit of strategy that's gone into this. They will have watched the English 11, and I think they've identified, especially, bowling Sujanya in that first over, make the English, make the pace. Don't give them the pace to work with. That's worked all right.
Oh, now swerve and appeal. Probably just drifting down leg, but I like it. It's a good length, and causes the error from the batter. And
far
not
away.
Not that far, is it?
Yeah,
Not that
maybe
far.
Missing by a stump. It beats the bat of Taylor. Let's see Fackrell being given an opportunity as well. England 11, because it's the same management. They've got the same, I think, ethos as the men's team, who really threw the batting order around, didn't they? Even when it got to the pointy end of the tournament.
Yeah, just have a look at this. This is one thing that some of the other teams can learn. I mean, Austria themselves, they go on the hit And because they run hard also, it puts the pressure on the fielder. And Stiglitz is a very good fielder, but that's what's created, the pressure created when you run quickly and run hard. Well bowled, a little bit of a away swing this time from Kamati. It's a good variation. She's gone at the stump to the few, full and straight. And this time around, just gets this one to move away.
Great bowling. Kamati's bowled a very good over. Let's see if she can just get out of it without getting whacked. I think this is such a good confidence builder and says a lot about it. You know, she's come, she's executed, she's been accurate, no extras. I've put a super jinx on her. Let's see how she goes last ball.
And it's going to be a chase on here, but I think the ball, the Grizzly, will win the chase. It's going to be 4 runs, but still, despite that boundary, only the 7 from the over. It's a very good over.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, it wasn't really her fault, that boundary. I think she put it out there. She'd already beaten the outside edge, you know, hoping for a nick there, I think. But yeah, it's tough in the power play. But the good news for Austria is it's over now. 33 without loss after 3 now. They might be able to protect those boundaries a little bit easier. Good over, though.
It was a good over. I like Kamati. I think she bowls really well. I think she's another bowler who, with time and with the good coaching and management that I know that Austria do have, she's gonna become a force. She's gonna take loads of wickets. Okay, they're gonna go back to Bangalore to bowl her second here now. The batters have probably a bit more confidence about them now. They've probably seen the ball pretty well. And also Bangalore, what she does have, the benefit of the fielder's bat now. She can have 3 extra back from when she bowled her first over. Let's see how this goes. A little bit short to start off with and called wide.
Got to say, though, in a way, I respect what Austria have done with the field here, but they've only got 3 outfielders. They're allowed 5. So maybe they're saying, look, we think we might be able to still keep the singles down or something like that. And now they're going to put a 4th back. But to be honest, I think I'd be going for all 5 at this stage.
Yeah,
what do you think?
A no ball has been called here. Now, why is a no ball being called? What's going on here? What we missed? What was the no? I think it might have bounced twice before the popping crease. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Top of my head. Anyway, no ball, free hit. And one thing I noticed there, that's 4 runs, and I go back to that first. First, it's a nice shot. So Bangalore goes to pitching it back up, and it's driven for 4. I think they forgot about the change in the regs here, because for the free hit, they brought the fielder back in thinking they couldn't change the field. You can change the field.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's being pushed back now. So that's just something that Stiglitz needs to be aware of. You can change the field now. There has been a change. Okay, so that fielder now goes back. Protection on the leg side and tries to go for it in that area. Could pick up, good throw, could be close. And it is picked up well. And throw a little bit high, bit of work to be done there by the keeper, Anish Nukala. But nice work. I'm liking that from Austria. Making England work hard for their runs.
And that's all you want to do, really. I mean, Austria, if they could get a point out of this game, they'd be thrilled. I mean, it's a tall order. Just different structures in place in both the men's and the women's game in these 2 countries, obviously. But we saw Spain do a pretty good job against the English batting yesterday. They kept the English down below 100. Of course, they couldn't quite produce with the bat, but still, you know, I just think that a team like Austria, they get so much out of this week. And I know that Quinny, their regular coach, has been sending me some messages saying, you know, it's been great, a great experience. Anyway, Bangalore in.
Well bowled, beats the batter, Fakro, with the flight there. Fakro looking to go over the top despite those fielders being back there. So you got long on, mid-wicket back, waiting for that kind of shot. Bangalore, once again, I think she's better off flighting it up and inviting the batter to drive. She does, and so scuffs this one. It goes into the bit of space.
It's good bowling.
Yeah,
it really is. The more time you give someone, it's like the more rope you give them, you know, you're more likely to mistime it, I think, when it comes to that. I mean, unless you're really beating someone for pace and you're super quick, that's different type of bowling. But I think here, just accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. She's been great.
Okay, this is that big shot, so but it's too good. And I don't mind this at all. Puts the challenge out there to the bat and says, there you go. If you want it, go for it. But I remind you, I've got a fielder back there waiting to catch it when Malika is there. But this has been clobbered well. That's the first 6 of the day. And it's Millie Taylor that hits it straight down the ground.
Yeah, took the gamble and won, didn't she? He knew there was a fielder back there, but backed herself to clear Mahadiwa and then did. Also with some of the outfielders, I think they need to work on just staying right on the rope to give themselves a chance with those. I think we've always seen them kind of out of position a fair bit in this series where they maybe kind of wander in and once you leave your rope, you don't really know where the rope is anymore. And so when you're backing back, it causes uncertainty. So just kind of only really coming in when you're sure that's one that's not going to carry, not a ball that might actually go for 6. Anyway, last ball to go coming up for Sejanya.
Yeah, well bowled. Good finish to the over with the dot ball. And she should be very proud of those bowling figures. Just a 23 from it. And bowls the first, which went for 10. And this over, which goes for 14. So well bowled. And England 11, well, they're going well. They're approaching the halfway point. And they would like to be around about 55 to 60. At the moment, they are 47 without loss after 4.
Yeah, so you can see there that Austria and Spain kind of, at the moment, things are looking like they're fighting for that 4th spot, although they're only just over halfway through the stage, or the group stage. But so, every game's a story in itself. And I think England 11, they'd be confident about how they're going, but they'll also know, well, played enough now to know this is a pretty unpredictable format. Anything can happen at any time. So I think that they're just trying to keep preparing for the business end of the week.
Firmly hit. And should be taking the bounce, and will be. Next starts the fielding.
She's a gun in the field, really. And she loves fielding. And there's certain players that love it. Some do it because they kind of have to, and some are good at it.
Yeah.
Might not really enjoy it. But she just loves the ball coming her way.
Yeah, Mahadiwa, the bowler here now. Malika, great all-rounder for Austria. Let's see if she can get a breakthrough. Good delivery, I think, once again, does too much. Now, chance for a run out, maybe. And too soft to throw. Good running from England. Good bit of cricket all round. Let's see this again. First of all, it's a good delivery, but it just does a little bit too much. So it's missing leg. And then, well, good running. Good backing up. And though the striker, a little bit late to go, gets home quite early and makes it comfortably. Malika getting the ball to move around, but this time she sort of drags this, doesn't she? If you look at the action there, she sort of doesn't have the natural sort of arm swing going into the ball. She sort of drags it wide and the ball takes that line. 50 comes up, courtesy of that extra. So, well on course for a sort of 120 score. That's what England, I think, will probably be an iron up. They'll be wanting the acceleration in the second part here. That's going to be another wide. So yeah, they'll be wanting the acceleration in the second part of the innings. It's the one thing that when they played Spain yesterday didn't quite happen. They got to 99. There was one over that was pretty expensive. If I remember correctly, I think there was one over which went for around about 33, a supersonic one. But other than that, everything was pretty tidy.
Yeah, that's right. He might have been mid-35.
Edge, genuine edge. He's going to get 4 runs. Hay suerte por la mañana por Inglaterra. Hay suerte, suerte, suerte por Ría, porque es de 4 carreras. Mala suerte por Austria. Bienvenidos, mi familia. ¿Cómo estás todos?
Yeah.
¿Cómo estás?
Un poquito de suerte, you said it yourself. And looks a bit lucky and probably don't get that many edges, so you can understand why there's not a fielder there. That was a bit of a lucky one. But you take your luck.
There's that swinging delivery again. Well bowled, well played. And there's the gun fielder there for you. A little bit deeper than where we normally see Emma Kirkman. She's normally the one that's sort of in close on the offside, short cover. But given the role of being short mid-wicket here today, you've got Bangalore who takes the short cover. So those two in to stop the singles. Down the ground again, trying to split the two fielders, and oh, that's going to be pretty unlucky. That's really unlucky. I feel for Stignitz here because Hannah Parker-Simpson also coming in to cover. But sometimes you're just too strong in the morning, and that's what Stiglitz is there. She's got a strong left hook. I tell you that.
I mean, that was like the best timed shot I've ever seen. She didn't even need a bat. Anyway, Osborne the over coming up.
There she is again. And nicely done, of course. And there's the throw. Perfect throw on the pegs. One bounce. Thank you very much. Well fielded. Top gun fielder, Stiglitz. And that's the end of the over. And the score 61 at the end of 5 overs. Very good morning to everybody.
Yep,
welcome to our home.
Yeah,
with a view.
well, this is kind of our home for the week. We're in the Dream Box, and we just have the 1 week here. But we've been decorating the Christmas tree. We've got the golden ball, and then with the bat, we've got the Netherlands ball that they gave us yesterday. We came in this morning. I don't know. Do you want to pull that off? Can you pull that off the top?
I can, I think. I have to be
Or is
gentle.
it stuck? All right, I don't know if you can see that.
Stuck,
put it
so
down a
I'm
bit
gonna
for
put
the
it off.
camera. So we came in, and there is a star on the tree, and it was just, it's me, Rico, and Corey. And someone has snuck into our office. And so I guess now we're on the top of the tree.
I got it. Don't do that. We're falling off now.
Don't worry. We'll
anyway,
find.
big thanks to Jay Wild and his family.
Is it Jay? That
all
sounds
these
like Jay.
kids doing the Christmas baubles for us. And
Oh, no, I've dropped Corey.
it's all right.
It's
Corey drops them anyway.
Corey's big head is weighing it down.
Corey's good at dropping them. It's fine. Yeah, big shout out to the likes of all Jay Wild's kids, Leia, Luca, JJ, and of course, Mum as well, Julia. Thank you very much for decorating our tree. And the original ideas of the balls being the cricket balls that have been painted and decorated. I absolutely love it. And we got the golden ball there as well.
We do. It's Bharadwaj bowling the 6 up in the air. Hannah Simpson Parker, well, she was hovering, but she couldn't get back far enough. Maximal. Mackerel heating up. Hannah Simpson Parker's out there on the boundary. She batted very well yesterday.
Yeah.
Bit of a breakout innings for her, I think. But again, this to me it's an acceptable result for Austria because the ball was in a good spot. You make Tackle play a really good shot. Oh, I wonder what this is for.
So it's another free hit. I get the feeling may have been too many out again.
All right, free hit then. That was a 7 up.
Miscue. So this is where you just let it drop and get the throw in comfortably back to the bowler. Yeah, well done. Assessed the situation well there, did Malika.
I can't believe how different the conditions are for the first innings today compared to yesterday or even the day before. It's quite incredible. We were overjoyed when we got the message that, guys, there's no frost. I said, really? So, yeah, it's looking really, really nice. I mean, already past 10 a.m. local time here on the Costa del Sol.
Nicely played out on the offside, beats the infielder, but there is a sweeper out there. And picks it up and gets the throw back in. I'm liking this from Austria. Austria are a team that have done their homework. They've done their homework. They're applying a much better field set. The bowlers are bowling a much better line. And they're backing each other up. They've come out with a good frame of mind here this morning, Austria. And that one is high in the air. Fielder is not going to get a chance to get anywhere near that. I think you'll find that she's already quite a fair bit over the boundary rope. It's another really good shot. And, well, these two openers are sort of matching each other strength for strength, aren't they, with their hitting? That's a Ria Pakarao that hits another beautiful 6. Beautifully timed.
Couple of bombs from Ria. Good effort out there in the boundary.
This
is a variation gone wrong. It's gone over everyone. I think just trying something a bit different there, Bharadwaj. And I mean, you'll see this happen at all levels of cricket when the ball just slips out.
Yeah.
But you can see there, it seems like a slight back of the hand type attempt, but keeper up couldn't deal with it either. Anyway, shake that one off. Try and get the next one right.
Yeah,
it will be a free hit though.
It's just genuine that just slips out of the hands. So you can see that the captain gets the signal to say.
I've seen that happen in Test cricket. You know, it's just one of those things that can happen. Don't let it bother you. Get back to what you're doing.
Hit firmly, and it's captain Stiglitz, of course, who's all over the place at the moment. Does the fielding, gets the throw in, just keeps it to 1.
Going back to the couple of 6s in the over, I mean, the one that was hit down the ground, that one, you kind of tip your hat to the batter and go, yeah, that's a good shot. The one that was short outside the leg stump, as a bowler, that's the one where I think you are a bit dirty on yourself, and you say, I really gave the batter a bit of a Christmas present there.
Yeah, like this
as well.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, right on cue. That'll be 4. Cuatro carreras más. 84 without loss after 6.
Yeah, going well, and that's acceleration. This is the acceleration that probably was missing from the game yesterday. But then having said that, take nothing away from Spain, who bowled brilliantly to England. Buenos dias, chicas rojas. I'm sure that they are looking in. I tell you why they're looking in, Vinny, because I think they know, and Spain know, and the coaching staff knows as well, that the match that they have against Austria will be sort of like the final. That's their final, because that could be the one that determines which team moves forward,
Yeah.
which loses out going into final stage. So they know they'll be watching and they'll be doing their homework against Austria.
Yeah, so a few little storylines playing out. Like I said, I think that each of the teams has something a little bit different. They're trying to get out of this tournament. But there we go. The Christmas cheer is certainly alive and well. I got to tell you, some of our spectators we have, they are real cricket connoisseurs of the area. Now you know what Santa looks like without his beard. Anyway, Kamati comes back for a second over. Bowled well the first time.
This one gets worked away, and Stiglitz is there again. She's everywhere. You sure there's not more than one Stiglitz out there?
I think she might have cloned herself. She's on the square leg boundary, sees it long on. There you go. Good to see the word getting around here. Thing with Joanne's arm, though, you can tell the English batters respect it. They're not even thinking about it too on her arm.
She's got 13 on her back. She's you take risky singles to her, she's going to have you. Okay, this one's going to be just a little bit too wide. Good stop. I think they're just checking that this does actually catch the pitch.
Maybe this is one that Joe hasn't seen it, so he wants a little bit of help because maybe the bowler blocks his view. So I think he'll get the confirmation now and be called wide, and that's just kind of sensible.
Yeah, it is. And look, we're talking Christmas. Why don't we go and talk about what day it is today? Because there's going to be a lot of these days in the month of December. Yorker-led delivery into the pads, gets played away. Stiglitz does the fielding. Yeah, go caroling day today.
Huh? I'll go caroling.
Caroling day. Carol singing. Bit of
Okay,
carol
that's
singing.
good.
So, anybody want to be doing a bit of carol singing? Come on down to the Cardamom Oval.
I'm on at
sing
the
a bit
Sunset
carols.
Beach tonight.
You really?
So I'll have to throw a couple of those in.
You got to sing a Christmas one then.
Well, we've got our
It
Christmas
is,
one.
Yeah.
Do you know the ECN Christmas one?
You had to. You were telling me it in Barcelona.
Now I'll have to find it.
Yeah, so strolling through the neighbourhood, singing cheerful tunes and spreading the holiday joy with friends and family. A heartwarming tradition. So carol singing, yeah. So any carol singers, come on down. Look, come on down. Cardamom Oval. Come down and sing a few carols for us. Why don't you? Played out into the offside. They'll take a single.
I have never been in I've never lived in a country where they come knocking at your door, though. Is that an American thing?
They don't knock on your... I mean, I know in the UK they didn't literally knock on your door, but you could hear them outside your door. You know what I mean? They'd be like outside the gate singing, and you go out, you give them a mince pie and something warm to drink, and you might even get... Oh, this is going to be the second, I think. So that is going to be 4. It can't be stopped. So that's the too high again here from Kamati, making the most of the extras this time round. And you can see Joe Foster just reminding the bowler and the captain that's the first. It might be actually her second, and I think if she bowls another she might be off. Anyway, I've mentioned this carol singing, but you know where we are. We're in Spain.
Correct.
What? Come on, I'm going to put you to the test now. Spain and a particular drink. What drink? Sangria.
Sangria. Yeah.
National Sangria Day.
Oh, okay.
So
I would have thought that would have been in summer.
Now you got it is today, National Sangria Day. This is up in the air. It was a free hit, so just once again they've only once I think made the most of the free hits. Yeah, so take a siesta and a sip of Spanish sangria, which is a punch, of course, made with wine and sweeteners and flavored with fruits like berries, oranges, and mango. So I reckon what we should do is any carol singers that come to the Cardamom Oval and sing us a few festive carols, we'll treat them with a couple of jars of sangria. What do you reckon?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, this could be one. And the throw just a little bit too soft there from Kirkman. But you can see one batter hungry to get there. The other batter saying, it's the end of the over. I think I'll stay where I am. So fair play. It's 95 with that loss after 7.
I'm going to put it out there that I've lost the lyrics to the ECN Christmas Carol.
How could
Kroom, if you're watching,
Kroom is there.
send them in. All right, ECL coming up, of course, and just under 10 weeks away from that. It's the Champions League of European cricket. You know, we're hoping that, you know, once cricket maybe can expand a bit more at a grassroots level in Europe, that we could also have a women's ECL. You know, that's something that we would like to do, you know, in the slightly longer term. Obviously, there's a bit more men's cricket played at the domestic level than women's at this stage in Europe, but it is an aspiration that we hold. This is full and fairly straight from Mahadiwa, just heading down the leg side. Yet to take a wicket here, Austria. You feel if they can take one though, then we'll get to see a little bit of joy from the Austrians. Certainly haven't disgraced themselves so far this morning.
No, they haven't. The only thing they'll look back at in this inning so far is some of the extras, particularly the no balls. I mean, that's something that has hurt them a little. But when you look at this, in general, it's been good, and the fielding has been outstanding. Stiglitz leading the way for his team. Her team, I should say, beg your pardon.
I mean, I hope that Stiglitz has been inoculated against leather poisoning, because she's had so much of the ball in this first innings that she's been quite brilliant.
I love the way she can hear everything we say, and she's there, she's listening. She's fired a few arrows.
Well, you know, she's a flight attendant. She's got very good hearing. You know, they are trained. They are trained for every possible situation.
Okay, well, this one, you're talking about fly attendant. This one takes off. That is a Bizaway Super 6. Oh, what a hit. And that is just awesome hitting. Maria Fackrell, she's absolutely walloped this. Hasn't had as much strike as Millie Taylor, perhaps, but well, she's right behind her in terms of the chase for the half century.
Oh, that one caused a sudden decompression of the cabin, and the oxygen masks fell out, I think. What a shot by Fackrell.
Take the single, and no issues at all once again.
Joshua Bullock in the chat asking thoughts on Libby Thomas's batting yesterday. I think it was outstanding. You know, I think that one thing about this English 11 is I honestly think you could pick their top 6 out of a hat, or you could just kind of pick, you could get them to draw straws for it, and they're going to be super strong. You're seeing that again here, you know, with Fackrell being given an opportunity at the top. You know, Taylor, we've seen a bit more of her, and they just have kind of an assuredness and a maturity at the crease. But yeah, as far as Thomas goes, I mean, I think I've liked her keeping as well. You know, depth. Yeah, depth is something that the top teams are blessed with, and I think particularly in this form of the game, as we've seen now over almost 4,000 matches on ECN, I think when you've got depth, you can play a certain way, especially with the bat. You can take risks, and you can be unselfish, knowing that if you do get out, others can take your place. I think England 11 have that luxury.
To the pad again. It's a very good backing up once more. They will get home. Nicely done. So Millie Taylor, she really is very much aware. I think got some of the lines coming in for our ECN Christmas song, as England in that over also get past 100 mark. And what a good partnership it's been between these two. They put on 105 unbroken partnership. That's the score at the end of 8 overs.
So Austria, even at this stage, let's say they were to make the 130 pace, I guess. So if they were to go 130, and let's say Austria don't quite manage a 131, but it'll be about 90 for the point. It won't be easy, but I do think that Austria last time, they kind of lost their key batters early to England, and it was a bit of a tough task, I think, for the middle and lower order. Here's Priya coming back in over number 9, but this first one isn't going to come down in time. No ball called, and it will hit the rope.
That's unfortunate. I mean, it's a no ball. That's going to be a minimal, but the fielder here really needs to be concentrating on just letting the ball drop, staying on the boundary line and stopping it going past the boundary. So that's again, that's the one thing that really I think Austria and their management will look back and say, you know, look, we did a lot of things right, but we did let ourselves down with all of these extras, the no balls, for example.
Yeah, just a bit of inexperience there more than anything, I think. Free hit, but a pretty good comeback from Priya, gets the length right. Again, there's no real difference between the men's game and the women's game as far as, you know, the bowling strategy, I think, because, you know, if you make little mistakes, you pay in a big way. That's something that we know on ECN. So you see there, Priya gets the length wrong first ball, has a bad result. Even on a free hit, she gets the length right in the second ball, and the best they could do was a single.
This gets played away. We'll take another single. So this partnership just keeps on growing, and both of them in the 40s. Ria Fakro is on 49s. And it looks like
she gets an opportunity to bring up her 50 here.
yeah, gets an opportunity. I'm just wondering what the umpire was doing there for a moment, but anyway. All right, 49. So Ria looking to get a half century here. Can Sabu stop her doing so? Good delivery, but well watched and well played. Seen the ball very well, both of these, and that's really well batted. 50 up for Ria Fakro, and applause all around the ground. Well batted indeed. Muy bien, señorita. Tienes 50 carreras. Felicidades.
And so, yeah, Fakro has been brilliant, hasn't she? Where's she gone though? She's hidden. Oh, she was looking for her. She went. She's changed her bat. She said, "Well, that's good for my first 50. Maybe this one is for my second 50." Yeah, well batted, well batted. Ria. First time I've gone down the middle and I haven't seen it.
Did you? I mean, that used to be a thing. As this one should be just a single. That's taken me back to my playing days as a young man. There used to be some batters that would start off with a particular bat, they'd get to a 50,
Really?
and then they'd say, right, come on, bring the old jumbo in now, because
Really?
it's time for me to get going big. I wonder if that's the idea. So when this bat is the one that mashes it even bigger, let's wait and see. Bit of action in the skies as well, by the way, as this one, oh well, I told you, that's the jumbo. The jumbo comes out and it's talking business. That's the boundary hitting bat.
He's brought out the 5-wood. This was absolutely slammed, timed so well. So 4 runs there, and I can't say I had the pleasure of reaching 50 that often. So, and I don't say no one was giving me enough bats that I would have more than one.
That's a good old 55 over, per innings days when batters used to get in, ticky-tacky, get to 50 and say, right, okay, bring out the monster. Wide ball.
Yeah, because I doubt it was broken. Or maybe. I don't know.
Nah.
That ball really did spring off that bat though, didn't it? But then the question is, to be begged, why don't you just use that one from the beginning? Use the lighter one in the warm-up. Anyway, last ball of the ninth.
Lofted, and one bounce, pick up and throw. And it'll be a single to finish. So end of the ninth over, 120 on the board to score, and I thought that England would be looking to get to. Well, they've got to that, and they've still got 6 balls to go in the innings. Batman looks pretty impressed.
That's Shachi Pai a moment ago. She did a great job in the commentary box last night. Allowed you to have an early shower. So what did you get up to? You just went back and put your feet up and watched the last game
No,
on
I was
TV?
good. I went back and I hit the gym. That was good.
Nice.
Spent a bit of time in the gym back at the Sunset Beach Club.
Tell me you caught a bit of that match 12 though. That was an absolute thriller.
I was following it on my phone. I was following it on my phone. Slow, looping delivery. So, single taken.
Yeah, well, you talked about you hitting the gym. Well, I saw a bit of gym type work going on, bit of resistance training there in the English camp a moment ago. Joanne getting the last over. She's been great in the field. Mahdiwa takes a position for this over and saves that one. But you know those, can I say, anything with those elasticy ones,
Yeah.
I'm always seeing videos on the internet when that goes wrong. Like, it can go very, very wrong.
Do you remember, you may not, you must remember, I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't, I know a lot of people around the world will remember. Do you remember the old chest expanders when they came in?
Those ones?
With the spring.
People that
How many people got their heavy chest?
Let's pause for a second because Taylor's on 49 here with an opportunity to bring up her 50.
And she'll do so as well with a single. So this partnership has been absolutely cracking. We know that Ria got her half century earlier, and now it's Millie Taylor's turn as well. 50 of 32 deliveries. Felicidades, बहुत बनाया आपने बैटर ने मिली टेलर ने अपनी 50 पूरी कर ली. रिया फ्रैंकलिन ने भी अपनी पूरी कर ली सी. दोनों बैटर ने 50 अपनी 50 कर ली. 100 पार्टनरशिप कर ली. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग. Played away. This is going to be 4 runs, you know, because once that gets past the infield, nobody is stopping it. So 4 carreras más. Well, she doesn't want to go for the jumbo bat. She says, I'll just leave this one. It'll keep doing the job. And so she's not changing it. But, well, Frackrell, her jumbo's going really well.
Yeah, Frackrell is still dealing. So just quickly, chin-up bars on the door frame and people with poles in their house. It's a recipe disaster. Anyway, this is the last ball. Oh, no, it's one of the few fielding errors, really. It just goes through the infielder. That'll go for 4, and England 11 will get a bit of a bonus. Not that they needed it. They're pretty solid, pretty tight, just requiring the 2 batters who share the load. I mean, it was a true partnership, really, throughout the first innings of the day. England 11 finishing 132 without loss.
Yeah, that's, you're right. I think the first real error in the field from the ground fielder, that one gets through Bangalore, unfortunately goes to the boundary. 132, so they get that acceleration in that was missing from them yesterday. 61 off the first. And then, well, they go on and just crack a few more extra boundaries in the second part of the 5. Finish on 132. A fantastic opening partnership from those 2 batters.
Yeah, it was. And the good shot selections in there. I think a fair bit of maturity in that partnership. Well, good to see the players and the umpires all ready for more action here. Pretty happy they didn't have to put their skis here on day 4, I think. And obviously, England 11, they're looking pretty relaxed. They're looking like they're enjoying a sunny morning on the Costa del Sol. And they had plenty to cheer about, didn't they? As these 2 openers took them all the way through the first 10 overs of the day.
Yeah, they're not complaining. They're sitting in the sunshine and they're watching some great cricket. And a lot of it coming from the 2 openers out there, Ria Fakra and Millie Taylor. Most of the highlights you'll see will be about them. But look, I don't want to take anything away from Austria as well. They knew that they were going to be in for a tight contest. I think most of the time the bowlers bowled very well. I think they had a plan in mind. They took the pace off the ball. When the seamers came on, they also did get trouble, both the batters a little bit as well. They did get beaten. One thing Austria will be disappointed about for me, I think the number of extras they gave away, and 8 wides, but it's the no balls, 5 no balls, and of course the no balls. And all of those extras do also get punished. So that was a little bit annoying. That's something that they can work on. But in general, I think the way that they apply themselves in the field, the way that they bowled, and also the way that the field was very good. That one was unlucky. Stiglitz comes over and tries to palm the ball back in the field of play, but slices it over the boundary past Hannah. A couple of loose deliveries there were, but what I liked about Austria as Santa, who forgot his beard this morning, but anyway, it's good to see Santa in the house. Yeah, I think just going back to that with the fielding, fielded really well. And what I liked about it was that even though, and this can happen sometimes, you know, when teams don't take wickets, they can get niggled, they can get frustrated, heads can start to go down. Not once did I see that out there, not once. They kept fighting all the way through, and I admired them for that. And now it's about what they can gain from the batting here. They will know, a little bit like Spain, that maybe the big match that they're going to have is going to be that contest against Spain. That could decide which team finishes 4th and which finishes 5th. The team that finishes 5th will not play any part on finals day, so that's the big game for them, but they need to practice and prepare for it. I think they did well there in the field with the ball against a very strong English side. Now it's time for them to try and put some of that in practice when they're there with the bat. If they can get to what we'd say a good score here, they'll be very pleased with their performance. But of course, one thing we do know about the England 11, their bowling and fielding has been absolutely superb. So this would not be easy. Great opening partnership there, worth 132 from the 2 openers. Absolutely fantastic. But once again, if you look at those bowling figures, you know, you look at that and you say, it ain't too bad, you know. I mean, Sabu probably a little bit more expensive than that what she has been, but bear in mind that she did bowl over number 2 in the power play, so that's always going to be a little bit more expensive. Yeah, I think many good positive signs there for Austria, but England 11, they are looking strong. Well batted to Ria and Millie, both of them picking up their half centuries in that 132 opening partnership. I'm Rico Full, alongside me is Vinny Sandu. We'll be back to talk you through the second innings of this match number 1 on match day 4. Está pronto, mi familia.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Kardama Oval, the field of dreams for European cricketers, and welcome to this, the Euros of women's cricket, happening right in front of you, in your very eyes, live to your screens. This is interesting to have a look at. This is the sort of bonus point. So with the score of 132, if the likes of Austria can get to 92, then they will get at least something out of this game. England, on the other hand, if they want to take all the points in this match, i.e. the 4 points, if they can restrict the likes of Austria getting to that score, and they will pick up the maximum points here. So there's always something to play for here. And of course, there's also the other side of it. If Austria can get to the score before the 10 overs, so do it inside the 8 overs, they can take all the points away from England. I know a lot of people will feel that's unlikely. The main thing here maybe is that Austria can try and take something from this match, but to do so they're going to have to bat very well. England haven't allowed too many teams to score runs against them, have they? They restricted Spain to just 50. As in a match yesterday, they restricted Italy, remember, to 26 in search of a score of 94. They even restricted the Netherlands to 59, and on day one they restricted Austria, the team that they're playing here now. Austria batted first to 43. So it's not going to be easy, but it's all about trying to improve every time that you go out there, and that's what Austria are going to be trying to do here. First ball will be bowled by Amy Wheeler, who certainly does have a bit of wheels about her, that's for sure, and she doesn't mind firing in the short bouncer either. Here we go, first delivery, and it's a genuine away swinger. Angles the ball in, moves away. Good conditions this morning also for the bowlers and the fielders, with there being no dew and no frosty conditions. That means that bowlers shouldn't have any issues with their footwork. So that's a good start. This nice tight field from England. You see them closing in as the bowler comes in, goes for the shot across the line here. It's a dangerous shot to play. It is Jivan Bula, who's opening up and has a captain at the other end, Joanne Stiglitz. See if they can get a good partnership going. We saw that Ria Frackrow 65 and Millie Taylor 50. Did put a fantastic 132 partnership together. That one whizzes past and through the batter, Abula. Good test really for the batters of Austria. They probably haven't come across this type of bowling that often, so it's an opportunity for them to really try and test themselves and adjust. Still going for that shot across the line. You can see that afterwards she practices playing straight. You can see that Joanne Stiglitz, her captain, at the non-striker's end, is sort of saying, come on, play straight on those, don't go, because you just get the feeling that if Wheeler goes just a tad fuller, that she's going to get that through, because she's beating her for pace as well. This time goes slightly shorter, big swing. Got a wide third man or third person in, have the English. So anything that swung like that, if it gets just a fine edge, there is a boundary that's there for the taking. Wheeler again. Into the pads. Fuller, but doesn't get the line right, and it's going to be the end of the over, and we're going to start with a maiden. No runs at all. It's not the first one that we've seen. That doesn't make it any easier, does it, for Austria? So basically, trying to get something out of this match, and we saw that means trying to get to that 92 score in a may not happen. 362
Spain,
matches
team, you will toss
without
by
a
Spain,
golden ball
first.
And well, it looks like Ian Rubbish talking in my headsets there. Ian, what are you doing? Go back to where you should be. Anyway, this is a lady who's been places, isn't she? We've seen her playing some brilliant cricket out in the middle. And well Sashi Pai was also here in the commentary box yesterday. Didn't she do a wonderful job? And I know there was a lot of people, including myself, that enjoyed watching her. Very bubbly character. I'm pretty sure she is she's the prankster in the team as well. Coming to bowl the second over, and good start this time. It's Joanne Stiglitz that's in the firing line, so to speak, trying to get the first runs on the board for Austria. Back to a mark. Up in the air, so straight to the fielder. That'll be fielded comfortably by Daisy Gibb, who is probably waiting to get her hands on that grizzly as well and charge in. Another quick seamer, one of many that England have. Fuller delivery. And great take from Libby Thomas. So Libby Thomas behind the stars. Maddie Ward, we've seen her behind there as well. She's out on the field this time round. Good hands from Thomas, standing up with no real protection behind her as well. This one is one that's called a wide, and they will cross over. So we'll get two extras. Still nothing from the bat, but the first runs on the board. I think the captain will at least breathe a sigh of relief of that anyway. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasriyakal, Aibawan, vanakkam to everybody that's been watching the Indian subcontinent via fan code. It's lovely to have you with us as well, enjoying the cricket. And I know that people are watching from all over the world. That's a lovely shot. Andre, iba, sí, 4 carreras. Inna shot मारिया अपने हीर जीवन बुला ने बहुत पूरा shot. Beautiful on drive, 4 runs, cracking shot. First runs off the bat in form of that boundary. Was going a lot across the line, wasn't she? This time decided to go through the shot, straight down the line, gets 4 runs. Excellent shot. And that will give her some confidence. Pai won't like it though. Now up in the air, and she's going to be 4 and out, and Pai picks up the wicket. And that's pretty straightforward catch there, taken by Wheeler. So the two opening bowlers combine as Pai picks up the first. And Jivan Bulla, after playing a lovely shot down the ground, tries to go over the top this time. But I think this, doesn't the middle of the bat. Gets it pretty low down, and that's going to be the first wicket to fall. Has a highlight though, doesn't she? A nice 4. But now she has to depart. So she goes 4 of 8 deliveries. And Pai picks up her first wicket. A new batter makes her way out there. Yeah, it was a nice shot down the ground for Haji Van Pulla. And I like that she did change her tactics rather than going across the line to hit straight through it. It worked for her once. That time around, a little bit unlucky. Doesn't get in the middle of the bat. Okay. Busra Uka, new batter. And this one could have gone anywhere. And the third comes into play and does really well. Good bit of fielding. Slides in and makes a stop. Nicely done. Here he comes. So the third fielder. Bit of a slide there as well. Done nicely by, that's Bethan Gumman. That's out there. So off the mark straight away. It is the end of the second over as well. 7-1. As we have a look at the tables there, so you can see where Austria women and Spain women are. Spain have got a very, very, very tough match up against Italy again. Now, they did have a little bit of success, I think, when they played Italy. But Italy put 113 on the board, Spain 65. But they were pretty competitive until they lost some quick wickets. And they weren't, and the batters that came in weren't able to get going. I think that's one thing Spain will be trying to work on, trying to get batters up the top of the order that can give the ball a bit of a hit. Too many dot balls were in when we see them batting. But they know, and this is one thing that they have to think about here. I mean, the victory may not be there if that's the situation, but get that 1 point. That could make all the difference. Because, of course, Austria, if they don't pick up anything here, then there's just that 2 point difference between them, Spain and Austria above them by just a couple of points. So if they can get something from that contest, if they don't get the win, if they can get something from it, then of course that match when they play each other becomes the biggie. That becomes like a final. Bethan Ellis, the third bowler. Going down the leg side, and going to have to really get there quickly. Oh, direct hit, and that would have been out. And we've already seen Shashi Pai involved in one direct hit run out, which was quite explosive. And this one could have been another. This does not miss by much, so you can see that the running is there. Stiglitz wants to go, but yeah, you see there, if that hits, that's out. There's no doubt about it. Good full delivery. Plays all round this one. That's Stiglitz. Stiglitz is a batter that I think likes a little bit of width. She's shown good shots out on the offside, but at the moment here, just struggling to get going. Ball number 4 still hasn't managed to get off the mark. And going for it. You're seeing that the fielders are pretty tight. That's what you'd expect England to be doing when runs are difficult to come by for the opposition. Keep everybody in tight, putting the squeeze on. And Stiglitz is trying to come back with a hit over the top of them. And she's not going to do it. But she finds the hands of Green, but Green puts the catch down. Oh, that could have been it could have been a wicket, maiden. There might still be a wicket from this because Joe Foster wants the third umpire to have a look at this. Catch goes down by Green. She'll be disappointed by that because he's got high standards and very good hands. And just have a look at this here now. And, oh, it's really close. It's very slow getting that bat in. I wonder if we can just slow this down frame by frame. Is there any part of the bat see here, she actually stops. And then she's watching the bowler and not concentrating on what she should be doing. And, oh, I think that's out. I really think that's out. I don't think she gets the bat past the line. That's so unfortunate. And this is all her own doing, really. I have to say, she's not paying attention. She's not concentrating on what she needs to do. And that's a very good example. If we watch this whole thing again from start to finish, it's a very good example to any of the youngsters out there that are watching. Concentrate on what you've got to do. So if we have a look at this again, so watch the running here. So it's an easy single. She slows down. Then even here, look, she comes to a stop. And as a result of that, she's going to find that she's going to get her marching orders. That's really unfortunate. So Uka is going to stay, but Stiglitz unfortunately will go. And she'll look back at that and know she should have done better. And she's going to be disappointed and goes for a 6-ball duck as we welcome back into the commentary box Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. Oh, you got to feel for Joanne there. Normally does the little things right as well. It's actually one of the features of her game. But yeah, I was going to say that the drop catch ruined the maiden, but in the end, the maiden stands up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because obviously they don't get that run. They got about 99.9% of a run there. But really, I think that Bethan Ellis will be bit annoyed she doesn't have the wicket to her name still. I mean, hard going. You can see the gulf really between these two teams. Shachi coming back for a second over. Gee, she was great yesterday in the commentary box. And yeah, we might have one or two more guests before the day is finished as well, Rico.
Yeah.
But right now, her primary role is to be out in the cricket field and do some special things. So here we go with the fourth over.
Good delivery, good take. They stick with Shashi Pai, who's got a wicket to her name already. Interesting, there has been a change, as you notice, with the batting lineup here. So Malika comes out here at number 4. Still haven't seen the normal opener, Priya Sabu.
That's true. Yeah, certainly. I don't mind that. Maybe giving people an opportunity, as long as it's not wasting deliveries, then it can work. This should be gone, and it is. So you've got to feel for Mahadi where they gets a piece of this. And also it's good captaincy. I think you keep the field up, even though you could have this fielder back on the boundary. But it's a pretty regulation catch. Shachi gets the second, and it's Millie Taylor that takes the catch about chest high. And so things going from bad to worse for Austria at the moment. 8 for 3. Mahadiwa goes for a duck.
Yeah, it's just changing the batting order slightly doesn't work. Malika comes out before the likes of Priya Sabu. And unfortunately, she's going to get a derrick. Buenos dias to the Derricks. And, well, we do know there is an addition to the Derrick family, but we'll just keep that under our hats.
We can't say too much about
we'll
it.
Keep
it's classified.
Under our hats. Of course, it was great to see Royal Derrick making an appearance in Barcelona.
I mean, are we going to get to the point where, we're playing in every country has their own, like wearing a different hat or something? Or like we go to Germany and it's wearing lederhosen? Let's see. Our graphics budget is a lot less than people probably think it is. Anyway, it's going to be Priya Sabu to come in. So, look, I think this is a good contest. And look who it is. It's our two commentators going against each other. Shachi bowling to Priya. And now Shachi, she certainly had a lot of empathy for Priya's cricket story yesterday when they were commentating together. Let's see how generous she is out there in the middle. Good even draw first up. Priya handles it okay, but can't get it away for a run.
Yeah, Priya Sabu. It was wonderful seeing them in action in the box yesterday. I know a lot of our viewers enjoyed it as well. It was quite fantastic and certainly a very bubbly character. But one thing is, she might be a bubbly character and a lot of fun, but she takes the cricket seriously. I mean, when she's not in here and when she's not playing, she's always sort of training, isn't she? It's a nice looking shot, but no run there. And that's that squeeze in the field that England put in. That's Gibb. That's the feeling. Gibb
the red squeeze.
Gibb obviously feels the cold. He's got a tracksuit top still on, look, unlike some of the other girls. Keeping herself warm.
She's definitely English. Prabhu, she'd love to get a run here off Shachi, I know that.
Oh, that's timed beautifully. What a beautiful bit of timing that is. It's just a little push, but you can see it springs off the bat, gets a single, gets off the mark.
Priya was saying yesterday that they have about 16 women cricketers in Austria. So it's not really enough to even have a game, even when it comes to training and stuff. People have got work, family, other stuff they've got to do. So, it's hard to get even 11 together for a training or something. So I just think about the differences between these two countries. They're quite stark. Bold.
Yeah, gone straight through. It's once again going across the line. Need to be playing straight here. It's a third wicket for Shachi Pai. And what a good spell of bowling that is from her. She picks up a 3 for 8 as well. And yeah, gone. You can see that unfortunately that Busara Uka didn't really know too much about this one.
Yeah, Ucha is a player that I really like to see her out there, and it's tough going though against this bowling. And we know they left Shachi out of the side yesterday, and I think that might have fired her up a little bit. And she was doing all kinds of shuttle runs and stuff that made me tired just by watching it. And nobody leaves Shachi in the corner. She's got 3. England have 4. Ucha goes for 1, and it's 9 for 4.
Yeah, always going to be a struggle. And now I suppose a lot relying on Priya Sabu to try and, I suppose if anything, just make the score against this very strong England 11 look a little bit respectable. I tell you what looks very respectable is the bowling figure so far of all the bowlers, particularly that of Shachi Pai that finishes her 2 overs. 3 for 8, very well bowled.
Not too bad at all. And just, again, come in the commentary box, makes you a better player. Everyone's played well after coming on the commentary. All right, here we go.
Uppish gets through 4 runs. And that's what you expect from Sabu here now. A little bit of retaliation. Good hit. 4 carreras. Hey, so we're having guests come in. I'm looking around the tree. So what are they bringing us? Or are you eating all the goodies that they bring? I thought they were all bringing us something.
Stuff just keeps appearing. Yeah, you're right. I forgot to get something out of Priya. But what she has given us is a pretty good cover drive there. Brilliant shot.
Now plays this on the onside. We'll take a single. Good technique. Plays it well. Calls it early. Runs hard. And now, but this young lady batted very well yesterday. Hannah Simpson-Parker needed a couple of balls to get herself in, but put a good 19 on the board. A good partnership her and Stiglitz put on yesterday when the top order fell apart. Let's see if she can do it again here. They put her and her captain Stiglitz put 39 partnership together against Italy and on their way to a 63 score. And this time, unfortunately, it's not going to be the same. Goes for this fuller delivery. I mean, it's a full toss, but I don't think the height is an issue. Swings at it hard, doesn't find the middle of the bat, and it's another sharp catch taking a point.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a frustration, I think, because it's a clearly hittable ball, but yeah, the price you pay for the slight miss hit. And again, England still attacking, still packing that infield more than they have to, and it pays dividends. And so that'll be the 5th wicket down, 14 for 5. Just quickly, I had some questions about the table and the points. I like to think of it this way, because yeah, we have augmented the point system for this tournament and possibly going into next year. But think of it this way: you get 4 points for a big win, 3 wins for a close win. And if you lose, you get 1 point for a close loss or 0 points for a big loss. So, it rewards you for being competitive, I think, in a game. And we've seen all teams picking up at least 1 point in this tournament so far. Anyway, Nukala, the keeper, comes in at 7. You've got to worry about where this innings might head from here. But England, focused. And I think they have the greatest respect for the opposition, and they're not going to take the foot off the pedal. They're going to try and execute their processes just as in any other match.
Good over there from Fakro, who after a very good batting performance, she finished 65 not out, bowls a good over, picks up a wicket, only concedes 5 runs. 14 for 5 at the halfway point, Austria here. Welcome back to our box. It's a very festive is looking.
Yeah, let's have a look. And look, the tree here, if you missed it, can you see it there? Well, actually, you're just out of screen, Rico, but I don't want to touch the star again. But we came in, and Corey couldn't be with us, which is a real shame. And hello to you, Corey, out there. Corey's normally part of our core commentary team here at the Cartmore Oval. But you got me, Rico, and Corey on the star, on the tree. What I was going to say is also that, there's a real sense of shared ownership of this tournament between the players. And one of the things that we are doing, and we have been doing this here at Cartmore Oval, is the Share the Meal initiative that we're proud to partner with. So if you see right now, that QR code on your screen, if you scan it, we can also put the link in the chat. I had 9 empanadas last night. So you know what that means? I've donated 9 meals. This is another one, and it's that top of this stump's length, isn't it? And Maddie Ward coming in, showing that she's got a few strings to her bow. And so Austria are going to lose a 6th wicket. This time it's Sabu, who did play some nice shots while she was there, but she's going to have to go now as the 6th wicket, and it's 14 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled again. It's that top off the stump bowling, and Sabu misses out on it. It's going to go, so once again, Share the Meal is our charity partner, and especially, Vinny, this time of year.
Yeah, definitely.
This time of year, all I would say to everybody, this time of year, have a very festive season and, have a great family time together, but also spare a short thought for those that are less fortunate than us. And we know, the stat is a horrible stat. 1 in 10 people, they have hunger issues around the globe. So we can all make a difference. Scan the code, and whatever you can give it. As a community, we can all make a difference.
Well said. This actually has made a significant difference this year. So, Kamati comes out for a hit. It's like 70 cents per meal. I think maybe $1 Australian. I can say it. Maybe about 50p, 60p, something like that. But it can make such a big difference to someone that needs it. Anyway, Ward yet to be hit, and still yet to be hit. I want to say a quick hello, Darcy McCulloch, who's watching, saying that they're watching from Grange in South Australia. So, yeah, hello to all the Aussies. There's always a few of them tuning in.
People looking from everywhere, even from the helicopter flying above. Well, that's all the VIPs maybe coming in. Maybe be landing at the far side of the ground. And, well, maybe we'll see a helicopter shot in the day as well.
Ward on a maiden here. I ruined it. Shouldn't have mentioned it. That'll be the end of the over. Nice shot by Kamati, though. She's having a pretty good game, I think. It's 15 for 6 after 6. So obviously here, you've got a bit of a mismatch, and we've seen Austria struggle a couple of times against the English bowling. So now I like to think in this situation, there's always something to gain. So, to feel like someone like a Kamati, if they could kind of get a 6, 7, 8, 10 not out, something like that, they'll take that confidence into their future career in the sport. So there's always a contest. Every ball's a contest.
Yep.
And I think, when obviously you don't have too much to play for as far as the...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We've lost
We've
Corey.
lost Corey. Hold on a second.
We lost Corey. Oh, dear. Poor Corey.
Did I just step on him?
You
no.
rubbed his face in it. Good. Okay, up in the air. It could be another wicket. It probably should be, and it will be. No problems there for Shashi Pai. Takes the catch, and it's Gammon now gets a wicket. Well, I like in that combination of Gammon and Pai. I think that's pretty decent, and they working well together anyway.
Especially at Christmas. But yeah, it was mistimed. Down towards the bottom of the bat, Shachi takes it easy as you like. Perfect technique. So Austria lose a 7th wicket, 15 for 7. Immediate success for Gammon. Anyway, all right, maybe we can come in here. I think I might have stepped on Corey. First, we'll say goodbye to Surya, but she did play a nice shot down the ground.
Yeah.
And she made one more than some of her teammates. So Corey has fallen off the tree. Look at that face.
Is that a sign? Maybe he's been a bad boy.
Mate,
He's been...
I'm really happy to be here. How long have we got to go?
Oh, dear.
Mode down the leg side. Is that how he sounds? Pretty good.
Not,
Soon, we won't
not
have commentators.
quite.
We'll just have finger puppers.
Oh, dear. All right, here comes Gammon. This almost takes off peg. Bardwire is the new batter. He needs to be playing straight here. Kamati was the last to fall for 1 of 5 deliveries. Simple catch.
Have to put him back up.
Gets bat onto this. Well done. That will be a single. So Bardwaj does get off the mark. Hands a strike back to Nukala, who'll be hoping that she could also do the same.
His head is actually the biggest of all 3 of these heads.
Now that's not really a surprise, is it? Fancy you stepping on him.
Not really. It was face down.
Can you imagine if, okay, up in the air and Green, oh, she's put another down. That's 2 catches that the captain, Green, has put down. Well, Green certainly hasn't got green fingers.
I mean, Green might be joining us a little bit later in the day, but she's going to have a lot to answer for right now. She's got the yips. Could have been worse for Austria.
Too high, I think, and I think they'll get a leg by here. Yep, so it's another one. Goes on to the score. So both these batters are off the mark. That's a good sign. But England well in control here, and just once again demonstrating their strength, as you'll see the likes of several bowlers being used. We still haven't seen the likes of Green herself bowl. We haven't seen the likes of the fire and the pace of Daisy Gibb. Just holding themselves back. No need, I suppose. Remember, England will play Italy final game of the day. Well, that's a nice chip. It's a perfect lob. I think Rafa Nadal would be pretty happy with that, as they do take a single. It's going to be another run for Bardwaj.
It's like a block that was timed so well it went over the bowler. So that was quite an amazing bit of cricket. Minakala does get to 2, and that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. It's 20 for 7. Of course, this is just the first of 4 matches today, and we have the second match coming up. And this should be a good one. Spain versus Italy. Spain without a win, though they do have a point from an earlier game. But Italy got so close to the Netherlands last night. But, you know, I just think anything can happen. And they may underestimate Spain to an extent. I think Spain, I think they're still trying to work out who's the best fit to open the batting with Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. The news from the toss, Spain electing to bowl after winning the toss. And they did that pretty well yesterday against England, holding England to 99. That's coming up in around about 35 minutes. Here's Taylor getting a bowl.
Wants to go on the hit, and there will. Another single.
I just want to say a quick hello to Paul McHales as well, saying Merry Christmas, Vinny and Rico. Thanks for another awesome year of cricket. Look forward to what next year brings. He says great work from the girls setting up the grassroots for the others to come up and keep up the hard work. Everyone's doing great.
Thank you very much.
Very nice
Lovely.
of Paul.
Shot.
There you
There's
go.
a fielder out there, but that's a good shot. The best partnership so far. This from Austria. Both batters are playing some nice shots, and with each shot, they're growing in confidence. Hey, can you imagine? You stepped on Vinny, and we know that. Hang on a minute. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Sorry, you stepped on Corey.
Corey's fallen down again.
Corey's had it. That's it. It's done.
I think this-
I've seen Corey like this before. All right, this is up in the air. It should be gone. Caught and bowled. Straightforward. No problems at all. Millie Taylor takes a wicket. And that's 1 for 2 now from her. That will be the end of Nukala. Yeah, I was going to say, you stepped on him because he's sticky. His head is sticky. Not that sticky. You could have been walking around with Corey.
on the bottom of my shoe.
At the bottom of the shoe, wherever you went. Anyway, I'll have to sort Corey out. I'll find a way to stick him on the tree. Don't
We
you
might
worry
have to
about that.
wire him to the tree like a hostile witness. Anyway, 22 for 8. And yeah, it was an okay little partnership there. Like I said, trying to stack up a few small wins. Nukala did get 3 runs. And she can be proud of those. At least 22 for 8, Austria. And so hello to the Regan as well. And I think Regan's got a theory about Kiara Green wanting to have a bowl at some stage, so wants to make sure there's a few wickets left. Well, we have to ask her about that a little bit later on.
Taylor trying to pick up another. She's bowled very well as well. I think what England are showing here is just how much strength there is in this squad.
Depth.
You know,
Depth.
the depth. Yeah,
They got layers. Hey, Kirkman is a player I really like. Hasn't played a lot of cricket. Played a lot of different sports. Let's see how she goes. But she likes to have a go. Well, whether she stays or not, I'm not sure.
Lightning quick this from Libby Thomas, and I get the feeling she
It's
might
on the
be on
line,
her
but
way.
is there anything behind the line? That's my take. It's my hot take. Okay, she's fine.
She's all right.
We're going to see some more Emma.
Yeah, luckily she leans back. I think if she just stayed, if the toe stayed on the line, she'd be in trouble, but she does lean back and gets a little bit behind it.
I'm telling you, if Emma hits one in the middle of the bat, it could be the biggest 6 we see all week. I've just seen her. I've seen her, practicing. I've seen what she's capable of. She took a nasty blow the other day against one of the faster bowlers, but yeah, no problem there with it staying a little bit behind the line. Here we go.
Hits it, but decides not to run, probably because she's probably thinking it makes sense that Bardwaj stays on strike for the start of the 9th over. So 8 overs completed here, and England well on top. Austria struggling with the bat, 22 for 8 at the end of the 8th.
You can see wickets falling pretty frequently. So kind of messing around a little bit with the order. They batted Sabu in the middle. I suppose in the end, people get a bat. Whether they batted 1st or 5th, it maybe doesn't matter because everyone's had an opportunity, I suppose, in this innings, except one. Who's still batting here? Still got
Apart from the first over, which was a maiden, it's been a wicket or 2 in some cases in every over.
Yeah. Okay, so what have we got here? Bethan Ellis. She wants to get amongst it as well. She's going to bowl over number 9. Last question: Can Austria bat out the 10 around the wicket?
Nice looking shot. There definitely is one.
All right. I still think Kirkman, for me, she's a cult figure in the making. Because they see something in her. Like I said, she's played a variety of sports. She's become interested in cricket. She's kind of met a few people that have seen enough in her to say, look, we're going to give you a chance in the national team. Let's see what she can do here against Ellis.
goes for the right shot. But I think she gets hit here, maybe a bit high up in the thigh.
Kirkman keeps up her perfect record of getting hit against the English. That one, I think, just goes over the pads. But you know what? Tough as nails. No magic spray, no nothing. And she just gets involved with the next one. Oh, super slow-mo. This could be painful to watch. Ouch. Come on, Emma. Well, she won't be able to score in this one. So you got a feel for her there. It's the old knock her out, get her out from Ellis, who takes the 9th wicket of the innings, 23 for 9.
Yeah, it's a good full delivery, and well, a bit of joy and hugs and delights there for the batters. That one is straight, and you can see Bardwaj, she's a bit disappointed. It's another one goes. I think this is where, I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? Bardwaj does hit the ball really well and takes the single, and which meant that she wouldn't be on strike, and she may not get on strike now because that's 9 down, as unfortunately Emma would go without scoring the 5 balls that she faces, and she'll have a souvenir for that innings as well.
Can I bring up something here? Look at Bardwaj at the end. She's got the genuine anguish of someone who feels like they're going to be stranded 97 short of 100, doesn't she, when she sees the stumps getting clattered there? But anyway, I think she wants to keep batting. It was a good little bit of outswing there as well, kind of accentuating that angle, but I think that's the reason that Emma misses the ball. So Sujanya gets a hit, left-hander. Don't often see her batting.
Sujanya, Bangalore, left hand. That makes a slight change, doesn't it, for England? And straight away they're having to just sort that field out. So let's see if she can contribute in some way with the bat. And well, what does this catch? Any bat?
There's bat.
It's going to get picked up just before it goes to the boundary.
Little squeeze off the toe. Sujanya probably is looking up the order saying, well, I made more than you, I made more than you, I made more than you.
She's had a good day, and I think she bowled really well.
Bowled great, yeah. Again, we're seeing, I often have a feeling with developing countries that their bowling is normally ahead of where their batting is.
Yeah.
Just in general, because they can share the load with the bowling, right? It's not so individualistic.
She'll take the single because obviously she does want runs on the board for herself and her team, but at the same time she also knows that every time she takes a single, that number 11 goes on strike. So
yeah, but Sujanya, I think she bats a bit better than an 11. I just think she likes to give opportunities to those above her. Anyway, Ellis with 1 wicket. Can she finish it off here?
And yes, go for it. And comes the throw, and I suspect, well, no, it's the call from the umpire. So maybe not taken cleanly. Let's see.
I think she's in. It may be right, may be wrong. Let's have a look. It's good backing up there, and yeah, she's in.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
She's in. So they're on 26. Problem with that single is that it will be Bangalore that goes back.
That's
on
all
strike.
right. I mean, hey,
can they get past 26? Because that's a low score that we've seen. So
listen,
can they get past 26?
why shouldn't she have the strike? I mean, like I said, she's done better than quite a few that have batted above her. Have a look at that. 6 different wicket takers for England in the innings. 3 for Shachi Pai, though. Bit of a standout, wrecking the innings just before it could be born, really. And Maddie Ward is going to get a second over. She wins the lucky dip. Want to say a quick hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. All right, here we go. 10th overtime.
And Keep has no idea who it is because of the lid, and gets another run. So here we go. What an innings this is for Bangalore.
Sujanya's catching up. She's got a better strike rate. She's going at 100. I mean, if she scores 1 more run, I think she is now the senior partner in the partnership. Not that Bardwaj has been bad. I was just going to say, James is saying the compliments of the season, and he's watching while there's dishes to be done and saying, yeah, Corey is sticky.
This could be curtains.
Oh no, she messed it up. Look, this is what I'm talking about sometimes with keeper positioning. You know, there's different techniques, but she actually knocks off the bails as she's trying to make position.
But she had time to knock the stumps out. She had time to
Can
knock
I tell
the stumps
you why?
out.
I don't want to be like know-it-all-y because I'm not trying to do that. But because if she'd just been behind the stumps in the first place, she would have taken this because the throw isn't where it's meant to be. So what does she do? She has to change sides and then she knocks over the Bales.
Yeah, but why? My question to you, all right, Bales or not, why did she just...
I don't think she...
Why did
I
she
don't
just
think
knock them out?
True. But I also don't think she realised necessarily what had happened. That's in slow-mo. Right?
Fair play.
Anyway, charmed life. But now it is over. The Bales are off, and they're staying off. Bangalore for probably one of the more entertaining threes that I think I've seen on the network. Well done to Maddie Ward, though. And she won't be that displeased with the missed run out because it means that she'll take another wicket on her figures. And Austria, in the end, they're going to be all out for 28.
Yeah, I mean, Bangalore, I like the fact that she went out there, got some runs to her name, got a good little partnership here together with Bardwaj. But this one, full straight. She's played around it, and that's going to be a wicket. Another one for Maddie Ward. Well bowled to her, picks up 2 wickets, and Austria bowled out for 28 with 3 balls to go.
I just realised we lost Corey, but he's now hiding under the tree. Maybe that's where he should stay.
I think we're going to have to leave him off there. Corey is not going on the tree.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Let's just appreciate the effort from the English, though. And you can only play against the opposition on the park. And as well with the English, there's... I don't want to put it this way, but there's kind of internal competition for spots, and when it does come to finals day, what the batting order is, who's getting what overs and when. So they've got big incentives, I think, to not drop their standards at all, and they don't. In the end, they run out big winners here in match 13. It wasn't too spooky in the end for the English because they win by 104 runs. Spain versus Italy coming up next, and that means we're going to have some pretty good contests. Probably Naomi Hillman-Bermejo to open the bowling against Methnara Ratnayaka and Delisha, who batted very well yesterday, I thought. And that next game coming up in around about 25 minutes, the second of 4 today.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing the Equipo Rojo out there in the middle again, up against the Azzurri. Anyway, we've got a bit of a wait for that one. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes time. But we can have a look at these highlights. And really, it was not too much from Austria, if I have to be honest. They did try changing the batting order up slightly. And after hitting one very good boundary, I have to say there was a wicket as Hajiman Bula would go for 4. Straightforward catch taken. And then there was a couple of blips, really, from the captain. Kiara Green did put 2 catches down today, and somebody's already reminded us that she did also put 1 down yesterday. So a hat-trick of drops for her. But I think, if I'm honest, that this is all about, when a game is completely done, she's probably got other things on her mind, thinking about the problems that she's got when she's thinking about what her batting order is going to be and what players she's going to select for the big matches, because everybody just seems to be performing with bat and with ball. Well, Sajid Pai was very happy with her input in this match. She bowled beautifully, picked up 3 wickets for 8, also great with the catching as well. And speaking of catching, there's not too many issues for anybody else whose name wasn't Green. Well, Green, maybe those green fingers were meant for gardening today and not catching grizzlies. But one thing was for sure, that the bowlers were just executing the line and length perfectly, and everyone else seemed to be taking the catches, and that was Shashi Pai taking one there as well. Off the bowling of Gammon. Well, everybody likes a bit of Gammon and Pai, I reckon. There's another one. Corey was having problems. It's nice to see Corey in the box, but Corey keeps on falling down. He doesn't like to stay up on the start at the top of the tree. Maybe it's because he's a bit of a humbug. Maybe he doesn't do Christmas. I don't know. There must be a story behind it. Story behind this match was though that England, once again, were just too powerful for the opposition that they had in front of them. And they're certainly a team they're going to take some stopping at the moment. They're probably clear-cut favourites to be crowned the champions on Friday. But funny things can happen. It was match number 13. And sometimes strange things happen in match number 13. But it was not to be, not for England anyway. And it was an unlucky match number 13 for some of the Austrian batters, but not for Bangalore, because at least she was able to get some runs on the board for herself. But when you have a look at the scorecard, there were many that did not. You can see there 4 ducks in total. So well done to the likes of Nukara, also to Sabu and Bangalore, and then of course Bardwaj, who was a little frustrated there at the end because she was sticking around and able to keep her end going, but was running out of partners too quickly. 28 on the board, and Austria, I think it was a match that they knew was going to be a difficult one I think they did a lot of things right. There's positives to take from it, and when they come together, those will be focused on. I think they bowled well. They executed the line most of the time pretty well. At the same time, though, they do know that against a good team like England, you can't be giving too many extras away, and that's one thing they can improve on, especially the no balls. But with the bat, yeah, they just maybe need to go back to the drawing board with that batting lineup. I'm going to leave you with the match summary and remind you that we will be back in just over 20 minutes time for the clash between Italy taking on Spain. Hasta pronto, mi familia. Volvemos en 15 minutos.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello, welcome back. I'm basking in the sunshine here in the middle of the Kartma Oval. It's the home of European cricket, and right now it's the home of the ECCW. Now rolling into the second match of the day, match 14 on the way. And the hosts will make their first appearance of the day, Spain, taking on Italy in this one. Big clash. I think that both teams have a lot to gain out of this one. Ian Ramage has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Spain, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Italy, you are the away team, so you will call. There's the coin.
Okay.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl first.
Okay, toss has been won by Spain, and they will bowl first.
So it's Elspeth Fowler who has won the toss for Team Spain, and she has elected to bowl first. So Spain are going to chase. Yeah, I'm a little bit curious about that. I mean, they have chased quite a bit in this series. It hasn't really gone to plan, and I thought that perhaps this was a chance for them to try and get some runs on the board and defend. But having said that, I do think there were a lot of positives out of yesterday where they actually held a very strong English team to under 100. So maybe that's what they feel. You know, they bowled first and they did a good job. Okay, the batting didn't quite come together. And look, speaking of the batting, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, she's been outstanding and very consistent at the top of the order, but they haven't quite found the right combination, I think, to bat around her. Maybe Andrea Davidson-Soler is an option up there. Maybe it was Saeed. I'm not quite sure, but they've tried a few options, but they at least need someone that can give Naomi the strike back so she can do what she does best, and she's a very, very talented stroke maker. As far as Italy go, well, they went within this much of knocking over the Dutch last night, just 2 runs in that one. It was a real thriller, probably the best game of the tournament so far. So they will go in as big favourites, but still, I mean, it is one of these morning games where, you know, if they don't quite bring it and Spain have a good one, well, maybe Spain can turn the tables. Let's get ready for the first ball, and I've got Rico Full standing by. Rico, I can tell you that Equipo España, they've won the toss, and Spain will bowl first. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu as we see the umpires of this match, Stephen Gooch and Joe Foster, make their way out into the middle, followed of course by the Equipo Rojo, the Spanish team electing once again to be in the field. One thing that I can tell you is to have a look at the two teams here. The wind has really picked up around the ground, and at the moment it really is sort of blowing right into the commentary box. In fact, the Christmas tree almost took off. What that tells me is that Spain and all the teams have to be careful with the big hitters. I think if you're hitting down the ground, and I know Italy have some of them, that the ball is gonna fly. So that's going to be some concerns for all the fielding side here. Also, catching becomes quite difficult as well, and also some of the slow bowlers may just have an issue just controlling that ball. It is particularly windy at the moment. 89% to 11% is what the wind predictor is saying in favour of Italy. Oh, this girl and Naomi will have things to say about it. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo bowled and played very well. It's been a good all-rounder for Spain. Last time these two teams met, it did go in the way of Italy. They made 113 for 4, Spain 65 for 3, and Naomi Bermejo 34 of 25 she made. But Ratanaika was in good form of that day, and she's hoping to be in good form today as well. She, of course, both the openers did click yesterday for Italy. They had a mixed day, didn't they? They had that. See this first ball first. I'll give you. It's a nice start. Ball in a good area, just gets played away. It'll take the single. Yeah, what we saw yesterday at Italy, they got the win over Austria, and Ratanaika was 33 not out of 21, and Nana Kakara was in good form as well, 20 of 18. And, we've been told to watch out for her, and then Italy, as you heard from Maximo, got very close to pulling off a great run chase against the Netherlands. Just fell 2 runs short. This is played away. They'll take another single. Yeah, that much yesterday, and the Netherlands 108 for 4, and Italy 106 for 2. And it was Naniakara 31 of 16, and then Regina almost got Italy home, making 21 of 21. Needed 13 of the last, but only managed to get 10. 4 of the last ball. Jiff went for 6, which wasn't that far away from it. Would have taken us to a golden ball. Spain, they had a difficult day yesterday. Played 2 of the top teams. They lost out to Netherlands and also to England. The biggest issue for them was getting runs on the board. They struggled, even with Naomi batting really well. She scored 24 out of the 43 that Spain made against the Netherlands, 43 for 4, and she scored a fine 24 out of the 50 made against England. But one thing about them is they haven't been scoring runs quickly enough, and this is what's lacking probably in their side. Somebody who's got the power, somebody like Ratanaika coming into that side. A couple of big hitters would change everything. Hard hit, look, hitting this off the back foot, that's an incredible shot. To get so much power in that one, and that's what Ratanaika can do. And that also is what you're going to see with the wind it is. I wonder if we can see some of the flags that are blowing around at the moment, maybe in between balls. You'll get a chance to see just how windy it is. Well, there you go. I'm talking about the wind. Well, that tells you how windy it is. Look at the shirts of the players and have a look at the bails. And that wind, if you see there from Naomi's hair, is blowing straight into her. That means any hits down the ground, any hits that are going towards mid-wicket are going to sail. And there you go. There's the elder Mendeja there, Spania. So leaves this one. It's going to be called a wide. Naomi a little bit disappointed with that call. Tanaika. Oh, gets a little edge, gets beaten, and now the throw comes in. Very good backing up. And it's Mamalage that gets the opportunity to be up there as the opener. She won't get a chance to face another ball in this over because that's a single. So Ratanaika will go back on strike. Yes, Mamalage being given an opportunity here. And we'll be hoping to make the most of it. And this is where we come to the end of our season on Friday when we see the final here. And then, just to remind you, we start back on the 17th of January with the European Cricket Series in Cyprus. And we'll be back in Spain on the 29th of January. And maybe some other events happening at the same time. A lot of things still in the pipeline. Floated up, good teasing delivery from Uswa Saeed. There she is. The Rambo of Equipo España. It has the, there you go, the face paint, the headband. Makes a good start on the money. Ratanaika will want to go big, and she's going to just get this out of the reach of the fielder, Amy Brown Carrera, who took a brilliant catch yesterday. And also bowled a very good over as well, but this one she just can't get to it. Once again, it's a good hit. She's very good at rocking back and getting power on this shot, but at the same time it's a dangerous one to play. But again, that wind is going to assist all of these shots coming into this sort of long off mid wicket area. That's played away with soft hands. Mamalage wanting the run, but Ratanaika wasn't even looking. As you'd expect, I can hear the Spanish girls geeing each other up. A little bit short, hit hard, and that's an ankle buster really. It's one of those where you think, right, do I take this for my team or not? Mamunza Riaz, the youngster, finding this one just a little bit too spicy to handle. Not an easy stop. So 4 more boundaries flying pretty well. Oh, well, this is the old moon ball. 1 bounce and well stopped. Beautifully done. In a great position there is Amy Brown Carrera. I'm liking this, though, by Uswa Saeed. I think she's very popular with all the other players as well. She's a lovely young lady, but she tries things. She's prepared to try things, not afraid. And full again, and there's bats on this, I think. This just sort of loops over the keeper. I don't think it's yet. I thought there was, and Joe Foster confirming that as well. And that will be runs. That is the end of the second over. 18 coming off the first, and not a bad one at all there from Saeed. We'll always be trying 10 of that over, and only the 8 came off the first. One bowled by Naomi. Now I wonder if they do go straight back to Naomi here to try and get that breakthrough. I must admit, I'm thinking you want to try and get the top 3 pretty quickly of Team Italia. If you can do that, I think you're in with a shout. Once again, you can see the wind there taking its toll. Certainly that's going to have a play on this, especially with some of the slower bowlers that Spain have. Don't forget they have got a lot of youngsters in the side as well who will find it difficult to contain. This could be out if it hits. Oh, well, this one, I reckon the throw is bounces over the stumps. I'm sure when we have a closer look at this could have been curtains for Ratanaika. That would have been a big wicket. Uncertainty between the runners. Look, they say, shall we not? And there comes the throw. And though there's a desperate dive there, I wonder how close this would have been. I think we might get a chance to see it side on. But maybe not, as this one gets played away defensively. So, no runs there. It's a good time to welcome back into the commentary position to Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, welcome back.
Thanks very much, Rico. Good to be back. Wow, everything just got really windswept and interesting, didn't it, in the break? Big wind behind the batter, and this is going to be hit up in the air. Catching opportunity, and it's not. Well, it wasn't an easy one for Saeed. She had to make a snap decision. I don't think she realised that was kind of blowing more towards her. In the end, it's only about a metre short, Rico.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, you know about it. You've been out there in the middle. Wind is very strong. I think that one she's probably thinking it's not going to carry, but the wind takes it further than what she expects. This one is going to be a wide ball. Now this is the thing I was talking about. I think some of their slower bowlers will have a bit of difficulty here because they're trying to float the ball up, but the wind will pick it up. Slower, fuller. Again, just goes down the leg side. So Chilangir, I think for me, Vinny, Chilangir, when she's bowling, that flighted delivery, similar to what we see with Saeed bowl, that's when she's at her best. When she tries to bowl the flatter ones, she tends to go down the leg side. And against some of the powerful batters, especially Ratanaika, who's in here now, she doesn't want to bowl there because Ratanaika will pick it up and send it into the bushes.
Traditionally, spinners kind of like bowling into a breeze because they can then kind of toss the ball up, get that drift. It never really arrives. This one does, and it bangs off the bat of Ratanaika, who's having some week here, isn't she? Moves to 20 in style. Cuatro carreras.
Cracking shot. She's so good off the back foot. She really, she goes back. Watch this. She's happy to wait for it. And then she's got an array of shots. She's played this one out on the offside a lot. She's very good. Sort of that straight pull. And gets a swivel on it as well when she wants to go leg side. Now up in the air. This one is going to loop over everybody. She'll take the single. Well, Mamalaga once again is happy to try and go for the second. But Ratanaika is quite happy to stay there purely because she will go back on strike. So Italy, a good positive start from them. 20. Oh, there's another ball to go. Jumping the gun.
Wow, there we go.
Jumping the gun, and it will mean there'll be another single to add to that. So she won't go back on strike. Mamalaga will. That will be the end of the over. 29 without loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, well, Rico, I know you've done a sensational job this morning. You must be getting a little bit peckish. So I've got a very special commentator coming in pretty shortly. But yeah, it wasn't a bad over at all. 8, 10 and 11. None of them are kind of out of control. And now it's going to be young Andrea Davidson-Soler to bowl the fourth. So, yeah, windy conditions, things just changing a little bit between the games. Strange, we didn't have any frost or ice this morning, which was a nice surprise. Speaking of surprises, special guest coming up, and it's my pleasure to introduce England 11 skipper and mid-wicket fielder, Kiara Green. How are you, Kiara, this morning?
Good, thank you. I thought we were going to keep that one quiet. Well, I was hoping we would, but...
Took me exactly 2 seconds. No, I'm going to say congratulations. You've been outstanding so far, you and all of your team. And yeah, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you. I'm pleased, excited actually to have a go. So
Very excited to have you here. And I'm also excited to see a variety of players come together for this tournament, something we've been looking forward to for a while. It's been in our plans for a while. It's really given us something to look forward to at the end of the season as well. Sometimes people are getting pretty tired at this stage. I think we're into week 49 of cricket. Here's Davidson Soler to get going in the 4th. Low full toss, and she does well to keep it down. So, yeah, what are your impressions of the week so far on the whole concept of the ECCW?
We're loving it. It's great. It's a real great experience. It's been quite a learning experience for us kind of as we go, figuring bits out. But no, it's good. The vibe actually between all the teams and the girls is great. So it's been really good.
Yeah, I certainly can feel that from up here. Pretty full. I like that length. Well, it'll be interesting here. Oh, I think if that hits, it's gone. Good pick up. Well, we're just talking about the mid-wicket zone, and we saw you take quite an unusual run out in the first innings. It was out by a very small margin. That would have been out as well, I think.
Yeah, it did. It seemed close. I wasn't too sure when we were out there.
But yeah, I like that length. I mean, go for that block hole. I think Ratnaik has been pretty brutal on anything short, either flat batting it or pulling it away.
Well done.
She respects this one. Yeah, so obviously something that you probably didn't realise is, number one, cricket was played in some of these countries. That might have been something that surprised you, but also you probably learned a little bit about the infrastructure and maybe the lack of it in some of these countries you're playing against.
Yeah, so I actually know 2 of the Italian girls. I'll just
wait for Andrea here. This one is short, and well, sometimes you can see the future because that was short. Ratnaik goes large. Maximo! 6 runs to Italy, and that was a booming pull shot.
It was a great shot. Got our hands right the way through that one. Yeah, so actually, I know I play at Sussex, and we've got Regina, who's obviously at Sussex, and played a little bit against Amelia. So I knew obviously a little bit about their setup, but not too much about everyone else. So it's great kind of to learn off the other girls and see what they've got.
I think the learning goes 2 ways. You know, I think obviously these players learned a lot off your team so far. This is hit up and another one. Well, this one was more pitched up and was no length is safe at the moment for the teenager Davidson Soler as Mithnara goes large again. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
She's doing well there, getting her hands right the way through it.
Yeah.
Hitting a lot straighter actually down the ground. I've noticed
got
today.
a range of shots, and to be honest, she would have to be one of the most improved players, I think, this year. I saw the Italians. We had a series, our first ever women's series, actually, at the start of the year. They beat the Dutch off the last ball, and that was, honestly, it was like they'd won the whole World Cup. 6 off the last ball to win. It was Amelia, actually, that hit it. This one just goes a little bit wide. And I think the question here is, does it bounce before or after the stumps? If it bounces after the stumps, it's just a wide. If it bounces before, it's a no ball for off the pitch. It bounces before. So I think that will be a no ball free hit to come. Not a rule that I love, by the way, because I always think it's a bit harsh. Because you already got to bowl it. Sometimes you miss the target. And now they can't even take a wicket next ball. And so Ratnaik, she will get the free hit. I think they want to have one more luck here. Yeah, here we go again. Bounces after the crease, but the rule is if it bounces off the pitch before... No, they've got that wrong. Yeah, before the stumps. Anyway, I told you I didn't like the rule. So 2 wrongs make a right for me. Let's see if Andrea can...
Oh,
there we go.
We're changing it.
Well, this is something in ECM we see sometimes. We get the umpire clothesline, and you'll get at least 1 a week. I don't know if we've got this on the replay, but young Joe, he's almost doing time here for grievous bodily harm on young Andrea Davidson Soler. It's perfect height to chop her head off. Anyway, watch that arm, Joe. Joe's a great guy, actually. Does a lot of work with juniors and schools, and yeah, he lives in the Czech Republic.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Originally from Essex. All right, this one's pitched up and sliced to over point.
Is she going to get there?
I think
She's
she
got
will.
It.
Yeah,
Come
nicely
back for
done.
2.
Yeah, so I've got to say I've really enjoyed the vibe in your camp this week. So this is the end of the over right now, 45 without loss after 4. Away from cricket, how are you enjoying being on the Costa del Sol in December?
Yeah, it's cool. It's we actually, some of the girls had a little dip in the sea the last couple of days. I have avoided it. It's been a bit too cold. But it's, yeah, we've been
It's good for you though.
It
That's
is.
what I used to tell us.
Yeah,
Ice baths.
Yeah, we're going in the pool tonight. I'll go in the pool.
Yeah.
See, I feel probably a little bit too cold.
Are ice baths still a thing at the professional level?
They are, yeah.
Because when I was playing, they made us do some ridiculous things and temperatures that then 5 years later said, oh, actually, that was too cold. That's not the optimum. And then I got told that it's not even a thing at all. And I'm like, what are you doing to me all this time?
It's more, I think probably a little bit of a personal preference. Some of them do like, oh no, she's not going in.
I actually quite liked it in a way. Maybe it was a placebo effect, but I found it quite refreshing.
There are meant to be loads of benefits to it. Like
get the lactic acid out, right? True, for recovery.
Good for your recovery.
All right, here's Uzra Saeed. She's one of my favourites in the Spanish side.
It's a good bit of flight on that one.
She bowls wrong-ins as a stock ball, so I think it can take a bit of getting used to. And I wonder if it's probably something she'd like to work on, maybe again consulting with some of the other bowlers here, is maybe be able to locate that leg spinner as well, just to put a bit more doubt in the batter's minds. But anyway, her brother Hashim Mirali is in the Spanish setup as well, from the Barcelona region.
Family affair. Oh.
Oh, dropped. Got the chance, and Ratnaika, who isn't someone you want to give a chance to, gives a life on 35. Just.
It's kind of, yeah, she hits that hard.
Yeah, kind of on the move. I mean, they stick or they don't. Now she's going to pay the ultimate price because Ratnaika doesn't hit this towards anyone. Maximo time brings up the 50 as well. And doesn't that rub it in? And one thing, I don't care what cricket it is, and we've done almost 4,000 games on the network, if you give good players chances, they can hurt you. And Uzra finds out straight away. That's
right in her slot, isn't it? She likes that area just outside. It's kind of middle and off.
Powerful hitting. It's well bowled. Yeah. And I also like the decision making there, and often you see batters go 6 and out, so they get kind of carried away and can't help themselves. But I think Ratnaika kind of, one of her downfalls has been she has often gotten out in the first half of the innings, where if she had batted all the way, she is one player that goes at a crazy strike rate. So I think she can afford to be a bit selective. I can just see that coming into her game a little bit. Well, that's a bit hard as well. And that's going to clear the ropes. Maximo says Carreras Mas. What a shot. Again, only a fraction short, but no mercy from Ratnaika.
She picks her lengths well, doesn't she? She knows if it's in a slot, it's going.
So, yeah, I'm curious to find out a little bit more about you and your background in cricket after this ball from Uzra Saeed, who is picked up, and it's a slog sweep over the fence as well. Well, this is crazy stuff right now. 29 off the analysis of Saeed. Another 6 leaves the building, 19 off the over, and it is 64 without loss after 5. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We've got Kiara Green, the England 11 skipper here. Firstly, Merry Christmas and compliments of the season. We've got our Christmas tree there. Every day something new appears. We walked in this morning and we've got a new little ornament there. But I'm curious, to tell us a little bit about your background in cricket and how did you get involved in cricket in the first place?
So my brother played when I was younger, and I was that child that just got dragged along to every match, and I actually loved it. I just kind of got involved, wanted to be part of it, and one game they were short, so I got the call up, and that was kind of my first into playing cricket, and that constantly being throwing balls in the back garden, just playing around.
Just like a quantity thing, right? And it kind of gets in your blood, right? And obviously that stuck with you, and then obviously you've taken that into your adult life. So what does your life look like now around cricket in England?
Yeah, I mean, it shapes kind of what I do a little bit. So I coach at Sussex, kind of organising the girls' pathway and coaching on the pathway, and then previously worked in a school as kind of performance manager for girls' cricket. So as cricket's getting bigger at home, it's kind of been able for me to become a bit more of a coaching career, which has been great.
Yeah, and you would have seen in real terms and close up the acceleration of women's cricket in England, and I think it's not just in England, it's around the world. I know that from all my friends in the Australian setup as well. And it is a wonderful thing to watch.
It's great, yeah.
Isn't it?
It's so good.
To have more role models, to have people like, we had Shachi in once or twice already, that cricket is her life. That's what she is doing. And a generation ago, it probably wasn't in reach.
Yeah, no, it's been great. And that's the thing, it's opened up so many opportunities for both girls and boys in the UK, but also just, she comes in.
All right, start the 6 over. Amy Brown Carrera coming on, but loses this one down the leg side. Yeah, but it must be inspiring to so many juniors. And you're right, boys and girls. And I love the concept of the 100 kind of running in parallel. You know, I love that as well.
It gets other people involved, and I think that obviously was their main aim, but it makes it a bit more accessible to everybody.
ABC,
Ooh.
as we call her sometimes. Yeah, she does get these kind of... she's an ambiguous bowler in that some swing in, some swing out. That one kind of drifts out. For me, that bounces on the pitch. And I'm just waiting to see what the signal is here. It's just going to be called a wide. But again, you look at Spain. They're a team. I know they've got plans to play a lot more matches in 2024, but Spain's quite a big country as well, so it's hard for the team to get together. This is just hit down for one. But you've got some of these teams that train but can't really ever play as a team. So Team Austria, for example, we were finding out yesterday, they have 16 women cricketers in the country. And of course, they've all got jobs, families, commitments, and so even to get them together for a training session. Also, Austria, it's not so bad at the size of the country, but it's difficult to get them together to train. And then the question is, well, if you're training, that's great, but who are you playing against?
Yeah. And I do think it is that you don't really learn until you play, and there's so many things you can develop once you're out there and kind of you understand it a bit more. So there is only so much training you can do until you have to get out there and give it a go.
I'll give you a real tangible example. Is that I see a lot of teams when they train but don't play a lot of games. They're working on their batting, obviously. Something you get coached to play a certain way, or the basic shots and strategies of batting. But you get out there, girls have never run between the wickets before.
Yeah,
and just things like that. Just fundamentals that I suppose if you do pick it up young and you're in Australia or in England or somewhere like that, it's just second nature to learn these fundamentals. So this one's Alex side. Amy just having a few control problems here. This will go to the boundary. Just sneaks past Mirrors up behind the stumps. So that'll be 5 more to the total. Yeah, but these are the things. And the only way you learn is by playing. And I actually think playing good teams shows you where you want to get to. And I just think it's a very, very positive thing to have players of the caliber of your players that you have here. And also, treating the tournament with the respect and the players with the respect it deserves. So thank you for being the ambassador of the England 11.
Thank you for having us. We said we came very we didn't really know what to expect. We hadn't obviously played T10, and so it was that we had to learn, and we kind of had to learn. The girls play quite a different style of cricket to what we play, but we had to learn from them to try and adapt to the game. So it's actually been really good to.
It's sometimes people say it's like you're playing in a real live action computer game. Well bowled by Amy Brown Carrera, and we finally have a wicket. But Naika just snuck past the 50 there, made a very good contribution, but she's going to have to go for 54. And it's Amy Brown Carrera with the first wicket for Team Spain. A big roar goes up around the ground. The home side have something to cheer about. 74 for 1.
It's really well bowled. Just held its line nicely there.
Got to say though, Methnawa Ratnaika for Italy, she's taking her game to new places, and it's great for someone like her to face a type of bowling she wouldn't normally be able to face on a regular basis and take her game to the next level. She's done that. That's really well. 5 maximos, 4 fours in there, and scoring at more than 2 a ball. Amy Brown Carrera, credit to the bowler, because she did have some control problems. They sprayed it left and right, gave up the minimo, the 5 wides, but right on target. So perhaps that's a turning point. I mean, there's 4 overs left in the innings. Kamudu Pedrick, the skipper, comes out at number 3. Last ball of the 6th will be a wide, and Amy will get another chance. Again, Amy, she surprised me actually, because I think she's only 16 years of age.
Is she?
So, certainly.
She's doing well.
Yeah,
that's good.
There's a lot of youth, a lot of diversity in this side. Also, sometimes some of the girls in the Spanish side, they've got brothers that play. That's what got them interested in the game, or it's in their family. But they might not have played a lot with a hard ball.
No, that's the thing, isn't it?
And it is quite different. And I think of one here. Good dive back from Mahamlagi. Gets her home, but it will be a dot to finish the 6th over. Not the worst over in the end from Amy Brown Carrera. 1 for 11, and it's 75 for 1 after 6. So I often think it takes a lot of courage as well. If normally when people get to televised cricket, they have played for many, many years. And so imagine going out, and for example, Maria Zamorano from Spain yesterday, she was bowling her first over in a match, and it's in a televised game. So that takes a lot of courage. I've got a lot of respect for that.
It is. It's that feeling, isn't it? Because straight away everyone's almost watching, but she bowled well. I think it's so good for them to have that exposure early on, they get used to it, and actually the more they improve, they won't really think about what's going on, and they can just execute their skills. So they kind of got the tough bit out of the way.
Yeah, that's actually true. This is Andrea Davidson-Soler. So she's also UK based. There's a funny story behind her as well and how she got involved in the Spanish setup. As she's right on target first up, and Spain have an opportunity, I think, here just to kind of put the choke on for a couple of overs if they bowl well. But it was actually one of our super fans, one of our viewers, who told the Spanish men's national coach Corey, who's normally one of our commentators, about this family. And she has a brother Alec, and obviously Andrea. They're in UK, but they qualify to play for Spain on citizenship. Wow, that's a shot and a half. It just goes and fetches it from outside the Austria Marmalagi. Well, there's not much of it, but that was a big hit. Maximo time.
Great shot. Put her hands all the way through that one.
That was timed as good as you can time a cricket ball. What a shot. Yeah, so, contacts were made, and now Andrea's here.
Here she is.
Playing for Spain.
It's great. It's so good that actually with this in place, it provides so many opportunities for people that maybe, like, it's that connection, isn't it, that you can...
Yeah. It's a good comeback, though, outside the
slower
off-stump.
ball, I think.
I think it was. But, yeah, what I was going to say was that the players that play, I mean, principally in Europe, they play in the UK or the UK-based, but not necessarily. But they provide such mentorship to their teammates. As you can see how breezy it is here at the moment. So, yeah, so having, like, you talked about Regina and Amelia for the Italian side, they provide a different perspective, a different set of experiences than some of their teammates playing regularly. And it's amazing how quickly the teammates catch up. So I just think that's a real positive thing as well.
It is that, and it's like I said before, like learning off each other. So there'll be things in this that work in the way they play, but actually having a different kind of thought process of how others might play against you, or other options that actually, if you're kind of presented with the situation, what else you might be able to do. And I think that's something we've really learnt this week, is we look to hit quite straight, but actually going square, you do get a little bit more value for money. So
yeah,
with the pace of the ball, every now and again it's easier to sit back and go square.
Yeah, interesting observation. Oh, he just missed the leg side. We called it wide. Again, anything down leg side will be called a wide unless it's between the batter and the stumps. Yeah, it's interesting what you say about, maybe not necessarily making wholesale changes for your game, but just adapting your game, I think. In the end, it is cricket. And I think you don't want to reinvent the wheel. But I think what this form of the game does, it kind of supersizes your decision making, right? And you have to make decisions quickly and analyse the game situation. Oh, that's pretty close. That's gone. And there we go. It's Andrea Davidson-Soler gets a big wicket. Great. Well, they're the trouble twins, apparently, her and Naomi. They were very quick to get together and celebrate the wicket, but she gets it full. She gets it straight. She gets the Italian captain, Pedrick, for a duck. It's 83 for 2. Seemed like a good call to me. I mean, yes, she's a bit forward. And so you can maybe make a case it might have been slipping down the leg side, but the umpire's in the best position there.
Yes.
And I think in the end,
she's getting a little bit of shape, but I mean,
Pedrick messes a straight one. Yeah. And God gives you a bat, so I suppose you need to use it. Pedrick doesn't here in match 14. She has to step aside. 83 for 2, but all credit to the bowler.
Yeah. Amelia Bartram is in.
Yeah, and probably not a bad player to come in with 3.1 overs remaining. I thought we were going to see history repeat last night against the Dutch. I don't know how much of that game you caught, but there was only 2 runs in it, 108 to 106, and it was Amelia Bartram and Regina Sideze who were at the crease, and it was weird how much it had in common with the game back earlier in the year, where Italy hit a 6 off the last ball to win. Right now, she's going to start by getting her iron with a 6. Well, that's a boomer from Amelia. Maximo to finish the 7th over, 89 for 2. And what a way to see your first ball. And that is something that in ECN cricket we see more often than you would believe.
It's great, a great shot. Put her hands through. I did wonder, they'd set a field, quite a leg side field, because we'd been watching, and Amelia does go a little bit leg side, and I was thinking that's a good shot, and she's just straight down the ground.
Cracking shot. I mean, you couldn't start better
no
than that.
No one's stopping that.
Have a look at this, and again, some people that might be watching this for the first time don't realise that we are very active. So this is actually our 2024 calendar as it stands right now. We start on the 17th of January. I think the ECCW final is meant to be the 20th of December next year. So that's 49 weeks of cricket. We're all around. We also have the marquee tournaments here that are shaded. That's at the Cardamar Oval. Well, I think this is going to be a wicket, and we'll have to check this out on the replay. But they have brought in Chilungia, and that looked like just a mistimed sweep from Maha Malagi. And Mirza cleans up behind the stump. You see that top edge. Actually, it's a great catch because she had a few obstacles to get around the stumps and the batter. And Mirza,
diving forward.
Great job. And she was determined to get under that. Looks around, said, what were you doing there? It won't be a problem because Maha Malagi won't be there anymore. A bit of action out there in the middle.
Great work from the keeper. She's done so well there to get her way through between the stumps, between the batter, and then hold on to that catch as she lands.
Not a bad knock though from Maha Malagi. Played a booming shot over the leg side for a 6, but she has to go for 14, and the score is 89 for 3. This will bring Anne Watakula-Saria to the crease. But that was a really good heads-up play from the keeper. It can be awkward to know where those have gone. Often the batter blocks your line of sight as well. That was my position when I used to play. Watakula-Saria likes to hit. Doesn't waste too much time with a big swing. But Chilungia, good start to this 8th over for Spain.
Really well. That's the thing, especially when you've got your helmet on, trying to look up when the ball goes above your eye line. It's a bit of a difficult one to pick, so she's done really well.
Definitely. It's something we talk about quite a lot, actually. Chilungia in again, left arm orthodox.
Yeah. Straight back to the ball, and she's got it.
Wow, I think she has. Well, I want to check this one out again. And Watakula-Saria does hit it okay, but Chilungia is in the way. Let's check it out on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Again, she's ready for the opportunity. Was there a little juggle here? Maybe a tiny one. But no, it was just more about expressing that emotion. Team Espana fighting back here in the second half of the innings.
Great celebration as well. She's pleased she's held on to that one.
So Chilungia was a bit of a difference makeup yesterday and today as well. Disappointment for Anne, who gets her opportunity, but just whacks it back to the bowler. That's Derek, by the way. Derek is part of the furniture here at the European Cricket Network. But batters do not like being followed by Derek back to the pavilion.
I have seen him pop up every now and again when we often go back to the hotel, and a few of us do watch the games back just to see.
And so actually, there's the Derek family because we've got the Derek, the golden Derek.
The golden, yeah.
There's even the diamond Derek, which you see when you run out without facing a ball. All right, Dalawata gets a hit on a hat trick. On a fake hat trick because there's a dot in between. But I'll tell you what, once again we see a batter come out and hit a 6 first ball. This time it's Dalawata, and well, we've talked about the standard of fielding off the field. It has been subpar, no doubt about it. And, well, there you go. At least he gets hands to it.
Away.
What a shot, though. Of course, I forgot momentarily that there was a dot in between there. Yeah, so we've also now got the Royal Derek, which is when you get out first ball of the innings.
Okay.
Someone wrote in with that. And there is a Derek, which is a bit of history. Derek the Duck history. On Friday, there will be a new Derek. Oh, bold. Oh. I think that's off the bat, so that'll probably be difficult to get the decision. But anyway, what a good over that was from Chilungia. In fact, she might even have one to go. Yeah, so it's gone wicket, dot, wicket, 6-1. She's going to go over the wicket to Bartram. So this is a good contest, but it'll only last one ball here.
Fielder moving round.
Got some questions for you, by the way. Just scanning my eyes back to the chat. Just trying to set this field. Looking at this, I see 6 outfielders right now. So they're going to have to put one more in the circle here. And who was that? It was Naomi. Naomi's getting her steps in. She was in the circle, went back, has to come straight back up again. Again, Naomi is a UK-based player.
I think, yeah. I've heard. I think she plays for one of the clubs at Hampshire way. So there's a couple of girls I do recognise every now and again when you come across them.
Yeah, that's great.
So it's great to see them out here. And
connecting people. That's wonderful. That'll be 2 to finish the over.
Ball.
Oh, no ball. Oh, this was for.
Must be from.
Doesn't seem like someone that would bowl one. I thought we sorted the field out, so it can't mean that. Maybe it was a front foot. Who knows? Anyway, thought we were out of the over. We're not. Question, I'll give you one ball's advance notice saying, what's the most memorable moment you've experienced in your ECN journey so far? So I suppose from this week. I've got the one I think it would be, but I don't want to speak for you. Last ball of the over. All right, now Bartram goes down. And it will be fielded well over there. I mean, she does really get down here, but Bartram's knee-high to a grasshopper, so her waist is pretty low. Let's have a look at what it says for height, hopefully.
She's come at it a little bit.
I think that's okay, because if you take that trajectory back to the crease, it'll be under the waist. So that will be just one to finish the over, and it brings up the 100 for Italy, 100 for 4. So go on, your most memorable moment of your ECN journey so far.
I actually think it's our first game out there. Well, our win off the first game, because it was for a team that hadn't played together before. It was actually such a great experience out there with the girls. Like, it felt like a proper team. We'd kind of only come together the day before and met at the airport, and to have that kind of team performance and that team bond straight away to get that first win was just such a great feeling. And
you definitely feel the vibe in your team. Yeah, and that's the one thing that struck me, even just watching from a distance, feeling like there was this cohesion, there was this sense of pride, I'm sure. I mean, is it the first time you've pulled an England shirt on, for example?
It is, yeah. So
that's got to be a special feeling.
Yeah, it's a real honour, I think. Like all the girls, that was a big thing we said. It's a real honour to be out here and actually have that opportunity. And she comes.
All right, here we go. Naomi comes back for over number 8, 100
Great
on the
start.
board. Got some more questions. I'm going to burn through them. By the way, I thought you were going to say your one-handed catch. But
No.
that's a very stately, captain-like answer. So I can see why you've got the job there. You're doing a fantastic job. Just wait for this ball. A little bit short from Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, but Bartram can't time it up. So what else? While I'm here, Lachlan Carr's asking for a shout-out, saying that his son loves Maximo. We're from Footscray in Melbourne, Victoria. Go you mighty dogs. That's an Australian football reference. Well, nice to see you can afford the internet if you're living in Footscray. Anyway, this is actually pretty well stopped.
Got enough on that.
Yeah. And, well, you know what? We're going to have a run out here potentially. Well, this is almost disastrous, and the bail blows off. This is very, very ECN. So, let's just go. Firstly, I mean, you saw what happened. It got knocked down. But you have a look at number 27, Dalawata. Assumes that's 4. She taps it and is ready to walk back. And then Amelia, luckily Amelia was watching there. That's why you got to watch your partner. Meanwhile, the bail blew off. That was a disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, hello Lachlan, and I'm glad that we've got your support. And I'm just joking about that Footscray crap. I know that Boxing Day Test coming up in Melbourne, which is always a big day on the calendar in Australia and world cricket, really. Australia taking on Pakistan over there. Okay, questions for you. By the way, that question was from Suraj, who's in Austria. So thank you for answering it. Kevin, watching from the UK, has a question asking, when does the pre-season start and how has this helped with your cricket playing in December? Or has it helped?
So normally kind of a lot of the girls would have been back from about October time. So those that are kind of on academies or with pay-as-you-play contracts. We've had a little bit of stuff at county, but not a huge amount in terms of women's cricket. Pre-season outdoors is a bit more kind of March, April time. It's still very cold.
Yeah.
But so we tend to get outside.
Had a good grounding here then. Yesterday morning.
Warming us up. Let her.
Last ball the over for him and Bermejo. It's a bit short, flat batted. Should be handled out there, and it is. Well fielded by Mamuna Riaz. That'll be the end of 9, 103 for 4.
So yeah, we've got a lot of the girls already in training, but this has been a great opportunity actually to kind of, it's almost a bit of a halt in training, or in terms of what you've worked on so far probably isn't necessarily this kind of style cricket. So it's
exactly.
Come out and kind of show us what you've got, have that intent, and so it's, I think, actually given them a bit of an opportunity to learn a few more skills and actually showcase and have that freedom to know that there's so much talent in it, and they actually they can do it. So it's been great actually. I think a lot of the girls will go back with quite a lot of confidence of their options and how adaptable they are to different situations.
It's like a boot camp, really.
Yeah.
You get a lot of matches really quickly, and that's why I think for a team like Spain, for example, they're going to play 8 matches this week at least. So considering that they wouldn't have played 8 matches this year, I'm guessing.
That's
The
mad,
fact they
isn't
can do it so quickly, and also it means when you're training, you've got something like this to look forward to. It really gives you that
extra
that
boost.
reason. It gives you the why, doesn't it? Here's Amy Brown Carrera, over number 10, but loses it down leg side. It's been a bit of a problem for her today. I mean, that kind of answers John Gray's question as well. His question for you is, what's the hardest bit about adapting to T10 cricket? How about for you?
I think actually the first day was a little bit, I just couldn't quite get my footing in terms of not slipping, just because it's such a flat surface, and every now and again I think grass is a bit more, you get a bit more feeling, particularly under your spikes. Oh, she's put her hands through there.
Yeah, she
Out
has.
towards mid-wicket.
That's what will
Good
make
pick
the
up.
stop. Amelia wants
Amelia
two.
wants the two.
But I think Delawata has more confidence in Bartram's batting and says, okay, why don't you face the next one? Yeah, interesting that. I think for batting, I think it's not too much of a problem. In fact, it might be easier going from turf cricket to artificial cricket because it's just such a consistent bounce.
Yeah, you can trust it.
You can trust it. But I do think for bowlers, it can be a bit of a complication because normally using your spikes, particularly for the quick bowlers, but also I guess for the spinners. And it's just a different feel. And some bowlers adapt well than others. Also, so sometimes you've got early morning dew or these things where it can be a bit of a hassle. Every bowler wants to run in 120% all the time, at least if they're a pacer. Oh, this one gets past the keeper. Don't know if Mears gets a little
bit enough on it. Yeah,
a
she's
little
got
bit of a
something
finger on it. Maybe 3 wides coming up, 3 more to the total. Good running. So yeah, thanks so much for all the questions. And yeah, if you'd like to stick around, would you like to stick around for the second innings with me?
Yeah, why not? It's been good fun.
Yeah, you've got nothing else to do at the moment, right? You've got the first and the last game today. How do the girls like to pass the time then if you're around the ground and you're not playing? Because there's different teams do different things.
We actually were just making the most of the sun on our first
Seen a bit of sunbathing, I'm not going to lie to you.
A few of the girls just turning the chairs so they could hear the TV. And
this is hit pretty hard by Bartram. I wonder if they'll think of 2 at this stage. They decide 1's enough. Yeah, I have seen that. I've seen some fairly, let's put it this way, inactive team members of yours.
Yeah, I think I probably was one of them at one point.
The siesta is a very Spanish thing.
Exactly.
That's absolutely fine.
We're just getting into the culture.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, still 4 to come in this innings. Oh, gets a little edge on this.
That might run away. Oh, no, she's got there. She's made good ground.
Again, they'll only get
Good
1. So that's good fielding, good chase there. What else? The Dutch men's team, because I think it's quite clever, they leave like the coach and the manager to watch the cricket and do all those things because they don't want to burn them out mentally. So they play some sort of strange game in a tent where they don't even watch it. It's some sort of card game. I still don't really understand it. It's like where one person's the murderer or something, right? It's amazing. And that's well bowled by Amy Brown-Carrera. I don't think she minds bowling to left-handed because she does kind of prefer bowling that side of the wicket, I think. So different teams have different strategies. I know that when I played indoor cricket at a high level and they're 2-hour time slots, and so I used to hate in between the games sticking around the ground. I like to go and try and switch off so that you can put your mental energy where you need it. Short and sharp. All right, this is in the air and not quite reeled in. And should be disappointed with that. It only cost him 1 run in the end, and it's a pretty awkward part of the ground to field at this time of day. And I think some of your teammates will know all about that.
We
you
had
can
one
see it's looking straight into the sun there. It's a shame. Amy Brown-Carrera might have had a second. Maria Zamorano not able to take the catch, but she did save a run earlier in the over. Last ball coming up and lifted up in the air. Again, this won't go to the fence. Might as well go for 2 at this stage. Wow.
Oh, no.
Well, this is a bit of an experience. Well, Bartram scrambles to save her average. She'll do that in the end, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, this is a bit of an experience, I think. I mean, Delawata needed to know that's the last ball, so you just got to keep running. In the end, I think she just gets home.
Just home, I think.
But yeah, I think they probably would have gotten 2 if they'd gone for it. Now, whether it cost them or not, I doubt it. In the scheme of things. Good keeping. I like Mirza. I mean, she hasn't played many games, but did well to get across there. I think Bartram just beats the throw. Yep. I think so. So, I mean, it won't affect the score. And they're going to finish at 112 for 4. And, final question before we go to the highlights. Jules is asking, do the England 11 have a central base for training? And my guess is
no.
Because you only met the day before this
we haven't trained at all. Yeah, so they're, I think that in terms of what the men do at the NCCA, they do have some set training, and I think that's what we're looking to kind of keep going with in terms of building that connection and having the opportunity to the girls to have that too. So potentially it may be somewhere central within the UK that they might try and base and have a couple of training sessions. I'm not quite sure how it will work.
Well, you never know. Next year, if you're back, and hopefully you are back, then perhaps you'll have a bit more time to prepare. Why don't we go back and have a look at the highlights of this one. Well, it's great to see the Spanish flag flying high here at the ECCW. Joe and Stefan They're one of the better looking umpiring crews that we've had here on ECN. They like working together. We like doing what we're doing, and it's great to have Equipo Rojo almost blown over though, because the wind was out, wasn't it? And it did kind of affect things. Everything was blowing everywhere. They said the flag was flying. It was almost flying away. But I think Naomi Hillman-Bameko, she is such a good young talent. She only concedes 11 off her 2 overs, and really didn't give too much away at all. Probably the running between the wickets was a bit hairy sometimes for the Azuri. But I think you look at the opener, Methnara Ratnayaka, I mean, she really brought the power, didn't she? Continued her good form with the half century. And so, with the wind picking up, it was a few gone with the wind, wasn't it? And then there was this kind of blow of like 3 or 4 sixes on the spin. They actually took it to a half century so quickly that we didn't notice until just afterwards. And that's very ECN cricket. But also, Chiara, you've got to give some credit to the Spanish team, because, yeah, they had to withstand this assault. And Methnara had a very good innings. She was going at over 2 a ball and kind of using that wind very, very well. I think she picked her areas. But no, they needed a turning point. Ultimately, they would get it when they got the wicket of Ratnayaka, who just swung around that one. And then we actually saw Spain doing well to pull it back a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, I think they set their fields really well. It was quite an exciting phase of the game. It was almost as if 1 brought 2, and kind of the energy lifted and they built that up. So it was great to see how it all unfolds and what one wicket can really do.
Yeah, and that brought the next one, Pedrick. It was a ball that, could certainly make a case for it hitting the stumps. And you can see how excited they were. So there were some good points in there. I mean, one thing though, the Italians, it's a skill to come out and hit a 6 your first ball. To have players that can do that. Bartram does it, Dalawata does it. But I got to say, the effort was maintained there. You know very well the Spanish team kept you guys to under 100, which was quite an incredible effort, and they did it, I think, originally by just putting the ball in the right place. I think they did it more often than not. That was quite a substantial blow. But Italy, they're in the box seat here, 112 for 4. But Spain certainly not disgracing themselves here, and just felt at the end that Italy were trying to go up a gear, but the bowling didn't allow them to do that. In fact, we didn't see a boundary in the last 15 balls of the innings, 3 off the 9th and 9 off the 10th. So a pretty good finish.
It was a really good finish from Spain, yeah. So it was actually interesting just to see how they, like you said, ran between the wickets and that energy that they had. Yeah,
for sure. As we look back at the scorecard, Methnara Ratnayaka, like I said, continues her rich vein of form here in the first ever ECCW, 54 off 26, with 5 booming 6s and 4 4s. Support from Mahamalagi with 14, 12 not out for Bartram, and Dalawata 11 at the end. A couple of Derricks in there, so he had a bit of work to do. Probably the extras is one thing that Spain did well yesterday. Let themselves a bit down with that yesterday. Today, I should say, with 19 wides and no ball in there, so kind of inflating the score a bit from that point of view. But as far as the bowling went, I think Naomi Hillman-Bameko didn't take a wicket, but for me, she was the best of the bowlers. She took none for 11 off her 2 overs. 2 wickets to Chilangia, who did a pretty good job with their left arm spin. The youngster, Andrea Davidson-Soler, 1 for 30, and Amy Brown-Carrera, 1 for 20. So, look, it's going to be a tough one for Spain, no doubt, considering their batting has been a little bit of an Achilles heel. But what I will say is, well, that score 112 means if they could get to 79, they could get a point out of the game. So that's kind of a secondary target. So we'll see how that goes. Cara, would you like to say for the second innings?
Yeah, I'll be here, second innings.
I was hoping you'd say yes. Well, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Chiara Green, the English 11 skipper. If you do have any questions, put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We'll be back after a short break with more ECCW.
The Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. The umpires are making their way out into the middle, and you've got to say that Spain once again they're going to have a bit of a run chase on here. I think the question that everybody is asking is, can they change it up slightly to get some bigger hitters in? Well, it's great that we've got Kiara Green here. Kiara, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think this could be quite an interesting game. I think Spain came out yesterday. They've got good intent. So I think if the ball's in the right areas, they will look to hit the ball and clear the boundaries. And as long as they're hitting into the wind, they will get value for their shots. So fingers crossed. They've got.
Yeah, we see from that graphic there, 113 of course is there for a win. But I think Spain really, when you think the way they've been batting, if they can get to that 78, get something out of this game. And of course, you're going out there, like all teams will, to be looking for the win. But I think in all fairness, Spain will know that maybe this score that's been put on, thanks to a great half century for Rathnaica again, smashing the ball big, including 5 big sixes, that it's maybe beyond them. So if they don't get a big start, I think what they need to be saying, having 2 targets in their mind. Obviously the win, but once you find that that's not going to happen, then go, of course, for that 72. Try to get something from this, because I think it could all come down to the contest that they have with Austria tomorrow. That could be the big match. One of the things that we were talking about just off here, and it was great to have your thought on it, maybe you can share with the viewers, but one of the things I was saying with the Spanish team is, though they've got the techniques and they seem to have the skills of the batting, what they haven't been able to do is get the big shots in. I mean, and we were talking about what sort of things you could do and how you can practice that. Now, how would you go about that when you see players that got the skills, the technique, but just need to work on that strength?
I think it's, one is having that confidence kind of to pick your hands up and actually get your hands through the ball. We've kind of felt a bit that we need to back ourselves a bit more to do that.
Bartram will be bowling the first, and it's going to be down the leg side. Interesting to see Bartram. I was talking about this before when I've seen Bartram bowl. I think that I'd much rather prefer coming over the wicket. I think she'd get some good genuine movement away. She leaves herself a lot to do coming around the wicket.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? We wondered if actually she did it early on because of the footing, and it was a lot of the girls said it was a bit grippier on that side, but she does seem to favour this side a little bit. Yeah,
it does. When she gets it right, though, she does angle it in quite nicely. And this time again, that's what I mean there. So not a bad length delivery, but because she's coming around the wicket, those are the ones that, especially if you're pretty strong there on the leg side, you use that to your advantage. And, well, one batter, especially on the Spanish side, that everybody's been quite amazed about is Naomi. Hasn't she been good?
She's been great. It was so good to see yesterday, actually, kind of the way she was almost, it made us really think when we were bowling against her, when she kind of started to look to ramp us and hit us behind square, and it does make you think of those options that people have and where they do. And that links them to what we were saying, actually, knowing your strengths, and if you're good at it, just back yourself to play them. Yeah,
and she executed those reverse shots really nicely. I think up there on our social media, and this is a good sign. They've gone with the Amy Brown Carrera out there, who also I think is turning out to be an outstanding all-rounder, bowled very well. We've seen her take some good catches in the outfield, and she was good with the ball again here today. So just changing it up slightly, and that's a good sign. They're getting that rotation pretty quickly. So the key thing is not too many top balls. Bartram.
Bottom edge on that. Oh, great stop.
Yeah, excellent bit of fielding, and turns and throws blindly. I think that's one of those, if you get that throw in towards the stumps really quickly, you could have a run out opportunity. But yeah, look at that. What a one-handed grab there. I think that's young Pasindi, who I've been very, very impressed with as well. Yeah, we were talking a bit about Naomi in the knocks that she's had 165 runs started today. She was right up there as the second highest run scorer behind Iris Zwilling, who's past the 200 mark, 286. Yeah, good areas again. Think about the run, but this time Naomi puts out the stop sign and says stay there.
I've actually been really impressed with the Italian fielding. They seem to move quite well, and just the way they've. I mean, I think they did put down a few chances yesterday. We did exactly the same, but as a whole, they've kind of pretty much taken every chance they had when the games we've been able to watch.
Yeah, it's one thing I know Vinny's seen a fair bit of the Italian national team, and I saw them a couple of years ago when they played a T20 event at the Roma Cricket Ground. But yeah, I mean, the improvement in them is vast. You know, probably, Vinny says as well, probably the most improved team. But I think this is what we're going to see now, and the more cricket that we see, the more cricket that the women play, especially when they're going to be playing against opposition similar to them, and also opposition that are maybe just that one tier above them in terms of skill and knowledge, they will improve themselves. And I think we're going to see with the start of this that the cricket, especially the women's cricket, is going to come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, that's the more that we were saying, the more they're able to play and the more you're able to get out there, you learn so much while you're out there, and that's we've learned loads in a couple of days just trying to develop and adapt to the different situations. But that's the thing, you can only train so much until you've got to get out there. You've got to learn kind of on the job, because it is different. It's out there, it's a different pressure, it's a different environment, and you're a bit more on your own. But it's been so good to kind of be out there involved in it and kind of watch how the other girls hit different areas of the ground and play different shots, and how it kind of affects your game of what you're doing as a bowler and as a fielding unit. So it's really interesting. Like we were saying with Naomi, I wonder if she'll look to go to that kind of behind square option again today, because she got good value for what she
I think she will. We saw there 363 is the number now with the number of matches without a golden ball. One thing I found about Naomi, because I've seen her obviously outside of when she's been out there in the middle, but she does have super confidence and belief in herself as a player. And I think the more each time she's gone out there, the more confidence she's got. So I think when the field is set in such a way where she's able to play the scoop or the reverse, I think she will.
Yeah, this is the thing. She executed it well, and at the moment, if you look at their field, they actually haven't got anyone behind square, so she might have that as an option, as get herself a boundary in the second over. Yeah, well,
Mamalage coming on the bowl. Bowl's very similar to what we've seen from Uswa Saeed and Chilalingai. Just gets the ball floated up there, concentrating on keeping it outside the off. That's Kamadu, who does the fielding. Kamadu Pedrick, the captain of Italia. Now, one thing, I mean, talking about captaincy, I mean, talk to me a little bit about yourself. Captaining the team that you have, because of course a lot of the players have come from different parts of the UK, and going for the stumping opportunity is definitely a wide ball. Well, we might have a side on look at this, but how is it when you've got players coming in and you come in here, you probably haven't, from what I heard, let's have a look at this. Just gets back. Just back. Good work there behind the stumps though. It's nicely done by, see a different keeper here. It's Jaya Manage. Good work from Mishra. More on that after this delivery. Goes for the big shot, and this time I'm going to go. Talk us through this one.
She got great hands there, didn't she? As Naomi comes down, and she stayed still there, like really well behind the stumps, took the ball. It was good way to keep him behind the stumps.
Yeah, second time, I think yesterday when we saw Naomi fall, it was a stumping as well. So she backs us up, but just that little bit of movement away, wasn't there? Gets a bit of movement away, misses out on it, and that's a big moment, because that's a wicket that you want to get. Now, this is going to be interesting now for me to see how Spain go about the innings now without Naomi. Up until this point, I think every innings and every match that Spain have played, Naomi's always got 20 plus. So I think a higher score was against Austria, 44. It'll be interesting to see who can now stand up and deliver those valuable runs. Remember, they still will be looking to try and get something out of this match.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who kind of now takes that lead and is able to go out there and put on a score.
Yeah,
and it is that it only takes kind of a 20-30 from a couple of players and you're on a roll. So it's be interesting if these two can work in a partnership to try and get that scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, Mamalage. This one just drifted. Now, this was one of the issues that I think Spain had yesterday. We see good technique, so watching the ball well, playing nice shots, and even they'll push the ball out in the offside, but you can see the field is so tight, it's going to be very difficult for them to get runs unless they play some attacking shots. And Mamalage just tosses this one up. It's a big swing, but, well, it's going to be nothing from that one, and just like that, that's going to be a cracking over. Exactly what they needed, wicket maiden.
That's the thing, like you say, it's difficult if you play quite defensively in this, even it's difficult to kind of get off the mark when they've got such a ring-based field. So it's almost, you want them to like kind of swing their hands at it, and even if you get a bit of an edge, it's the angles here where the ground's a little bit smaller, you do get a bit more, it runs away to the boundary, and actually that can just start kind of put thoughts in the bowler's mind of where they want to put it. They might look to bowl a different area, and it might then allow or play into their kind of scoring options or where they'd rather hit the ball. So it's yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they kind of went with a bit more of an attacking approach, how Italy would go about it.
Yeah, and this is what I think, if you're the coaching staff there, so if you're Shabazz and Newbrook, this is where now you're sort of saying to the players, all right, if we're in this situation in that match against Austria, you know, maybe you're chasing the score of, let's say you're needing 60. Okay, how do you get there? Can you get there? Just to see once again some of the wind issues there with the bales. May even have to do away with them, I think, if they keep blowing off. Anyway, it's going to be Bartram to continue. So the question I was putting to you, so you're captain of a side, most of the players you don't know, you get together for a tournament, you don't know most of what players can do, bat, bowl, how, where. How do you get around that? That must be a bit of a nightmare.
It's been okay in terms of, so we had to fill out a bit of a form when we arrived, and it was, you put in your discipline, kind of what you see yourself as, and then on the first day when we arrived, Beth and I tried to meet with all the girls to just kind of have a chat with them and gauge what their feelings were and what they were kind of, they'd see their role generally as. Good delivery. That's nicely played straight down the ground there by Carrera. Out there now with Saeed, hopefully trying to get a bit of a partnership going. Okay, so yeah, it is a bit of trial and error. We've tried to mix things around because obviously we don't know what our kind of best kind of performance would look like in terms of kind of who's best batting where, what we'd like, kind of our bowling, how we put it together. So we've tried to mix things up in terms of giving everyone a bit of a go in different positions. One, to kind of, I think some of the girls to see how adaptable we can be, but also actually to try and work out what kind of our best options would be to put in our best performance. So we've tried to mix it all around, and but we've been really lucky actually. They do just kind of get on with it. And
well, everybody's gelled. This one just gets away for the keeper. Well, this could be valuable runs.
That could be 4. That's good.
Yeah, it goes all the way. This will be a minimal, as we call on the European Cricket Network. I think maybe just checking to see if there's any contact here. So the umpire's just saying, hang on a minute, it's a pre-signal. I think we want to know if there's, I wonder what they're discussing here. Definitely down the leg side. I didn't see any sort of contact here at all. So let's see if we can see this again. So they're on the walkie-talkies here. So it's, I think, while they're checking that there's anything on this.
Shouldn't play at it.
Doesn't play at it, so there's got to be just a wide ball, surely. Still no signal from, don't see any signal at all unless I've missed it. So this is quite a strange one, really. I think it looks like they're waiting for some confirmation. But what I will say is this, so taking on board that you just told me, but when you've been on the field of play, you would think that you've been playing as a team for a while because you've gelled so well. The sort of the energy is there, the buzz, the passion, and you're all smiling. You're enjoying what you're doing. So, you know, credit to you and the whole team. I mean, you look like a unit.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that actually. We have been really lucky. I think there's quite a mix of characters within the team, but it seems kind of everyone just bounces off each other, and they've come together really well. And it does feel when you're out there like you feel like you're part of a team. It's quite a supportive environment. So the girls have been great, and no, they've been actually a pleasure to captain because I was a little bit worried of how I'd go about it, but it just kind of seems to have flowed and worked. So it's
but it's also, I mean, it's flowed and it's worked really well, but also it's created a little bit of a nightmare for you, I reckon, because the bowlers that you've used have all performed. The openers that you've used, so you've had a couple of opening partnerships, they've all clicked, for example, in the last match. So a bit of a headache, really, isn't it?
A bit of a nice headache to have.
A nice one to have.
It's it's going to be tricky though. Obviously, we're kind of working at the minute on a rotation basis, but it is going to be tricky to then pick an 11 because, as you say, so many of the girls have really performed. Are they taking the bet? No.
Yeah, it looks like the bails. Yeah, the bails have come off. So now, I think makes sense. I think if these bails keep dropping off, might as well have them off for the remainder of the innings. I think that's what the umpires were just explaining there to to Pedrick, the
Well, that's
the
swap.
captain. Yeah, that has moved a lot. So well bowled. So Bartram though, what about her coming in and just smashing her first ball for 6? That's probably right up there. It's probably one of the shots of the day as well.
That was a great shot. She, hands straight through the ball. I was saying it was interesting. They kind of set their field really well to actually what I'd say her strength is, and then she just hit it straight down the ground. So.
Well, this is worth an appeal for me, and it's going to be
Yeah.
out. Yeah, I must admit, when I see the delivery, it's pretty full. I think it does, once again, move a little, but I don't think it's moving enough to miss the stumps. We get a chance to look at this again. Obviously, this is a look that the umpire doesn't get, but I reckon that this is probably a pretty straightforward decision. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. What do you reckon?
Pretty much hits her straight in front, doesn't it? It's a nice delivery, full pitched. She just plays across the line.
Yeah, that's going to be gone, so that's going to be another wicket that goes. So not too much to cheer about here at the moment for Spain. The question was that we were asking is what would they be able to do with the likes of somebody Naomi, who's been so consistent for them out there in the middle. And well, that's the answer to your question there. Unfortunately, Amy Brown Carrera going for 1 of 8 deliveries, and Saeed hasn't had too much of the strike, just 2 balls, but not got off the mark so far. So some concerns in the camp there at the moment. See what sort of scores they can put on the board. So which part of the UK are you from then?
I'm from Sussex, so down south in Brighton.
Okay, Brighton, near Hove.
Yeah. Not too far from the cricket ground. So.
Yeah, many moons ago, used to do a few tours up that way. Lovely ground at Brighton and Hove.
Ooh.
So this is going to be it's another. I think this hits this. Now there's no bails, remember, so we're not going to see any bails flying around. But I think this is chopped onto the stumps, and it looks like it will be 2 in 2. So yeah, we'll get a chance to see this. We might have to. We'll see it full on, and maybe if we can get a side view of this as well, but definitely, yeah, onto the stumps, and that will be and that's why I think it was very good there that the umpires took the opportunity when the bails were taken off to speak to the captains, both captains I think, and just say, right, okay, no bail, so if the ball hits the stumps it will be out, because we don't want any smart Alex saying but the bails didn't come off. So an opportunity now here for a hat-trick. This is the Hall of Fame for the hat-trick, so you can see that we have had a hat-trick. Regina's had one, as we all remember. That was quite a famous one. So will we have another lady on the Hall of Fame for the hat-tricks? So let's wait and see. Because Bartram, field's in. They sense it. They want this. The Azzurri, they want a hat-trick here. Bartram comes in. It's a good delivery. Probably just outside the leg.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, almost. Well, that's the perfect ball to bowl. It's been a terrific over. And it comes to an end with this delivery. Looking for the hat-trick, Bartram. And you can see what she's trying to do. I could see the seam on that ball beautifully. She wants it to come back in. It just doesn't. Starts to come a little bit late, but on impact, it's outside the leg sticks and won't be out. 11 for 3 after 3 overs. So Sussex, yeah. Mind you, I suppose you are close to the coast there in Brighton, in Sussex, but not quite the same as here temperature-wise, is it?
No, it's a little bit chilly. It's I think it's been quite rainy and miserable at home actually, so it's been nice to get out here with a bit of sunshine. But yeah, no, by the coast, so we've got a few of us are quite used to being by the sea, which has been nice. So a few of the girls I was saying earlier went for a little dip in the sea last night.
Well, I mean, you girls are brave, because when I turned up here yesterday, and I know I was here a bit later than the team, you were out there fielding. And it was frosty. It was literally frosty. You can confirm that. There was frost on the ground. And you're out there, some of you out there in your shorts, and I'm thinking, it's just nuts. It was cold. It was about 3 degrees.
It was chilly, yeah. I think it's just a habit, I think, more than anything. And it's once you get moving, it isn't too bad, but it was cold. Your hands were cold. You definitely felt that ball slapping against your fingers this morning.
Okay, now the question, which probably a lot of people may be thinking, and I'm going to ask it. So here it's the Euros of women's cricket, and I think long overdue, because I think sport in general has really grown in terms of participation from women's coming into the game. I mean, of course, football, you can just see how far football has come. Some of the other sports here in Spain, the likes of handball is huge. But cricket, women's cricket in Europe, what's your feeling? How are you feeling right now, and to being part of this, the first ever Euros of cricket?
I think it's at a really positive stage. There's obviously like the setup here is amazing, and actually we've all been not surprised, but like we've been quite taken back by it, because actually everything's so well organised. It is like there's a structure to everything, and like the standard of the girls, obviously the teams are quite different stages, but actually with the youth in their teams, they've got so many opportunities to kind of now push on and develop their country. So as things get better and opportunities become greater, I think actually they're in such a positive position to really develop their teams, with maybe making a difference to a lot of the other young girls within the country. So they've got that kind of, it's now a thing, isn't it, that they've got someone to kind of look up to and aspire to. So, and I think that's all it takes. It's having the awareness and kind of creating that exposure for the girls so that others can see and others can kind of learn from them.
Very much so. I go back to, say, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, when we started this, of course, with the men's. So we had that very first ECO 19, that was at La Manga, Spain. And then from that, of course, the European Cricket Championships developed, which is the Euros of cricket, you know, the men's version, the Champions League of cricket, the ECL. And what came across to me as I've travelled around is, whereas before in cricket, especially in Europe, there was, for a lot of the youngsters and, you know, boys, and now, of course, now with girls as well. This is going to be a disaster. Oh dear, both on the wrong wavelength in terms of the walkie-talkie, and that's going to be a silly run out. It's the last thing that they needed here, really. It's just a communication failure. Just have a look at this. So you can see the striker wants it. It's her call, really, but the non-striker doesn't move. There's no communication. They're talking about it now, but it's too late, and nobody wants to see that. And that's going to be it. Well, that's Saeed. That's going to have to go. Not for the first time, I think, that she finds herself a run out. Well, you don't want to run out Rambo. Rambo, of course, with the headband and the face paint. So you've got a feel for a talented player, but, well, she's going to be run out with just 1 or 4 deliveries. Yeah, so going back to what I was talking about, as we see the unfortunate side make her way back, what I've seen in Europe from the guys and from the ladies that start to play is, now they can see a structure. Now they can see that if they do play and they practice and they look after, you know, health, fitness, play good cricket, there is somewhere they can get to. They can achieve something. So if you play for a club and your club performing well in the domestic scene, you can get to the ECL, and you're here at the Karama Oval. The world is watching, and cricket is thriving. And if you continue to play well, there's the opportunity for you to represent and play for your country. I think that's huge. And where I think it really has gelled well together is when I go back to the very first Euros of cricket, when you had the likes of Spain, the Belgiums, the Germanys playing up against the likes of the Netherlands and England. Those smaller nations learnt so much from the bigger teams, you know, and the little things like running in between the wickets, field placements, batting styles and techniques. And I think the same thing will happen with this with the Euros and women's cricket. So I think in a year or 2 years to come, you know, teams that may be struggling, teams that are, you know, you could say a bit of a walkover at the moment, they'll be coming back and fighting and you know, creating some difficult challenges for the likes of, you know, yourselves, for example, Netherlands.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think everyone kind of, as you were saying earlier, learns off each other, and it is that kind of just having the awareness of when things happen, how things happen, and like kind of just, it's almost, you learn everything from each other, but the exposure and actually having the opportunity now to, if you perform and there's that process in place of, well, I know if I keep kind of cricket, say I love cricket, you can do that. You can, for young girls now, those that have a love for the game can really develop through it, and they know performances could allow them to get somewhere, and that it may not be even kind of out there playing, it may be as an umpire. There's loads of other avenues they can go down, so it does build a real basis for them to kind of keep developing and keep pushing through. But definitely this allows for so many opportunities, and as we say, there's a lot of opportunities for us as in our team that actually, we were saying it's the first time any of our girls have ever put on an England shirt for this, so it's great even for that, for us to come out and do that and be part of it. Yeah, it's
a wonderful moment, and for me also what's quite wonderful, and we capture a lot of this sometimes on the camera, but a lot of it's behind the scenes that our viewers don't watch. It's just how integrated all the teams become, you know. I mean, a lot of those players, you know, they look up to the likes of yourselves and maybe the players in the Netherlands, but nobody's shying away from offering advice and helping out, and that's what the beauty of this is. That's why I think that, you know, it is very much a community thing. We are a European community, and the players out there, the young players that are learning, I mean, for them to be on the same pitch as you, for them to be playing against the likes of England and Netherlands, I mean, it's a, you know, that's a big moment for them, and for them to be able to talk to you like you're just one of them and you give them advice or whatever, I think that's huge, and it's so good to see.
It's been really nice. I was actually, well, before I came out, I did have a chat with Regina because I know she'd been to a couple of different tournaments, and she said often the girls do like you kind of interact quite a lot with the other teams, and I wasn't quite you know, at home it doesn't seem to happen as much, and actually out here it's been great. Like we've all kind of like got involved and had like chats with different girls, parts of the team. Oh, if we go, no, she's made it home. And it's nice actually to get their experiences and be able to discuss ours with theirs, and just how things are, what similarities we have, but also the differences and how it kind of changes how you go about things. So no, it's been great to mix in with everyone and kind of just be involved and be part of it.
Yeah, once again, I think the umpire's just coming together to discuss that last delivery, so they're waiting on a pending decision. Well, there's Saeed there. He's not going to be. Well, there's a little smile from him, which is good. That's the other thing, isn't it? There's one thing I have to share this with the viewers. There's one thing that the umpires have all said, and they've all said, the likes of Steph, who's out there at the moment, said, it's so nice to do women's cricket because the players are so nice. They said, you know, even when they're appealing, if it's not given out, they'll apologise and say, sorry, so whatever. There's just a different feel about it, I think. You know, there's the even though things don't go your way, you know, like you see there's Paul Saeed, they got absolutely barbecued with the running there. But she's back there, she's in the dugout, it's done, it's dusted, she's smiling, and now supporting the other two batters there. And that's been nice. So everybody, I think, is noticing, just even though you want to be and you are competitive when you're out in the middle, at the same time everyone seems to be enjoying this experience, and it is very much a festival of cricket. Probably is a single there, but once again turned down.
Back in.
They're just in the 20s here now, but once again, like I say, nice looking shot, place it nicely, doesn't get it past the fielder. That's the captain there, Pedrick, that makes the stop. It's going to be called a wide. Yeah, I think everybody was admiring some of the shots that were played by Andrea Davidson-Solera yesterday. She played a cracking shot through extra cover, so she does like a bit of width on the ball. This will be Pisandi Kanakerge bowling, another youngster. So youngsters together, she gets that one to zip through. What's your message then to a lot of girls that are probably watching? You know, there's a lot of kids now might be on their Christmas break. So if there's some girls now watching, they're watching the cricket and thinking, yeah, I'd love to play. Where did it start? How did it go about it? Let's say if you got, for those watching from via England, it's a great stop, isn't it?
I just think it is just get involved, and there's so many opportunities now. We're very, very fortunate in the UK in terms of kind of like the grassroots structure, particularly like so club cricket. There's a real push on that, particularly in Sussex, and with both girls and boys leagues, but also if you haven't got the opportunity to play in a girls team, play in a boys team. It's not as bad as I think what some people might think. I think the majority of us grew up playing probably boys cricket because at the time those teams weren't as available. So you can learn kind of anywhere. So I'd say 100% get involved. If your school have a team, get involved in the school team, because school cricket is also quite big in the UK. And just wherever you can, practice as much as you can, but enjoy it. That's the main thing. Don't try not to make it too much of a thing, and I think as soon as you stop enjoying it, it changes it completely. So
big time. And I suppose that a lot of the stereotyping that was there before has gone. Especially, I suppose, in the UK, it's easier because I suppose for a number of years now, women's football has really taken off. So you probably don't get so much of you play cricket. Or do you still get it? Does it still happen?
Not as much anymore, but there is still a little bit of that. So it's just kind of how it depends who you come across, I think, and kind of how much they are in and around women and women's sport that people are less surprised.
Yeah, so it looks like there was still a ball to bowl here. Got the one more to come from Basinda, who has bowled very well, bowling to the left-handed Tulungia, who once again, good technique, plays it nicely, but the issue for Spain will always be that how do you convert those 2 runs? I want to say a very warm welcome to all of our viewers around the world that are tuning in, enjoying the cricket, and hopefully you're enjoying some of the chat. I have got Kiara Green here with me, the captain of England. We've had a bit of conversation, and Kiara has been telling us how lovely it is to be here. Okay, so one of the big questions is, a lot of people probably saying, well, as you know, England were the champions here, the men's. So you think you can go all the way?
I mean, we'd love to. It was funny, before we came out, I was lucky enough to kind of try and get a few ideas along with Beth, with the men's coach and their captain.
Yeah.
And he was saying, well, we're expecting you to come back and win. And it is that kind of a little bit of the pressure, but also it's a nice pressure to have, because you have to aspire to something. And I think, as I said, we were adapting and kind of learning everything as we go. But yeah, no, we'd love to, but we're on the process of we're taking it game on game and trying to work it out as we go.
Well, it'd be a nice Christmas present, wouldn't it? It'd be a nice Christmas present to go back home to. And of course, those medals and the trophies are absolutely sensational. I'm sure you're going to give it a go, but I'm pretty sure that I think a lot of people are feeling that maybe the final, more than likely, probably be between yourselves and Netherlands. And of course, that's a contest that we've seen, quite a spicy one occasionally between the guys, and I think it could be the same when you go head to head with the Netherlands. Of course, you've got another fixture to come up against them as well, so everyone, I think, looking forward to that one, that clash. I think the one later on today actually will be quite exciting as well, when Italy, who are playing some good cricket here at the moment, take on Netherlands.
Yeah, Italy we were saying, have really good intent with the bat, and actually kind of hitting areas that we don't always expect to kind of be hit. So it's actually like the adapting of where we put our fielders and different things, and just bowling different lines and lengths to them to try and mix it up and not be too predictable. But I think, yeah, later on should be a really good game.
Malawata coming on to bowl, bowled very well
running through for
yesterday. There were some good bowling performances yesterday and some good highlights, and Malawata 4 for 15 against Austria yesterday. She bowled very well in that player match performance. I think she'll be keen to get in the wickets again here. And one thing that Prabhat seems to have done well, the coach and manager of the Italian side, is managed to get some good young seam bowlers in. And Malawata's another one, 17, I think she's 17 years old. You've got Daluwate in the side as well, Pasinda, young players. So a little bit like Spain, young players that will progress and get stronger, and as they gain more knowledge, they're certainly going to be ones to watch in the future.
Yeah, no, they've been great. It's been really good to watch, actually, particularly with, as we say, how many young girls they do have.
It's nicely played in this time. There's a young run there. That's nicely played by Chilungia. Nice shot. Now Solera, we're hoping that she can get a little bit of width to play with that on the offside, as the wind continues to blow pretty strongly.
It is strong, and you can see those flags going in the background there.
Yeah, strong breeze here, whistling into the commentary box. Good shot.
There we go. There's the intent that she needs.
Nicely played, and that's more like it. And that's what you need, and that's what they wanted to see. Look at that, all of a sudden, there's the smiles of the captain, Elspeth Fowler. Really good shot, and that's wonderful.
Great shot.
Great to see, yeah.
Slight swing and a miss there, gone through to the keeper. It's just there, that I think that seems to be where she kind of wants it. She's just not quite getting down the right line of the ball.
Yes, I mean, good areas executed there. This is the other thing, isn't it? I mean, captain sets the field, and the bowler's got to bowl to it, and I think that's what Malawata is doing now, trying to keep the ball outside the off.
Played out to mid-wicket, good pickup. And they have run through for the single this time. I think that's something actually that will really benefit them to do more, is actually back themselves with those singles. So we've noticed there are a lot more runs out there than sometimes we expect, and I think today we actually missed out on a few, but just if you go early, you do make it. So Just slightly a little bit more back for length, that one, and she's gone back to play but didn't quite make it.
Yeah, straighter this time. I can see what she was trying to do. I think she was just trying to get a little nerdle on this.
The corner.
Yeah, get it around the corner, maybe go back and strike by taking the single. So 31-4. And the one thing that Spain won't do, the way things are going, it looks like they're once again going to go through a match without being able to pick anything up from it. So the Azzurri are looking to take all the points here, and we're going to see for a while, for the first time in probably a couple of matches, Commodore Pedrick having a bowl. The captain had a few issues with her line a couple of days ago when she had to be taken out the attack when she bowled more than 2 full tosses, so over the waist deliveries. Haven't seen a bowl since then, so I like the fact that she's having a bowl because she needs to get that confidence back into her bowling.
Yeah, she do. I think it is. You kind of need to get back out there and back yourself that you can do it. I just wonder how that wind will come into play with, and how actually easy it will be able to control, because it actually looks a lot windier than when we were out there.
Yeah, she just floats it up. This one's
a
a
nice
little
line.
bit closer,
Oh.
and it's a good take behind
Really
the
good.
stumps as well. So Jaya Manage liking the look of Jaya. She has no issues standing up. Looks like she's got good clean hands.
She seems very calm behind the stumps, doesn't she? She stays nice and low and moves well.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned there the movement is key, and even to that one, which is pretty wide, gets the footwork in, goes across, takes it cleanly in the gloves.
Makes it look nice and natural. She comes in again, just outside off.
This time, just catching a bit of the line.
You see it happening. You just really want Dame Sisler to get just get her hands through one of these, and I think it will give her a real boost of confidence.
Oh, it's an opportunity, but I think it goes down. We may have a chance to look at this from the camera on the far side. Definitely, I think it carries. I wonder if we get enough time. Maybe not, because Pedrick is ready to bowl. Come straight in again. I think that one probably is an opportunity, because I saw the reaction from the keeper. This one is another swinging miss.
I wondered if it was a bump ball, but it did look to go straight in. It just wasn't quite held by the bowler. But they really are. They're building up all these dots here now. They're gradually building a bit more pressure.
Two to come now.
Ooh, nearly. She's keep tempting her outside that off stump, but hasn't managed to capitalise just yet.
A couple of wides in the over, but in terms of the line and the length, I think Pedrick will be happy that she's got that in. You can see this is what Spain were trying to get to. If they can get to that score of at least 78, they could get something from the game. But the way it's looking at the moment, they're going to fall short of that. This is just going to be a single. So Solera will stay on strike as the over comes to the end. But it's a nice tidy over from Pedrick. As I said, a couple of wides in there, but I think getting that over in and meaning that she can forget about the last one that she bowled, which didn't go to plan, will make her feel a lot better. Well, this is what's coming up next. The Netherlands will be taking on Austria, and of course Austria will have to deal with the in-form Iris Zwelling. What are your thoughts on this one?
Could be an interesting one. I wonder if the Netherlands might look to mix things up slightly. There's obviously been a few girls who have been lower down the order who haven't had a chance to bat yet, so that could be an interesting mix-up for them. And I really think Austria, actually game on game, you see some real improvements in their game, particularly in their bowling. So it could be an interesting one, if depending on how it's played.
Yeah, I like to see the likes of Priya and Malika go back to the top of the order there, though. I think Austria, whatever the situation is, whether they're batting first or chasing, I think they will need valuable runs from those two, particularly in the power play. So it'll be interesting to see. Of course, things didn't go that well for them first thing in the morning. They had a tough one against yourselves, 132 you put on. Of course, what a partnership that was between Ria and Millie. But Austria just getting to 28, and I think they did change the order around slightly. But I think Sabu and the likes of Malika really do need to be higher up in the order.
Yeah, and it's just going out, I think, with that confidence and to really make the most of the power play. It does make a huge difference having 2 to 5 out. So there are a lot more opportunities if they just look to kind of, I think, back themselves and try and go with that intent, look to run hard and even get that edge off wherever it goes in that kind of phase of the game. You're kind of on for a boundary. So just to really kind of back us up. We saw, I can't remember who it was that opened the batting against us the first game, but hit our opening bowler for 6 first ball. And
First
it
ball.
was a great shot.
I
And
think
I'd
that
love to
was
see a bit
Priya
more of that.
Sabu.
Yeah,
That was quite amazing, wasn't it? The very first ball, and it was an amazing hit actually.
it's a great shot.
But then after that, I mean, in all fairness, I think the next balls were all dot balls, and you got back into it pretty well. But I suppose that was a bit of a wake-up call, wasn't it, in that match?
First one in, but no, it was good, and it was just that intent that she had, and she kind of kept really stood her ground and have really quick hands, and just I think if they could push that through to the next game, they'll have a really good positive start, and making the most of that power play, as I said, puts a real impact on the game straight away.
Yeah. Do you have? I mean, do you have like for your side a sort of score in mind? Are you saying to the openers, look, these are our little what's the sort of key scores that we want to try to achieve at different points, or is it very much, well, let's see what the bowling is like first and go from there? For example, when you played against Austria, as this one gets chipped away, nice looking shot, and
no,
it might be
spin.
4.
Spin's done her there, unfortunately. She's run round, and as it's landed, it's just turned away from her.
Yeah, it's
She
nicely
made good
played
ground.
though. Flicks it away, and yeah, there's the spin. It gets done. Bartram by the spin.
But yeah, it's a great shot. Picked that up nicely up off her legs.
Yeah, so do you have like those little, because what I was going to say there, I think Austria looks like they might have sort of done a little bit of homework on yourselves, and they started with spin, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
But I don't know, so it sort of worked pretty well for them. I think Bangalore bowled really well, sort of just floated the ball up, and I think that might have looked like it surprised maybe the openers a little bit, but once they got going, then the paces came on. I think the paces really well. But do you have sort of these, right, okay, the power play score, we're looking at this, 5 overs this, or not really?
What we've kind of highlighted is that although like we've tried to not get too concerned by facing dot balls, because we've noticed that you can catch up. We've consistently kind of got around late 90s, 100. So our goal was to try and just push on. Oh, was that a cat? No, it's just dropped short. So we've tried to kind of push on from that, which I think we did really well today.
Yeah.
Our focus is, so a big thing we say is just have intent and kind of back your shot. So what you do well, kind of stick to your game plan, just because I think if we try and think too hard about going hard at the ball, we actually try and overhit it, and I don't think we get kind of value for what we can do, and the girls don't always, it doesn't always play into their strengths that well. So we do have areas of which we'd like to go, but yeah, at the minute we're just trying to kind of keep pushing that 100 marker is what we're going for. So not really set sections of the game, but that's our overall total. As we said, we think we can catch up as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I think also, I mean, when you're batting first, like you say, if you get into the 100 mark, with the bowling that you have, which has been absolutely phenomenal, and we've seen so many different bowlers used, and everybody's so tidy. I mean, you look like a team that even if you have a real bad day with the bat, you know, maybe you get to something like a 60 score, that you could still defend it.
Yeah, we're very lucky. We've got quite a wide variety of bowlers and lots of choice to pick from, so that's actually been a little bit difficult of trying to make sure everyone does get a bowl within each game almost throughout the week. But our girls, I think, really execute their plans, and we kind of discuss that before we go out and discuss our fielders that we're going to look to put out, and then yeah, I can't fault them. Everything we've kind of done and spoken about, we've come out and executed, so it's a real positive for us actually.
That's great. So who's the prankster in this? I've got a good idea who it is. I think I'm asking the question I already know the answer to. As that over comes to an end, it's score 48 for 4. So come on, who's the joker? Who's the prankster?
As I said, we've got quite a mix of personality and some girls that are very, very good value. I think you had Sachi in here yesterday, and she was caught on camera earlier in the day.
That was a classic.
A bit of a flick around the ear, which we all had a bit of a laugh about yesterday. But no, we've got so Amy Wheeler and Daisy Gibb are very good value. They've given the girls a few laughs over the last few days. So maybe you might have one of them come up. They'd be very good value up here, I can say.
It's right. And anyone in the squad that plays other sport apart from cricket?
So there are a few girls, particularly the ones that are still, there's a few still kind of at college. They play a range of sports. As not so much with, from what I know from meeting them, the girls are obviously on pay-as-you-plays and things like that. Cricket is their main thing. But yeah, there's a couple, I think a couple play football. I definitely know Daisy plays hockey and netball at school, so she does quite a bit. And but yeah, I think as you kind of develop up the programs, it is that I'd love to still carry on playing, but actually, is it always best for what I need to do? So yeah, I think actually though, speaking from for young cricketers, it's so important to play other sports because there's so many transferable skills, but also just keeping themselves fit, athletic. Like cricket can be quite a static game, so actually that movement in terms of sports like hockey are really good for that hand-eye coordination and the athleticism.
But hasn't cricket, I mean, that's a nice looking shot. I think we could, it just, this one just hits the ground and sort of plugs a little, doesn't it? Still, they'll come back for 2. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here for Chilungia. And of course, Amy Davidson-Solero. Good little partnership this between these two. They have got the odd boundary as well. So this is something with Spain will be pleased to see. As I was saying, I wanted to see how they would react with Naomi going so early. And yeah, all right, it's once again not a big score, but it's a score. And what they are showing is that they are able to.
Oh, is that gonna?
Yeah, this one once again just doesn't go as far as you thought it was going to go. But they are able to fight back. So oh wow, that's good running. And I like the way that they wait to see. They're both ready to go. It's not the easiest throw for the bowler to contend with. Of course, it's Nanya Kakara. So they'll take another. So well done. That's a steal a second.
What was that score? Was it 78 for their bonus point they needed?
Yeah, they needed to get.
It's a little bit tight now.
Yeah, they needed to get into the 70s. Nanya Kakara continues to bowl. Well bowled and well played. Take another single.
That's good.
Get the feeling here that Italy also, I don't know if you sense it, I think they've just pushed back a little bit.
Yeah.
I think they know that there's boundaries they want to protect. They know they don't want to give those, they don't want to give away a point. So they're saying, right, okay, we don't mind them taking the singles. It's boundaries that we want to defend. So I've seen that 3 go back on the leg side. They got a long off back and also a sweeper on the offside.
Oh, that's gone high. I think it just falls safe, doesn't it, as she runs in?
Yeah. No, what I was going to say to you, you were talking about a fitness extra, but one thing that certainly has changed in cricket is the fielding, right? The dynamics in the field.
Yeah.
It's from what the sport was known as, you know, I mean, you know it, you know, the old concept of not too much training going into it. You're just turning up and you play. You're not diving around. I mean, for example, and your team's a really good example. You know, it used to be, I know my days, younger days, fast bowlers just never dived and chased after a ball. I'm a fast bowler. I don't chase. But in your team, I mean, you mentioned like Daisy, for example, diving around. We saw her yesterday diving and trying to slide and stop a ball. Things have changed a lot, right, in cricket?
Yeah, I think there's a huge push on fielding now. And actually, I think being a good fielder in some respects can get you into a team, just because it's such a huge part of the game, particularly now with the shorter format. So it can kind of be that point of you make it or you don't in so many ways, just because if you're similar skill level to others. So yeah, it's been a real big push, particularly from what we do at home and the amount of fielding and just the volume of what they do. So we kind of work on a lot of volume in terms of kind of like catching and just things like catching, ground fielding, stuff like that. And then as we move outside, it will be kind of a bit more of the movement stuff. But yeah, we try and include it as much as we can at home in coaching sessions and training.
That's one thing, and you mentioned their catching and like the fielding that you do. One thing that I've probably seen from a lot of the younger players, I mean, talking about the Spanish side here, also no ball call there, also from some of the Austrian players. One of the biggest things perhaps for some of the young players, so this is boys and girls to try and overcome when they go from softball to hardball, is catching, especially when the ball is up in the air. I mean, is there an art to it? Is there a way that you get around it, or do you just one day just catch one and think that's not so bad, and then after that you get over that fear?
I think it is a difficult one to get out of, like when that confidence thing. I often think you just have to kind of back yourself to kind of get behind it and catch it. The second you start pulling away, that is often when you kind of clock one on the finger and they do hurt. So just get yourselves in good positions, get your hands in a good position, and we always try and tell our kids just watch it into your hands, because it's real basic stuff, but actually it's the longer you can stand your ground, actually it hurts a lot less.
Yeah, because the other thing we've seen a lot of here, once again, it's more to the teams with and the players that have got less experience, is when they're on the boundary running in and the ball going over them. That happens a lot as well. So it's all, we've seen it. We're saying, sometimes you're just going to say, right, I don't overcommit. I'm just going to wait and watch it. And like you say, watch the ball into the palm of your hands. And that's what you always say. If it hits the palms, you're going to be okay. But when you're afraid of it, and normally the tendency is to go and then pull your hands away, that's when it catches your fingers.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, that the kind of judgment on the boundary, that does take a bit of, again, volume and just getting used to it. It's that how you can perceive it against the sky, and it's completely different when it's a blue sky to a bit of cloud, because it's a bit easier to judge in terms of depth. But that, again, is just kind of being out on the boundary and being hit balls, and you just get comfortable in certain positions. And so the more and more people can get out there and put themselves in the position, it just helps.
I found for myself personally that when you get through that, there's always that fear, and you're afraid, and when you're starting out, you're saying, I don't want it to come to me, please don't come to me. But but then when I remember when I think I was about maybe 12, 13 at the time. But once you start catching and you feel it's not that bad, then it becomes something you get addicted to. You want to be fielding. Fielding drills. You think, come on, throw them to me. I want to take these catches. It's something you get addicted to. 'Cause I think this is a lovely field. This one, does she play a shot?
No, don't think she did.
Doesn't, but there's the shake of the head from the umpire saying not out. See this again. It must have been going fairway down. It's sort of going by. Good. Worth asking the question. Knows the answer. Cindy. So coming up to the last ball here, I'm going to say it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the box and sharing many things with us, all to do with cricket, but non-cricket related, as the match does come to an end here. Christmas is coming. Hopefully you'll be going home with a present from here, the Cardiff Oval.
Would be very nice.
What are your plans for Christmas?
Just at home for Christmas, with my family, so that'll be nice and quite a relaxed one.
Yeah?
Yeah, so back home, we go back home Saturday, ready to try and make sure everything's ready and in place.
Yeah, well, you're going to be put on the spot. Are you doing all the cooking?
No, that'd be my mum, luckily.
Okay, you're all right on that front.
Yeah.
It's been excellent, Kiara, having you here with us and talking to us a bit about the cricket and giving us an insight to some of your players as well, and sharing some of those moments out there in the middle. Thank you ever so much. This is the next match coming up, so Netherlands against Austria. Give us your final thoughts and how you see this one going.
Well, Netherlands are on a bit of a roll, aren't they? So I think, I don't know, it depends how it goes, depends how they play it, as I said. I think it will be a real thing for Austria to go out with a bit of intent, and as you say, if they happen to chase, then if they look to get that bonus point, that'd be great.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to just go for the highlights. I know that you probably want to join up with your teammates and maybe start doing some warming up. You need to warm up. It's pretty chilly. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. You've been absolutely amazing. As we have a look at the highlights here. So Spain, of course, they're a team that have been relying a lot on that young lady, but Naomi this time, she goes after this one, takes herself out of the crease, and she's going to get stumped. And then after that, it was going to be difficult, but it also was something that we wanted to see. How would they perform if they didn't have Naomi there? Could they get something going? And the answer is, well, yeah, they could. They do get to a score of 60, and there was some good moments for some of the Spanish players. But I also have to say at the same time that Italy, they bowled very well themselves. Having a look at that scorecard, I think a good partnership there between Andrea and Payal as well. I think that left and right combination certainly did work very well. Bartram, she shows once again that she is a classy all-rounder. Bowled very well. There was, of course, some woes early on. The run out of Saeed, of course, is something that Spain have to work on. The calling could be better there. And, of course, we also saw that Amy Brown Carrera, who on a day is pretty useful as well. She went pretty early with that LBW, but that again, a really nice shot. A little bit of spin in that Bartram didn't account for, meaning that that one went to the boundary as well. So there were some boundaries there, which is good news. 2 boundaries for Andrea, hitting 2 fours. And in terms of the bowling front, I think some good bowling there from Amelia Bartram. Remember the input that she had when she came out there was pretty good. There's that partnership. So partnerships are key. And I think Spain, they'll be pleased that even with Naomi going early, there was those 2 players, Andrea Fayal, that got things going. Elspeth Fowler, I still do believe there's a role for her higher up the order. You know, maybe she can still open with Naomi. I know they tried it once, it didn't go that well, but I still think that's something that they can work on. Work on things they will do, because they know that the big match really for them will be when they play Austria. So Italy taking all the points. And with the bowling there, as you see there in the match summary, very good bowling there from Amelia Bartram, 2 for 11. And, well, Mama Hargate was exceptional as well. How about that? That's not too bad, is it? The 1 wicket maiden wasn't used again. And Kumidu Pedrick, it's good to see that the captain gave herself the opportunity to get that over. And I think that's key. That's important going forward. She wouldn't have wanted to have to bowl when the last over she bowled wasn't one that was a memorable one for her. Another win for the Equipo Italia as they get and do the double over Spain. So they're in a happy place at the moment. They put some distance between them and the likes of Austria and Spain. Austria and Spain, of course, are going to be 2 teams that are going to have to do battles to see which one of those 2 finish in that all-important 4th spot and make it through into finals day. 11 minutes to go then before we see that clash between the Netherlands taking on Austria. Vinny Sandu will be back in the box and I'll be here with him, and maybe we can draw up 1 or 2 other special guests to come in and talk to you and talk about the cricket and in general talk about life. Why not? Well, hello world, I hope you're enjoying the Euros of women's cricket. I certainly am, and I know that a lot of you, especially a lot of you in the chat, are enjoying it as well. Join us back in just around about 10 minutes time for the next match where the Netherlands take on Austria. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company on a pretty windy day here on the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for ECN as we roll into the second half now of day 4 of this ECCW. Coming up, we've got Netherlands versus Austria in match 15. I know a little bit earlier Ian Ramage was out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who won the coin toss.
Netherlands, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Austria, the away team, you will call. There's the coin.
Thank you. Heads.
Heads has been called. Oh, it's gone a long way away. It's come down tails. So you've won the toss.
Yes, we will have a bat first.
Okay, a toss won by Netherlands, who will bat first.
Iris Villing wins the toss and elects to bat. I'm sure she'd like to be up the top of the order once again and provide that stability, although they might just mix it up a little bit against an Austrian team that struggled with the bat this morning. So look, Netherlands go in big favourites. Let's get ready for the first ball because it's not too far away. Rico Full will take you further with the Netherlands winning the toss and batting in match 15.
Thank you very much to Maximo. Looking dashing today, wearing the old purple, the colour of the Kings, isn't it? Purple is the colour of the Royals. Well, I suppose Maximo is a little bit of royalty, isn't he? Don't tell him I said that. Anyway, we're getting ready for this one. And where is everybody? Oh, they'll be out there in a moment. And it gives me another chance to thank Kiara Green for her time in the box. I know Vinny thoroughly enjoyed his time having a chat with her, and so did I, and putting some questions to her, and I like the way that she didn't shy away from answering them as well. And yeah, great. And you can see that she and her team are doing fantastically well. And, we will see them in action as well in match number 4. In match day 4, that will be match 16. And I'm sure that that she and her team will be getting ready and prepared for that one, because I think they'll know that Italy are a team that could be the dark horse. They're a team that is capable of causing a bit of an upset, and of course they nearly did it last night against the Netherlands, who we're going to see here. The Netherlands have a 5-1 record. The one defeat did come at the hands of England, where the batting just never really clicked. England were able to get Iris Zwelling out pretty early. Look at that fantasy point she's got to her name, 498. So she's going to be the big fish to try and get. I'm pretty sure that Netherlands probably are not going to make too many changes here, especially towards the top of the order. So how will Austria deal with it? And what I'm seeing is something that worked pretty well against England is that they're going to try that a little bit of spin to start off with here. So it looks like to me that it may once again be the likes of Sujana Bangalore to bowl the first. So she's going to be giving this a bit of flight, seeing if it can work to her advantage and see if they can find a miscue from some of the big hitters. But Zwelling, I get the feeling that she's eyeing up some pretty big shots. I tell you why. The wind. Everybody, the wind is blowing. So if you're looking at your screen, it's blowing from 12 o'clock to around about 4 o'clock, if there's a clock out there. So a lot of big hits are possible down the ground, wind assisted as well. So going to be tested though, I think. Bangalore will float it up there and we'll try and draw Zwelling out. Zwelling is out there with Rubin Roike. There's the two openers. Here's the first ball. It is floated up and it's a top ball. It's a good start. All about the length, all about the flight. It's Bangalore. Floats it up. Once again, I want to say a big welcome. Buenas tardes to our two match officials. Snehal is out there with Meta. Meta at the bowler's end, as this is a catching opportunity. No, it's been hit too well. And maybe that's where that wind does come into play. As Welling smashes his big, turns it into a full toss. And that's what she's looking to do. Just look at the initial movement, couple of steps down, and smashes it down the ground. That's what she's going to be looking to do, turn this into a full toss. Now, who's that passing the ball back? Didn't do a very good job there. Naughty Chappie. 6 runs, big hit. Yeah, so it's wonderful. I know a lot of people were commenting on this yesterday. Metagooch and Snehal are the officials for this match. A bit more flight and the same result is going to be straight down the ground. Boom! Shaka, Logia, Manos. Arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. So there's the danger straight away. And the power of Iris. That's a big hit. And you can see there the captain, Joanne Stiglitz, just going over to Bangalore. Probably saying, look, don't try and change anything. Just bring it back a tad. And she does. That's better. You can see that Zwelin does start to come for it, but she's good enough to stop, rock back, and just get back onto it and take the single. Okay, with now Raike on strike, has already shown that she's more than capable of putting in a good partnership right at the top end of the order. Bangalore waits as Raike takes time to set a guard. 121 partnership these two put on against Spain when they got to that huge total of 161. Flighted up, and this one will go all the way as well. Bolle, 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 ginna zona. Shaka, lagia, que guay. Que genial, que grande. From Raike. Eso, golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. That is smashed out of here. Powerful hitting. Ball to go, and maybe needing another ball, because I don't know where this one's gone. It may have found its way or buried itself under our commentary position. So it looks like I'm going to wait for another ball to come back. But that's the power there. Yeah, I was talking about the partnership these two put on. And that was, of course, yesterday, day 3, 121. And it was against Spain. The US made 79 and Raike 41. So they're both very powerful. So Bangalore needs to be, better. Just not so much flight. It wants to make sure that the batter just can't take one step and turn it into a full toss, because that's what these two will try and do. That will be the end of the over. It's going to be a magical start, though, for the Netherlands, as both Zwelling and Raike show what they can do and the power that they have. So 20 of the first. And remind you of this, folks. Hey, come on. Put this in your diary. Next year, the 26th of February to the 22nd of March, will be the Euros, or what we call the Champions League of European cricketers, where 33 nations, 35 clubs will come together, and they'll be contesting to be crowned the Euros, the champions of European cricket. In this, what we call is the club competition. Best way to describe it is like your Champions League, the Champions League of cricket. Okay, so no spin. So they're making an early change here. They're not going for more spin. As Komati to bowl. It's a nice looking shot. Fielder will get down. Nicely done. Smothers it. Does Bushroka. Keeps it to a single. Stiglitz is in her prone position down the ground. This one's going to be too high, you know. They might have a look at this. It's a chase on, and, well, walking the rope we saw there Malika. She didn't want to go out of the field of play, so ran along the rope but couldn't get a touch on it. Just keep an eye on this. Maybe it's okay. I suppose this is where I think there's probably a bit of a disadvantage there for Iris because she's so tall. I think is a normal batter, not an average height person standing there. It probably would have been a no. So gets it away for 4 runs. Zwelling making a very good start here. Toe end of the bat. Quick early call of yes. And it takes the single. And what about, I know that a lot of you may have seen this on our social media as well. Of course, we know that Iris Zwelling is the first woman ever to score a century on the European Cricket Network. And of course, the first man, anyone tell me? First man was David Floyd. That's right, Vinnie Sander. You probably heard him in the background. He spoilt it. Anyway, but yeah, so the first international centuries in the Euros of cricket, men's and for women, both scored by Dutch players. So that's something that can never change. Komati. I'm liking what Komati bowls. If she can go a bit fuller, she gets that movement away. That's the away movement I'm talking about. She really does. She's got that natural ability. The one thing that she can work on is just get that ball a bit fuller. And that will be the element of surprise for the batter. And that'll test a lot of batters because it won't give them the time to adjust to it. We've got a good tight field here. Long on and mid-wicket back for those straight hits. That's why the batters are trying to get it through on the offside. Well stopped there. Nicely done by Sujanya. End of the over and a tidy over. Just the 9 come off that one. So the score moves to 29 without loss. It's a good opportunity for me to welcome back Vinnie Sander was the maximum. What a start of this.
Sorry for spoiling the quiz. I didn't know you could pick me up in the background.
I bet you were like that at school as well. I bet the teacher asked a question and said, hands up, and before anybody put their hand up, you just said the answer.
I was the right little Watson at school. Now I think back, the things I thought were kind of smart and funny were probably pretty annoying. But that's the thing about teenagers. You don't think they know it all, but you look back and you think you knew nothing.
You come across the sort of chat that when you were, before you were a teenager, I bet you were all quiet and everybody used to say, what a nice boy he is. He's nice and quiet, never misbehaves. And then you became a rebel. This is played down.
I was ever quiet, actually. Yeah, Joanne Siglitz fields that one. She's been good today. Pretty solid start from Netherlands. 30 love if you're a tennis fan. That's really... She looks in the mood to double down, doesn't she? You talked about the fact that, it was Dutch players that brought our first ECC century in men's and women's cricket. And it was her first century ever. That's what we found out from her.
Yeah, that's first century ever. I think the 74 the day before was like a high score.
Yeah,
So that was, that's amazing. And that's the beauty of the European Cricket Network and what we're seeing here is that, these performances, these highlights, they're there forever. They're there forever. So unlike, the days that I played and played, even yourself, there's things, memorable things you've done that you wish were captured.
Yeah, unless like a future generation puts the whole internet into the recycle bin by accident or something. I think you're exactly right. Anyway, this is pretty well bowled by Priya Sabu, who was in the commentary box last night. And yeah, really enjoyed hearing from Kiara Green earlier on. Thought you did a great job with her. I did one innings with her as well. It was interesting to hear her background in cricket and some of the stuff she's doing in England at the moment. And also note that the learnings have been two ways. The English 11 have passed on a lot of stuff to the other teams, but then also they're learning a lot about what the other teams go through. Well, this is another boomer from Iris who goes up and over the top. Maximo! Now it's a knock-knock, I think, because that's hit the production tent. Helen, I hope you're all right. We're not going to blow away, but the bowling getting blown away a little bit in this power play.
That's a powerful hit, isn't it? It's sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, is what I like to say. And well, that's made a few people in the production, the engine room, jump up and get a fright. This one will be a wide.
Good take by Nakala behind the stumps. Yeah, well, we've got 2 balls left in the power play, and I think wind assisted. I feel like all the records today shouldn't count because it's wind assisted. Like the batter is hitting straight down the ground with a big advantage. So I think that Iris is really keen to attack these 2 deliveries. Only 2 balls left in the third.
Let me tell you something about this win. Is this one, once again, good miscue, opportunity. Oh, just overran it. That's Stiglitz. Oh, I think she got a little bit excited, went for the killer catch, but then thought, oh, I've just overrun this. Oh,
she got winded. She got winded because it went in the air and she went to where it would normally go. And then she realizes way too late that it's just going to blow over her head. And that's a big missed opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, because she's a cracking fielder.
She's a great fielder. Last ball over.
And this one is going to be 6 as well as it bangs into the Stronger Together boundary fence. And Stronger Together is what Netherlands have been, really. And that takes the score to 47. But what I was going to say to you, when I was up here with Kiara, I was talking, the wind really did pick up. And right at the back of the far ground, we know that the football pitches there are getting well watered. The spray of that water was actually coming in here.
Yeah.
That's quite incredible. That tells you
it's
what
a quarter
the
of
wind
a mile
is like.
away.
Anyway, look, I get the feeling that we need another special guest.
Kind of doing alternate innings today, it seems that way. But yeah, I do have a special guest. And, we've had guests from 4 of the 5 countries so far. And it's about time that we had someone from the host. So yeah, I do have a special guest coming up. I won't tell you who that is yet, but they'll be in pretty shortly. Right here, 47 in the power play. Pretty strong stuff. As Mahadiwa is going to start in over number 4. And it's going to start with another 6. Maximo Riker gets in on the action. And once again, you can just see those flags. It's such a big advantage for the batters, I think, batting at this end. But anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me in the commentary box, none other than Amy Brown Carrera. And Amy, I want to say a big hello to you. Welcome.
Hello, it's great to be here.
Super excited to have you in the box as we wait for the next ball, which is just going to be tapped around the corner. Bit of work to do on the boundary. That's a nice bit of fielding by Buller. He just put down the body. Wasn't going to let it through. That'll be 2. Well, firstly, I want to say, look, bad luck so far in that last game. I know that it's kind of a bit like some of your other games. There's been bright spots in it. Obviously not quite able to pull a win out yet. But how's the week been for you?
Yeah, we're really enjoying it. I mean, we have quite a young team, so it's a good opportunity for us to come out, play a bit of cricket, and just, bond as a team, really. I mean, we get the opportunity with us. Some of us playing in England, some playing in Barcelona. We're all over the place. So
well, that's true. I mean, you might say, oh, okay, if you're in England, you're not kind of centralised, but none of the teams centralised, because even the Spanish-based players, they come from all over the country, right? Here's Mahadira again. In swinger, lifted up, and with the win, that one is gone. Maximo Raka with the right of reply, and lifts this one up. This is starting to get pretty ugly for the Austrian fans. Good conditions to bat first, that's what the Dutch are doing. But just going back to your situation, yeah, so you're UK-based, I think also is Naomi, so is Andrea in the team, so there's 3 of you, right?
Yeah.
Then you've got other girls that don't play as much cricket. I'm curious just to hear a little bit about your background in cricket. And so you were born...
So I was born here in Spain, in Madrid.
So you're a Spanish citizen, that's how you qualify to play for Spain?
Yeah, and then my dad's English, so he took us over there to the cold area. But yeah.
How old were you then when you moved?
1, very young.
Okay.
So
wait for this ball, which is also lifted up towards the fielder, though it doesn't quite carry. Austria can't just catch a break at the moment. Go for 2, and they make a late decision, I think. That's Kamati. Yeah, I think she wanted to go bowler, then just changed her mind last minute, didn't really go to either end. Okay, so you went back to the UK as a very small child, and what got you into cricket then? Where's the cricket come from?
Well, I always watched the cricket with my dad, so we'd go down to the ground and be like, oh, this is nice, this is a good game. So I was like, please Dad, please let me play. I started messing around with the softball cricket with the boys, and then yeah.
So do you have any brothers or sisters?
No, just me.
So it's just you?
So all eyes on me and my family. So I guess it was just, it's either me or no one playing cricket.
So did it start kind of like with your dad? You said that was your connection to the game. Would he play with you in the backyard, or
he just forced me into the softball. He was like, "Come on, Amy, like, go to the ball and just go in and play." But I guess that grows my confidence. And then suddenly there was a girls' team. We decided to grow that, and then
from there we're just going to hardball, but it was mainly
And
that.
you're still quite young. That's the thing that,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
surprised me. This is a really good shot, as straight as you like.
Absolutely
And it's
ripped.
willing. It's just so hard to bowl to. It's not quite a Yorker, but not far off. This over has gone magical now. And it's 26 off it in the end. At the end of 4, Netherlands 73 without loss. Okay, so it's I love the fact that you had that family connection. What did it start? Just kind of like on the couch watching the cricket with your
like,
dad?
Nothing serious, just like the game, watch the game, play a bit of softball, and then I was like, you know what, like I actually really enjoy this. And I've always played a lot of sports, so I also play hockey and netball. It's quite a good level, and I guess just being very sporty, I'm like, well, you know what, let's play a bit more sports, so I played more cricket, and then I ended up in, I played for Renthorpe Ladies, which was when I started playing a lot more cricket, a bit more hardball, and then trying to get to the county setup. So I played for Yorkshire, the T20 squad.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like, okay, right, so I actually can play.
And yeah, that's interesting that you say that as Joanne comes on. And the first one will be stopped. Actually, quite a remarkable stop from Mahadiwa, who's back into the action. Gets one hand down to it.
Right
Judges
on the
it just
boundary.
right. This was, especially on a day like today. She almost actually knocked it onto her other hand and then back over the boundary. That would have been super unlucky. Did well to stop it in the end as Stiglitz on again. Mahadiwa gets more work. They pitched the long on and long off here. So they're trying to say, look, we don't want you to be able to hit between us. We'd rather you hit around us.
Yeah, yeah.
Problem with the Dutch in this wind, I think they might hit it over
And the
those
wind's helping them,
outfielders
isn't it? Yeah.
at the moment. Okay, so yeah, I was talking to Kiara Green, who was the England 11 captain in the last game. And we were talking a little bit about how much, well, that's good running, isn't it, to steal a 2 there. We're talking about how much the women's game has changed in the last few years. I think having the women's 100, men's 100 kind of side by side has been important. But yeah, it's kind of out of the fringes and it's come a long way. So it must be a really exciting time to be a young player playing in the UK.
Yeah. In the UK, there's so many opportunities, especially the 100 coming along and all that. I mean, I guess I'm still quite young to be in that setup, but the opportunity's there, and like I'm pushing for that. And I guess this European cricket is like opening us, being seen by other people. So
that's great. I mean, it must be a great experience. A lot of your teammates in the UK must think it's quite
That's
unbelievable what you're doing. That's
Oh,
incredible
great
fielding
field,
by
yeah.
Kirkman is like, I said it yesterday, she's like a cult hero waiting to happen. Hasn't played a lot of cricket, played a lot of other sports, but she's just a natural kind of ball sport player. Like, you know, and that's one of the best bits of fielding we've seen all
It was
day.
so casual, wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
just like, thank you very much.
Probably knew she had to chase it if it got past her. Solved that problem. Tossed up. This will be a wide, but you can see that Stiglitz is just trying to tempt Villing to go after that one. Yeah, so I do have Amy Brown-Carrera in the chat, so if you'd like to throw a few questions in, it's really good to have. I've completed the chart, actually. I've been trying to get someone from Spain on for a while. Fixtures didn't really agree with that.
I've had all the awful timings, in the morning, in the afternoon. Like,
Man, you're the home nation as well. What do you think about that? What's the weather like in Yorkshire at the moment there?
Oh, it's nothing like this, I can tell you that. I mean, today's been a bit windy, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
windy. I was like, I feel like back at home.
It's a bit of a strange one. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Proper moon ball job.
That's a chance.
Get out, and yeah, she had to make a decision there. Kamati, she decided to back off. I think a 2. I think against it in the end. No wicket so far for the Austrian. Netherlands cruising 82 without loss after 5. The players might just have a quick break, and it gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, here with Amy Brown-Carrera. Is it a little bit surreal when you come into the commentary box? Because people are saying this to me. But what do you think of the whole setup here at the
It's
Carlton
great.
Oval?
You've got the best view out of the whole ground. I mean, I can see the whole thing, and you don't really get the sun in here, though, but...
You don't really get the sun at this
it's
time of day. A
bit
little bit
chilly.
later on,
Yeah.
it
Okay,
might
right.
come in. But obviously, we met earlier in the season when we had the ECIW here. So you got a little bit of a taste of it here. You must love playing at this ground.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? It's just, it feels so random. It's like in the middle of nowhere, and then you get here, it's like, wow, like, this is great, isn't it? But
Yeah, we call it the home of European cricket. And we've had, we sit up here now, Rico and I, and we think of all the memories. And we look down there and we can remember past tournaments and even back to March when you guys were playing, things that happened. And so it is quite special. And I'm really honoured to have you in. And hopefully, you can stay with me for this game. And we can just see how this one develops at the moment. I mean, it's pretty hard, isn't it? I mean, I've loved watching your bowling. I know sometimes You've struggled for control in the conditions, especially it's been so windy, but I love that you can swing the ball both ways. I love your kind of rhythmic approach. But I suppose the challenge is, bowling to players that, I suppose, a bit more seasoned. That's got to be a challenge. How do you deal with that as a bowler?
I guess you just got to try different variations, haven't you? Different lengths. I mean, these two batting now, any ball that's going to go flying over your head, even if you give a short one, a full one. It's just tough. You just got to keep changing the bowling, keep changing your line, length, and hopefully you find the right areas that the batters don't really like. I mean,
yeah. So, I mean, look, my philosophy is kind of, as a bowler, you just kind of do your bit and then just kind of throw it out into the universe. So if you can hit your spots, if a good ball gets hit for 4 or 6 because there's just a sensational shot, you can stomach that. But what you don't like, and I know you'll be able to relate to this, if you bowl a ball that you've let yourself down with the ball and you've kind of just gifted a boundary to the batter. So that's kind of how I would try and break the game down.
I agree.
You've got 12 balls that you've got to deliver, right? Anyway, here we go with over number 6, and it's going to start with a straight drive down the ground. Again, I like this field. It's a very straight.
Yeah, I agree. With these two batters are just going to go straight over your head, so you just got to have a bit of protection there.
Yeah, Malika Mahdi was a pretty good fielder. They got their 2 best fielders, I think, straight down the ground. Just hoping for an opportunity. But yeah, you got to make sure the ball doesn't blow over your head today. This is around the corner. I don't think this is going to get cut off either. Going to like the effort there, loving the effort, but Pular won't be able to pull this one back. Cuatro carreras más. And I know you heard some of my Spanish last night, so why don't we digress a little bit from the cricket chat? Because, I am trying to learn Spanish. I've only been doing it a couple of months, so and I'm not always in Spain. But you thought it was, because you speak fluent Spanish.
It was great.
You speak fluent Spanish, right?
Yeah.
You're bilingual.
Yeah,
so,
no, it was great.
I don't want to say how would you rate my Spanish. How would you rate my Spanish for someone that's only been learning for 2 months?
No, obviously the confidence are there. The fluency was almost there. So honestly, if you just keep practicing, keep going.
And I like to talk because it's kind of my job. But Sabu comes on. Sabu disappears. What a shot. Zwilling gets 50. And what a tournament she's having. And she brings up the milestone in 17 balls. And yet another 6 disappears out of the Cartmore Oval. Her 6th. And here is Zwilling.
She's absolutely smashing it. She just got her iron, got everything. She's incredible.
And the thing about these two, they pitch a lot of 2s when they're batting together, and that means that she can really settle against the one bowler.
Yeah. And
I think that, look at the rag wheel there, a lot of good straight hits there. And really, you wouldn't count her out about getting up to the ton again.
No,
Just up to the halfway point here. Priya Sabu, who was my guest yesterday, trying to break this partnership. Good ball though. That's kind of what I'm talking about. I might put that as a win to the bowler.
Yeah, I agree.
So, you'll notice that when we were talking, I talked most of it. And the reason is when people start talking back to me, if I don't know the words, then I can at least I can control the conversation if I'm talking. But I'm gonna give you a little bit of challenge next over though. You seem like you like a challenge.
All right, go on then.
Just wait for it. Okay. Also, throw them in the chat if you've got some questions for Amy while she's here.
As long as I'm not singing a song, then I think,
no.
I'll be all right.
Don't worry. Steve Cook, I think he's watching from Yorkshire right now, saying it's windy and cloudy. Please send the sun to Rotherham.
Rotherham, it's definitely not warm there.
We'll keep the sun for now. That's why it's called the Costa del Sol. Anyway, last ball of the over from Priya. Hit straight. And, so close, Joanne Stiglitz. Got 2 hands on it. I mean, this was motoring. Again, she's probably 2 metres in the boundary. I'd probably be straight back regardless. She does kind of get there. And then you kind of got to brace for impact. Because, you've got to have soft hands when you're catching. But I think in these conditions, they need to be hard enough to stop the ball bouncing through. 100's up as well for Team Netherlands. The score is 101 without loss. 100 partnership as well. Okay, Amy.
Here we go.
It's not that hard. I think you'll be...
Okay.
You're a pretty chatty person.
Here we go.
You've got good cricket knowledge. I know that already. So I love listening to cricket getting commentated in other languages. So I want to know if you'll take us through the 7th over in Spanish.
Right, okay. Might be a bit of Spanish English here, but...
No, you just go however you like.
Okay.
Joanne Stiglitz is bowling, and it'll be Riker who is facing up. And I'm not going to say a word because I'm not going to bring down the tone. Take it away, Amy Brown Carrera.
Ahí vamos. Una pelota vaya. Aquí está fuera la pelota del campo. ¿Quién está bateando? Rite. Es que no puedes tirarlo ni looping ni nada, tiene que estar en el punto clavo. Bueno, aquí es que lo da genial. Qué chulo. Estos dos van muy bien. El partnership va muy bien y pues eso. Me resulta muy difícil hablar en español en el cricket porque ¿sabes? Que en el campo siempre estamos traduciendo. La capitana va a volear a ver si lo puede dar para que no pueda la batedora sacarle del campo. Va a ser un wide, yo creo, sí. Creo que está intentando con el offside, intentando que puede jugar ahí. A ver si intentan el catch, yo creo. A ver qué. Lo da fuerte y con el viento ya no puede parar el fielder. Qué bien, qué guay. Malika que está aquí en long off. No puede con ella, el viento le está reforzando la puleta. A ver, la capitana, tú puedes. Un atento y no llega al fielder. Y ahora me quedé un abierto, pero creo que no va ni atento ni nada. La capitana va a ver. Están aquí con la pelota. Han puesto los peos otra vez. En nuestro partido de esta mañana lo quitaron porque había un viento. Y madre mía, así que te tenían que quitar. Están poniendo de vuelta a ver si están rectos. Y ahora Julian está en strike. Si le dan clave, si la lanza la pelota en el sitio en el clave punto, en los pies yo creo que las tiene, pero ahora mismo yo nada. Y espera, y esto es un atento y no llega al fielder. Pero se lo dan para uno. Suelen estar strike y ahora la capitana a ver si coge el wicket del catch, que yo creo que va aquí, van atentos. Si los fielders tuvieran unos pasos más, habrían dos atentos ya de un catch. Eso va a ser un wide. Yo creo que está tentando para que otro catch. Están aquí los fielders en el offside preparadas para coger la pelota de estas dos que están bateando. A ver si ya rompen el partnership ahora. Y va por ella y lo para el fielder. Muy bien, lo para. El número 11. Qué bien. Solo va por uno.
Muy bien. Muy bien.
A ver si
pelota más.
Una pelota más.
Una
ahora.
pelota más. La última
Sí.
pelota.
A ver, la última pelota.
Ahora. Muy bien, Amy.
Iba por ella, pero solo por uno.
Este es
Yo
no pelota porque
No bota dos
dos
veces.
bounces. What's the word for bounces?
Pues rebotes, pero
Yeah.
suena ahora una vez pelotas.
I mean, it's bounced twice before she's hit it, so I think they'll probably have to call this one again. So yeah, it's going to, yeah, no balls called. Can I tell you something? Oh, sorry, was it in
Okay, what?
español?
No,
Porque es que es
I think we need to show people.
over número 7. Una pelota más. Este es 4
I
carreras.
feel like we need to show people your Spanish now. It's your chance to show everybody.
Raika, 50 carreras
Oh, here we go.
en 23 pelotas. Muy bien. And vamos, Raika. She's been great, hasn't
Yeah,
she?
she's been
And
great.
then she brings it up off 23 balls, cashes in the free hit. So,
Great batting from these two.
yeah,
They're class,
they've
aren't
been
they?
class, and they've rarely given a chance. It's difficult conditions to catch. We know that as well. But yeah, Roman Raika, I think she looks good at the top. Anna Thompson's also very capable of doing this job, but I think that Raika just pound for pound has been hitting a few more boundaries. So that's probably who I'd be going with at this stage. You can bat Anna Thompson in the middle order. She's in the side. 122 for no loss after 7. Thank you so much. I just didn't mean to come and crash the last ball. I was just going to say, well done in advance. But yeah, a lot of people loved that, saying they could listen to that all day. Do you think you could do that all day? That was 1 over. So in a day, we normally do 100
I think I need a
overs.
chair to sit down.
In a day, we normally do 100 overs.
I can't, yeah.
But I loved it. I actually got a fair bit of it as well.
It's hard to translate into like cricket into Spanish.
That's the thing about cricket, yeah. You said it. It's Kamati. It's going to
And
get
that's
whacked out of the ground as well.
ground.
It's just one of those days, I think, for Austria.
Even a good ball is just out of the ground. You just can't give them anything.
It's not the worst ball. I mean, maybe it angles in a bit to middle
to
leg
the
if you
leg,
want to be
but
super critical, but it's
Just
pretty much
straight in a arc, isn't it?
Yeah. But anyway.
The thing with these batters is just that they're super consistent. Every game, you can just rely on them to get runs, and even just over into double figures. She's going to be consistent. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the field
class.
Austria have, and they've tried to protect that straight boundary, but just not big enough. And now this isn't the best delivery, but
Stop.
yeah, well
Stop the
handled down
boundary.
there by Buller. And Swilling moves to 70. Yeah, so so do you speak Spanish with your mum?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? So was it? I find it fascinating actually how children in particular pick up languages without consciously learning. So yeah, one parent, one language. Is that kind of what it was?
No, I didn't realise how lucky I am, to be honest. I mean, I speak to, that's out the ground as well.
Such strong
That is
forearms
great.
there. That's got all the weight. Maximal for Raika. Have a look at this because this isn't that short, so she couldn't really get back, and she didn't have time to get back and pull it, except for just like a short little jab, bang.
That's
You
a
see,
class shot.
it's a very good shot. She's going to get 6 there, so it's tough. I think Kamati, the perfect ball here is the Yorker. I think if she could get it up there, and not pitch it short of that crease, pretty good. Turn into a full toss though, and
go
even
as
that's
well.
going to go for 4. So just some crazy hitting really at the moment. That wasn't too far off, and that's what I mean. Miss your spot by a little bit, but with big consequences. Yeah. So. How about your dad? Does your dad speak Spanish? Little bit.
He dabbles, I mean.
Dabbles, yeah.
you tell you can, but it's always buenos dias, sí, sí, and then that's about it really. But no, he does try. He's just very British, so you can't really get him out of miserable England.
And your mum speaks pretty good English, right?
Yeah.
Your mum
she's
but I love that then she has that
pushed me to do that.
put that Spanish into you. I think that's great. Such a life skill.
Oh,
I realise that.
definitely,
Trust me, I realise that firsthand. This one is short down the leg side, and we knocked away for 1. Bit of catch-up Riker's playing at the moment. Now she's just 9 runs behind her partner. And
do you think we'll see another century?
look, with 2 overs to go, it's going to be tough. I think for it to happen, Zwilling's going to have to face almost all of the bowling.
I mean, she always goes for it anyways, but
yeah, she's going to go for it. They've got nothing to lose here.
they're not at all.
All right, so last ball of the 8th over.
And that's
Hit
near us.
high with the wind. It's going to carry. Mahadiwa goes back, can't hold on. Does save the boundary though. But yeah, I mean, she actually got in a really good catching position there. Probably just the hands weren't really where they should have been. So it doesn't really go the reverse cup. It's more of a kind of, the hands were apart when they needed to be together. So that's a tough one for Austria to swallow, but it will be 2 runs and it'll be 142 after 8. Yeah, so, I mean, for me, like, I learned piano as a 3 or 4-year-old. For me, it's like breathing. I don't have to think. I can just do it. And even now, I might not play for ages. So that's kind of the closest I get to understanding what it would be like to speak another language. Obviously, I'm making a conscious effort to learn Spanish now because I spend more time here than any other country, even though I might be in 20 countries a year. But, the other languages, I'll try and stick to, please, thank you, cheers, hello, good morning. But yeah, I like Spanish. A couple of reasons I like Spanish. Just, it's easy to read. Like it makes more sense than English.
You say it how you read it. Like it's
it's phonetic. It's really good. Mahadiwa is going to bowl the 9th. And full toss down the leg side. But
I picked it really.
yeah, well, it would have been a wide, but Riker spoils it. But she does get Zwilling back on strike. Yeah, and there's a few things that are different. But I think it is true. Like sometimes I just speak. I know I'm not very correct yet, but
no, you're class. You need to put yourself.
But you'd have to lose that. You need to not be self-conscious about that.
Yeah,
the only way you get better is by speaking.
You got to put yourself out
I've
there.
got my favourite restaurants I go to where I only speak in Spanish to them, and they're quite supportive. All right.
That's crashed. Oh, straight
Good pick up.
This could be a chance.
Decent throw, but I mean they're so quick, the Dutch as well between the wickets.
You run one first one hard, and then just you got it, haven't you?
I mean, those long strides of Zwilling.
Yeah. Take 2 strides to get the other end, don't you?
It's very, very tough to get her. I've got a question for you in the chat right now from Monkey Man. Yeah, possibly not the real name, but the username.
Asking,
did you do GCSE Spanish at school?
I did, yeah. I did it a bit earlier though, so
Okay.
I could have an extra one. Yeah, then I think. Yeah.
Because I always wonder about people like you in like a
Yeah.
Spanish class in high school.
Yeah.
Or like a language class.
We absolutely hated.
We had one. Yeah, we had one French kid that studied French at my school. Now when you start correcting the teacher, you know, they don't like that either.
Not at all, no.
Tend to come here. Goes up. That is absolutely smashed by Riker. Well, that one's in the jungle. How about that for some distance? The 150 comes up as well for the Netherlands, who are putting on a show here in match 15.
That is class. Absolute class.
Oh, it's a tough one. And my dear, let's not forget that she's been in the action in the field as well. But yeah, Riker.
Yeah, I wonder who gets the top score here. Pretty close, aren't they?
The race is on.
That's
going to be 6.
Well.
You know what? Well, she goes into the lead there, and with 8 balls remaining, she needs 26. And with hitting like this, who knows? Maybe it could be Riker that could become the second ever ECCW Centurion.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Two in a tournament.
I mean, Iris would actually probably really enjoy that from the other end. I've really enjoyed seeing the social bonds, you know, within teams, but also across different teams. And it's a real community feel, these tournaments. I played a brand of cricket that, you know, you'd never socialise with your opposition and all these things. You know, it was maybe at the end of the week or tournament, but I'd love to see that here. Riker is going to get 1 here, so...
Getting straight for the next over. Tactical, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, she's left 1 ball on the table for Iris, who could easily steal the strike back.
Dot it to get a strike, yeah.
But, yeah, a little kind of sweep shot there, picking up the length very early. Look at the field here. We've still got 5 on the off, although one of them's kind of a straight fielder. Would consider maybe throwing another one on the leg side. Not that it matters most of the time at the moment. This one does go offside. Is it coming down in the field? And Hannah Simpson-Parker can't quite get there again. Now, it's not an easy one to judge today with the wind kind of blowing. It's coming and going, but that one escapes the fielder. It'll be 4 more, and Zwilling will get the lead back. It's the end of the 9th over, and it's 162 without loss.
I wonder if they get the 200 mark. That'll be the biggest score we've seen, isn't it, so far?
It will be. In fact, I think now we're already talking kind of the largest score that we've seen in a women's match, in the 10 over match. I mean, sound to be corrected there, but
without loss as well. That's
the Netherlands scored 161 in match 9. That was actually against you guys.
nice.
So
I do remember that quite well.
You can be happy that you don't have to be on the other side of that record now.
Oh yeah, exactly.
All right, so 10th overtime. Riker.
Here we go.
Well, she might as well go for broke here. She's 75. If she could unleash a few maximums in a row, maybe she could make an unlikely 100 here. But she can't quite get it. It's well bowled. And a lot of people are fascinated with Sujania's bowling in that she takes a lot of steps but doesn't really go anywhere. And it's a habit. But she's bowled really well. Yeah, she bowled very well
nice areas,
to the English as well, you know, which isn't easy. And they bring her back here in the last over. So anyway, just keep an eye on it here. Everyone's got their own style, especially as a spinner. You've got a bit of freedom to do what you like. So there's a few little walks. And then the last few, kind of on the spot. The ball's on the spot and the ball disappears. Maximo! 6 more as Zwilling moves into the 80s. Let me do some calculations here. All right, well, she's 83 and there's 4 balls remaining. So now she's really the only one in the position to do it. So she needs 17 off 4 balls.
She was looking for that, wasn't she?
And I think she'll also try and steal a 2 back if she can. But I don't think she's necessarily thinking about it. But at this stage, you're trying to go for everything anyway.
So might as well, might you?
Good to see young and old enjoying. That's little Casper, who's arrived. Oh, wow, didn't know he was in the building. He's actually a VIP here at the ground. Hello, Casper. He can't see me waving. Just realised that. All right, here we go. Yeah, good eye. She decides it's not worth going after. I don't mind that from the bowler, though, because occasionally batters will chase those.
Yeah,
and, you know, you might get out of a ball with just like a single. At the moment, it's dangerous putting it anywhere too straight to Iris Zwilling, who's 83 off 27. And make that 89. Well, could we be seeing it? Oh, it's a huge hit as well. She has to make all the pace, but she can. She's got such power. And she's someone that, ordinarily, I think when they had a different top three, when we saw them earlier in the year, like a lot of players in the Netherlands that are playing cricket in South Africa and Australia and places, she would bat only in the middle order. Okay, can she do it again? Got to go for 2 here, I think, no matter what. She won't have to. That's 4. Oh, no. So it's now 7 off 2 for Iris.
Oh.
She's 93. And even in a game where you'd say the result is already beyond doubt, you're still things that get your heart racing. Oh, 93. Well, she doesn't want a single here. You need a 2. You're kind of going 2 no matter what if it goes to the outfield. But she's not thinking 2. She's thinking 6. She'd probably take a 4 if she needed 2. All right, here we go. All right. Bangalore can spoil the party here. There's another one. 99 for Svilling with a ball to go.
Class.
Another knock job downstairs. The production tent has more dents than a car in a hailstorm at the moment. And what an assault this is. It looked like she gave Riker a look in, but she was just toying with her. And now, as long as she hits this anywhere, except if it's straight up and gets caught, she could have her 2nd century of the week.
Here we go. Oh.
All right. Well, bat on ball. What do you do here? Do you go the 6? You just get the 1.
I don't even know.
All right. Whatever you do, Iris, you got to hit it. 99 with a ball to go. She does hit it, and that's another 100 for Iris Svilling off the very last ball.
Class.
And even 100 not out off 31. What a performance and what an acceleration from the Dutch skipper. And she has taken her game to strange new heights. She can't believe it. Most of the people around the ground can't believe it, but you have to believe it. She has her 2nd century of her life and her 2nd century of the week. What a performance.
What an absolute player. It's just been absolute beauty watching that. I had full confidence in the last day she was going to do that.
25 come off the last over, and 23 of them came off the bat of Iris Svilling. So she went from 77 to 100 in the space of 5 balls. And just that one, she didn't want to spoil it by going back for a crazy 2nd and losing her wicket to a run out. She knew what she had to do. And well supported. Let's not forget Robin Riker as well. Thought she batted very, very well. They both faced 31 deliveries in the innings, including a no ball each. So Iris finishes on 100. Robin Riker with 76 to her name. And there's a few records there. It's the highest total we've had in a women's T10 match. It's also the highest partnership, obviously, 187. So you can see that she takes a lot of pride when she pulls on that orange shirt. And some questions, would she still bat at the top of the order? But she says, look, that's my spot. I'm just going to try and bat myself into such form that, when they meet the English again, for example, that she's able to play at her strongest. And let's go back and look at the highlights of this one. Well, once again, all-female on-field umpiring crew. Not for the first time, because we had that last night. As Nehal and Mita led the players on as Netherlands won the toss, elected to bat in this one. The Dutch flag flying, like most of the flags, they're almost flying away today. But it was these two. They were just inseparable. Although you would say, Amy, there were a few chances and half chances during that innings for the Austrians to break the partnership.
Definitely were. I guess the wind is it's tough, isn't it? Here we go. Yeah, started strong, didn't they? Started from the off.
It was a strange one in a way because the wind was such a factor, I think, with the catches that went up. And we saw that little pop-up that Joanne Stiglitz wasn't quite able to judge in the infield. And then there were a few in the outfield as well that, getting in the right spot's one thing. But then, with the blustery conditions, we saw a couple go through the hands or kind of hand over the stumps. But really, in this game, and I've done lots and lots and lots of matches now, but the ability to clear the ropes is everything. You can see there with the flags how much the wind was assisting the shot like that.
Gives it an engine, doesn't it? Gives the ball an engine. It just goes.
It does.
Once it's going, it's absolutely gone.
Yeah, accelerates. And so it's hard to really work out where the Austrians might have gone differently. You can see Jeremy, he was enjoying as well. I mean, they're pretty relaxed, as you'd imagine. In Austria, you got to feel for them a little bit here. They weren't able to take the few chances they were given, and then really felt like it was just bowling machine stuff really for these two who got their eye in. But it was crazy that that she went from 77. And remember, she wasn't even in the lead there for a little while because Rika overtook her. That was that one for Joanne Siglitz, who's a very, very good fielder, but I think maybe she snuck in a bit too far. Had a metre or two to play with to see it and maybe get in a slightly more composed position. But at the end of the day, I'll give you some numbers. There were 18 sixes in the innings. There were 7 fours in the innings. So 25 boundaries. Let's not take anything from Rika as well, because she's certainly found a home at the top of the order as well.
I think it was either of them getting 100 today, wasn't it? Either of them could have done it.
Well, I thought they might kind of cost each other the 100. It seemed like they both might finish around, say, in the 80s.
Yeah.
But I did say that if Zwilling gets a lot of the strike in the last couple of overs, then maybe she could do it. We were talking about Rika maybe doing exactly what Zwilling did there in the 9th, because she caught up to her in the late 70s. And then there was a bit of that, she couldn't, could she, at the end? And, well, yeah, the camera's giving us some great shots. But yeah, just unleashed a crazy assault of Sujanya in the 10th over. It went 1, then 6 wide, 6, 4, 6. Took it to 99. The last ball going for a single, and the Dutch skipper has done it again. Lightning strikes twice here in match 15. And well, that was the moment. No better feeling in cricket, and it's one that you don't get to experience every day, but I suppose for Iris, she's experiencing it every other day at the moment as we look at the scorecard. An even 100, like I said, 31 balls that she brings it up in, so very fast 100 as well. I have to compare that to 100 the other day. Rika, 76 off 31. Certainly good effort from her as well. Look, 11 extras, I think that's about par for the course, 1 and over. I think you can handle that at this level. Do you think it's a bit of an issue, though, that none of the other Dutch batters get a hit and they are kind of keeping their order the same all the time? Maybe I'll ask you in the second innings, because first we'll go through the second scorecard here. It's the bowling scorecard. No one really able to keep things quiet. Kamati, I think she's had a pretty good day. I think she's probably the best of the bowlers, but even she conceded 29. We'll take a break. Amy Brown-Carrera, my special guest for this game from Team Spain. She'll be back with me, and I'll be back after this break. 188, the victory target. And let's see if the Austrians can at least find a little bit more with the bat compared to what we saw earlier. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more ECCW.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back, and it's great to have your company here on day 4 of the European Cricket Championship W. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with a few special guests in the commentary box today. And one of those special guests, Spanish bowling all-rounder Amy Brown Carrera. Well, Amy, we just saw a crazy assault by the Dutch on the Austrian bowling in the first half of match 15. They scored 187 without losing a wicket, and that even puts the bonus point kind of out of reach.
Yeah.
I don't know to say out of reach, but 130 or less would mean the Dutch would take all the points out of this. 131 Austria would need. But I think, it's not necessarily about the win, not necessarily about even getting points on the table here. Let's just see if Austria can compete with a very strong Dutch bowling lineup. Iris Villing, her second century of the week. Wasn't that a moment of the ECCW? She brought it up off the very last ball.
Absolute class. I mean, it's just great to watch from here, isn't it? You get all the best shots. So most of them come in over to us. I wonder how the Austrians will play. I wonder if you just give opportunities to everyone, or...
This is where I think you need to get a little bit selfish, i.e., it's me against them, and okay, I'm probably not going to bang 100 plus here, but what I would like to do is at least to hold my head high. So you've got Priya Sabu back at the top of the order. I like that as a decision. Joanne Stiglitz, the captain, taking the responsibility as well. So if they could put together a good opening partnership of their own, I think Austria at least can go out with a few positive feelings today. They've had a rough couple of days. They had a rough draw as well, let's be honest. They've had to play the English 11 and the Dutch
that is a
here
rough
on
day.
day
We
4.
did that, yeah, and it wasn't a great day, to be honest, but you just got to do it, haven't you? And it's
You've always got a
great
contest.
experience,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Here's a bowler I like a lot. It's Isabel van der Woning, who's going to bowl over number 1. She's very rhythmic as well. She's been working hard in her bowling, and every time I see her, she seems to be getting a little bit quicker. But anyway, I want to say big hello to all of our viewers watching on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great time to throw in a random question, I think, as well, while we've got Amy here. Amy resides in the UK, but Spanish-born and playing for Spain in this tournament. Okay, here we go. Sabu faces up. Van der Woning to get us underway.
Well played, well blocked.
Yeah, she kept that out nicely. I should say we've got some extra guests as well. We've been joined by ECN founder Dan Weston right now in the box, but also his sister Lani and her husband Pavel. And then also we've got Manuela here, and also we've got Casper Weston, who I spotted in the fan zone. I said, well, if Casper's here, the party is going to get started. Anyway, Sabu keeps this one out again, pretty well directed by Van der Woning. Casper, do you want to say a quick hello?
Hello.
And Casper, how old are you now? You're 5, right?
Yes.
And did you have a good trip here?
Yes.
How did you come? Did you come on the bus or did you come on a plane?
On a plane.
That's cool. And I've got some more questions for you, but I just have to think of them first. Good start. Good volume as well. Casper's getting louder every time I interview him. Short, and this is miles in the air. It's keeper's catch. Lawrence, just showing this wind's a real factor. That's blowing around just at the last moment, I think. It blows from the right side of her body to the left, and so Sabu gets lucky and gets dropped on 0.
Height saved her, I think.
You can see there, look, the late adjustment in the end doesn't really get anywhere close to catching him. That is all to do with the wind. But Caspi, you love playing cricket, don't you?
Yes.
And what do you like most about playing cricket?
The bats.
The bats. That's all. The bats. Oh, that's a good ball from Van der Woning. Sneaks under. I don't think this is a wicket. Sabu is having
Got lovely rhythm, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's what I mean. She's just very, very
Really
rhythmic.
nice.
Remember, she's bowling into the wind. So the wind is pretty strong. I think that might have got a little bit of the back toe or something, but yeah, just got away.
Hit something, but not so it's bad.
I think so. I'll end my in-depth interview with Casper there for now because I don't want him to be able to enjoy the game, but he likes the bats. Not necessarily batting. Well, Casper, I first met you when you were 3 actually, and we had so much fun. And in the Western household, they just had a whole bunch of balls and he was constantly just whacking them. And he said he loves big shots. Isn't that right? You love big shots. You love big shots. I think one day,
Are we seeing on you on here then?
you can make bets on, that Beckham's kid's going to play for England or whatever. Casper Weston will be playing for Germany. Mark my words, one day. Anyway, this is a bit short of a length. John Stiglitz gets a go. Can't get off the mark, and not too much happening on the scoreboard for Austria, though they do survive the first without a wicket. It's 1 without loss. And so let's have a look at the golden ball counter. It would seem we're going to be ticking it over again. Now, on our Christmas tree here, we have all these decorations. Some have been donated by people that have visited. And we have a golden ball on the tree. And that was something that was added yesterday. We'd love a golden ball out there on the field. But anyway, as we head into the second over, looks like we're going to spin, and Caroline DeLanger. Yeah, so Amy, obviously it's really important you have variety in your attack, isn't it, in this form of the game, to not allow batters to settle.
Yeah, not settle in, yeah. It's a good idea to bring the pace off, especially these 2 batters. I mean, might as well rest your quickies, just give them a bit of a break. We're surprising to not seeing Iris open the bowling today, because normally she's been opening every match. So
she also has a big workload, so I can understand maybe a game like this, she'll let the bowling be done by a few other players, and they've got that luxury, don't they? And I suppose depth is super important, isn't it? Because you never know who might have a bad game come the finals day, or this is going to be hit. Not quite where it was intended, but Sabu will get a second run. Yeah, so I think to have options, and that is something, let's be honest, it's one of the big differences between the teams at the top of the ladder and the teams at the bottom, that the teams at the top can play a certain way because they don't have that fear of getting out. I don't think that maybe some of the other teams.
Yeah, having that depth is super important.
This is up, yeah, in the air. Don't think anyone's catching it though. Cervelling almost throws a hand at it, but won't be able to. Cuatro carreras. A pretty good shot from Joanne Stiglitz.
Straight over the fielder.
I've got a question in the chat, and it's actually for Casper from Kevin in the UK, saying, Casper, are you looking forward to Christmas?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you another question after this ball about what you might want for Christmas, okay? Let's go at this. Credit to Stiglitz. I mean, she's having a crack at this. She's not just willing to block it out. So what do you want for Christmas, Casper?
A really big parker vase.
A really big parker vase. Oh, a park garage. I thought it was some German word. I didn't know. This will be gone.
That's
and
okay.
yeah, she's not going to survive anymore. But credit to Joanne, like I said, she was going after the bowling. DeLanger's a bit of a ball magnet, especially off her own bowling. And she just takes a little bit of a sidestep. And that will be the first wicket to fall. It is 6-1. Well bowled by Caroline DeLanger, who's also having a very good series. Her accuracy, actually, it's as good as I've ever seen it.
It's class, isn't it? Just on the spot every time, on the money.
And also, you don't quite know which way it's turning, I think, sometimes with Caroline Stiglitz departs for 4, 6 for 1. Okay, so you want to have, so it's like a type of Hot Wheels park garage. Is that what you want?
Yes.
And why do you love that so much?
Because the cars can go down.
Oh, yeah, okay, so the cars go up and they can go down. All right, yeah. I mean, Daniel Weston, hopefully in 30 years when European cricket is the biggest sports thing in the world, he'll have a multi-level parking garage to park all his cars. Who knows, Caspi? Anyway, let's get back to the action here. Mahadiwa is going to come in at 3. I think it's a good opportunity for her to test herself against some good bowlers as well. All right, here we go. Last ball of the over. Keeps it out, and DeLanger goes for the 1 boundary, but not much more. End of the second over. It is 6 for 1. All right, Amy, I'm going to throw some random questions at you then.
There we go.
Okay, and we like random questions here at ECN.
We do.
So how about, like, what's your favourite movie ever?
Favourite movie? I'm going to be really basic and say, like, High School Musical. I'm going to have to... It's such a teenage girl answer, isn't it? But, I mean...
There's no wrong answers here, and we'll tell you if they're wrong anyway. Okay, what about, like, favourite food then?
Favourite food? It's got to be Spanish, hasn't it? Any Spanish food. I love a good paella.
I love it. What's your go-to?
Go-to paella?
Yeah, like
Oh.
I like the arroz negro.
Yes. Yeah, good answer. That is a good answer.
I might be having it tonight.
Tonight. No, you can't go wrong. Anything my grandma makes in Spain is absolute class. Like.
So tell us. So your grandparents still live in?
Oh yeah. So
Spain?
I've got my mum's got 7 brothers and sisters. So like I've not even met half my Spanish family.
That's got to be great to go. So I'm sure you travelled a lot. You know,
Oh,
growing
yeah.
up. You're still growing up, but back and forth between the UK and Spain.
When I was younger, I used to say like, "Mum, it's so hard living between 2 countries. Like I don't know anybody." Like, but now it's
cool.
just the opportunities now is just like, oh, thanks, Mum.
All right, here we go with Van der Phoning, who's going to bowl out in the third. First ball, won't beat the field. So, what region of Spain do your family live?
So they're from Madrid.
Yep.
Right, bang in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One place that we'd love to actually go. Do you know Madrid have only just gotten a cricket ground? It's something they've been hoping for ages.
And they used to play on like a baseball pitch or something.
Yeah, and they
like
used to
that,
play
like.
on pitches that would even have like broken glass on them
Yeah,
and stuff.
no,
Imagine
that's not
diving on
great.
that. John Woodward.
Okay, it's out now.
Yeah, John Woodward has done a lot of work, amongst others. And I know Lewis is here from Madrid CC at the moment as well to try and get cricket moving the right direction in the nation's capital. It's okay. See, every random question we learn a little bit more about you. All right. Right now, though, Sabu, 2 off 9, trying to turn some of these balls into scoring opportunities. Gets beaten this time on the inside part of the bat. Okay, so you're still at school, right? So
Yeah.
how much high school do you have to go?
So I'm in upper 6, so that's last year of 6th form, and then yeah.
So pretty much, was that June you'll be done?
Yeah. So I've got my A levels in starting May, and then university after that, I guess.
And what do you hope to do when you finish school?
Well, I've applied for university just recently, got my 5 offers, but I'm thinking maybe doing a gap year.
Okay.
Come over to Spain, play some hockey, play some cricket, like.
Okay. So you play hockey as well?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deadpool.
they go hand in hand,
They
don't
do,
they?
don't they?
I mean,
You've
I
got
played a lot of hockey growing up
Oh,
as well.
really? Right,
Yeah. The game's changed a lot though, hockey. Hockey's one game, they're not afraid to kind of change the rules to make it more exciting.
No,
You know,
yeah.
some sports, like football's an obvious one, they
Traditionally,
don't
can't
like to
change
do
it,
that.
Yeah.
But hockey, like when I used to play, when I started, there was offside and all this stuff. Now there isn't.
No. We say it's now played at a sprint. That's a nice looking shot.
Yeah, nice looking one. They'll scramble through for one. Say goodbye to our younger guests who probably have to go have a nap now. But yeah, and you talked to a lot of cricketers did play hockey, like Jonty Rhodes and AB de Villiers, very good hockey players.
I mean, you guess you got an arm in your hand. You just have to give a swing, don't you? So it's the same kind of movement, but
Yeah, well, hockey sticks thinner than a cricket bat. You know, when you're trying to deal with some of these balls going very fast, I might say as well. Mahadiwa yet to get off the mark. Again, this kind of line's bothering these two.
it's good bowling though.
You're just
Straight into the player, straight into the
Yeah.
batter.
cramping them for room. What's going on over here? Wow, the English, I think they're trying to deal with the wind in their own way. Oh, we've got the football out there.
Some seconds
Oh,
from
phew.
the English.
Fancy moves being shown. Look at this. How do you finish it though?
Oi, and a football.
Hope there's no football scouts watching that, otherwise we might lose cash. Anyway, Van der Phoning, she only conceded 2, but she'd really love a wicket to go with the dots. And she
Oh,
might
this
get
might be
one
it.
here. Yeah, it's in the air. Deckling's going back. She can't quite
Didn't
reach
quite
it.
get there.
That just blows away from her at the last minute. So that will be the end of the third over. And Austria are 8 for 1. So yeah, if you've got random questions for Amy, now's a good time to get them in. So at university, what would you? By the way, I love the idea of the gap year.
Yeah.
Be careful the gap doesn't go too long.
Oh no, that's
Here I am,
that's the risk, isn't it?
23 years later. No, but so what do you plan to do at university?
Well, I've applied for like geoscience, so
Yeah.
rocks and rivers.
But would you like a life in cricket if you could?
I mean, that'd be
Would that
great.
be,
That'd be
as a
absolutely
career?
Yeah, I love that. But
I mean, when people say that, often people think, oh, you know, making millions doing this. But I mean, there's people that do make a living out of it. And look, I'm not saying you couldn't do that. I'm just saying.
Thanks, Vinny.
but there are people that. You know, I'm one of them.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and people that aren't necessarily household names. that
yeah,
are
when
able
you're
to make a living
retiring,
out
I'll
of the
take
game.
your place.
No, you're getting some good experience in here. Analandia to bowl over number 4. Mahadiwa faces up. And yeah, just probably technically here, you see now she plays the right shot. She stepped away to the leg side, but the ball was outside off. Just have a look at the front foot here.
Steps away.
That's made that pretty difficult to access. But Hannah Landier, she's a good player. I saw her earlier in the year. It was a 4-way series. The first time we actually ever had a women's event in the 10-over format. It's a pleasure to be involved in that. Again, just can't time up that horizontal bat shot at the moment.
There we
Good
go.
to see,
Sam doesn't.
Oh yeah, well that's our bad Santa that we've got today. There he is. You know what? There's some great supporters around here that live locally, and they just doesn't matter what cricket is. I mean, I've played once. I got asked to play in like a social match on a Sunday here on my day off. Same people were here. No cameras. No, you know,
live and breathe the game.
Yeah, yeah, no.
He's religiously here.
Yeah, no, it's honestly great for the area. And this area really comes to life. We get a lot of support from La Junta de Andalucía, which is like the local council here, the municipality, that give us support to run this tournament here. So they're very pleased and see the benefits it brings to the region to have the Euros of cricket here, now both men's and women's. Mahadiwa won't have to swing at that one.
Swings
That'll be a wide. Okay, so, all right, tell us again, okay, who's, how do I put this? Right. Who's your favourite movie star?
Maybe star.
Do you have one, or do you have someone?
No, it's got to be Brad Pitt. I mean, I don't care what he does. Just good looking, isn't he?
I was angling down that line, but I didn't want to ask the question inappropriately.
Yeah, who's the best looking one?
Brad Pitt?
Yeah, Brad Pitt.
Good choice.
Solid, isn't it? You can't really go wrong.
It's a solid choice.
Solid choice, yeah.
I mean, actually, I'm surprised because you mean what? You're 17, right?
17, yeah.
I thought nowadays there'd be another new generation taking over, but you're going Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt, yeah. It's classic.
It's not a bad choice.
Yeah, it's great.
I heard he's actually quite funny as well. Oh, how did that miss? A little bit of nibble away. Saves Mahadiwa again. Again, no, I like that Austria at least trying to score. They could easily just be trying to survive, but look at this shot. I mean, again, it's not a shot that you're going to put on your mantelpiece at home to remember, but, I mean, she is trying to be aggressive.
If she connects with one, it's going, isn't it?
She's still quite raw, Malika, who's batting right now. But, yeah, when she does hit them, she hits them pretty well.
Well, didn't she?
Forces a fumble. They'll get one. And
they're
going to go for two.
And they get it.
Wow, number 3 on her back. And 3 separate fumbles, I think, from Iris, who just took her eye off that one. Again, the difference there, Austria were thinking about just a single there, whereas the Dutch would certainly been in for 2. There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Looks up to see where the batters are and just don't quite get the ball.
They can afford that
I think they can gift the run, yeah.
At the moment, so it's 11 for 1 after 4. Okay, I'm going back into the chat. I know that Terry from Estonia is in the chat. And Shrug watching from Jersey. Let us know who would like to fire a question. I've fired a few random ones. How about, here's one I always like to ask people. Do you have like an unexpected talent, however useless or useful? So mine, you normally say playing the piano. Like people wouldn't expect that.
Yeah.
But I can do that, right?
Well, I guess I do a lot of musical theatre, so like,
do you?
I do I do sing. I know I was saying before I didn't want to sing a song, but I do sing and
no,
do
I'm
like
not good at this.
Yeah.
Bush League, I wouldn't make you do that. But
Don't make me, but make me.
So you sing. So is that an interest you've had from an early age?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite like an outgoing person, so I just kind of thought, let me dance a bit on stage, and yeah.
Delanga comes back. Nice shot. This is hit well, but now we're out of the power play. Boundaries
got protection on the
well
boundary,
protected.
yeah.
3 on the leg side, protecting the boundary. Okay, so instruments?
Yeah, I play the violin. A bit random, but...
Violin is one. We talk about this sometimes. We actually literally had this conversation in Barcelona a few days ago. If your child wants to play a musical instrument, your worst case scenario is drums.
Oh, well,
drums is the worst, but for me, violin's second.
It's not close after that, is it?
It's, I mean... I do what?
Oh,
gets
that's
the thick edge again. She's aggressive and that edge flies for a single. Yeah, you know, violin when you're just getting started does sound a bit like you're swinging a bag of cats around I think when it's
I
done.
wasn't that bad, but yeah, it does sound. It's not great, is it? I mean.
These are important conversations.
It's
This
great,
is just going to be it. Well, actually, they might look for 2 here.
Oh, well
They won't
fielded.
quite get there, but credit to Sabu. She's made her way to 5. Not easy with these 2, I think, given this situation. Terry just describing Grumpy Santa that we saw a little while ago. What else have we got? Then recorder, although it's not really.
Oh,
You
yeah.
record a real instrument or not, but
Nah,
that's another one.
It's not close after that,
Try and
is it?
swerve that one, parents out there. I think this one's okay, even though it wasn't quite where DeLange wanted it, but
I like the idea of pace off the ball, making
Yeah.
them play, making them trying to go over the top.
last ball of the over coming up for DeLange. This is hit leg side, and this will be the end of the over. And the score 15 for 1 at the halfway point. Want to say compliments of the season. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here in match 15 with my special guest commentator, Amy Brown Carrera. Very talented young lady, not only on the cricket field. We just discovered that she loves musical theatre. She can play the violin. What else can you do? Come on, keep wowing us.
No, I can't do much more.
You said you want to be a scientist, or you want to study science, so you probably
Study it,
invent
but-
some cure for something as well.
Cure for not scoring any runs for me, probably.
Hey, I'd love to see you getting a bit more of a bat. What do you have to do to get up the order?
Well, I had the opportunity today, and I just kicked the ball, so that was my
Yeah.
issue.
Look, it happens. Now, I'm just loving that you're enjoying the tournament. This is what it's all about. And one thing that I'm really excited about is it has the potential, and the plans are to expand from 5 teams, hopefully to a 10-team format next year. Maybe more quicker, maybe not. But I think they should be in groups of 5. And maybe a promotion relegation system. So I love the idea. So probably you guys at the moment, you'd be in my mind, kind of the Division 2. But if you could win that, then you've earned the right the next year to go up.
Yeah,
Think
yeah.
it can work?
No, that sounds really good. I like
Also,
that.
I think we can get more countries involved. We've had women's cricket this year from Estonia. We've seen teams from Estonia, Malta, Croatia, Czechia as well, amongst others, Sweden, and a lot of teams that we would like to have had here, but we only could field 5 teams in the first ever tournament. So that's something to look forward to.
No, it's good. I like something to play for as well. Having to like move up, move down. That's really nice.
I think it also keeps teams on their toes, doesn't
Exactly,
it,
yeah.
as well? Because let's be honest, it's been a great week, but we are running into some mismatches sometimes, and
Yeah.
it still is fascinating for different reasons, right?
Mhm.
But so they get through the first 5, only giving up 1 wicket, so that's something I understand. But anyway, there's a few people who are fans of Casper in the chat, I just noticed. And so Hanlandia, and she's tuning up, just threw off her first over. As we get ready for over number 6. In the air, doesn't
Ooh,
quite
didn't
carry.
Yeah,
DeLange does well to smother it. So, okay, now I'll get into questions a bit more difficult to answer. So, I mean, you're young, so you're 17. Let's say you're still playing cricket for Spain at 27. Let's say in 10 years. It's a classic job interview question. Where do you see
Where do you
yourself
see yourself in
in?
10 years? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to know what your dream scenario is.
Ooh,
Whoa, that was a catch.
that was a catch.
But also it was a finger burner,
Finger
wasn't it?
breaker, that one.
Well, Mahadima, like I said, she's got a lot of raw talent, and she's not afraid to go after balls that are on the stumps. That's why she kind of steps away. But when she hits them, they go fast.
It was coming, wasn't it? It was just swinging, but this one's really connected.
Snell was also under attack, the umpire, because everyone
Watch
was
your
in
head.
danger there. Oh dear.
I guess that pace helps as well. If you connect, it's just going to go, isn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was a good length to kind of pick up. Now
Goes for it again.
she swings even harder this time. So, well, if that one worked, it's just a little form thing, I think. And I'd like to see if she wants. She is quite strong going mid-wicket, so. But maybe she can step across rather than step away and create more balls that are in that zone. Because at the moment, balls outside the off stump, she can't really access.
Yeah.
So
Use
maybe
the
you
crease a bit more. Yeah, I
can create
agree.
your line a bit. I mean, it's easy to say, I'll just drive it through the covers, but it's not as easy as said as done.
There we go.
This is the one. It's on the stumps, and she handles it well. Zavelling's going to cover it out there. So tell me, what's your dream scenario? In 10 years, you're playing cricket for Spain. What, you're a big star?
Yeah, well, I hope so. That'd be great. I mean, we said this in our team talks. We're quite a young team, so a lot of these teams have a lot of older players. So what if we become those older players? Who knows where we'll reach, and who knows how well we'll do, and if we can compete against like Netherlands and England.
It's a good shot.
Oh,
Wow.
one of those.
She's in anyway, but I wonder if she touched this.
I think she does, you know.
It's Sabu, cost run by the stumps there, I think. Yeah, but it's true what you say. You are very young, and you're really just starting out on your journey.
Mhm.
Have a look here.
Oh, nearly.
Maybe she never touched it. It's you know, obviously we all hope that cricket becomes a mainstream sport over the next generation.
That's really well struck. What a shot.
Brilliant shot by Priya Sabu. She absolutely belted that. It was on length from Landia, who's getting a little bit of clap back here, isn't she?
Knocked around a little bit.
Again, look at this. Just a little press, little front foot goes down the wicket, but it's mostly just the power from
Pure
the arms.
force.
And Austria enjoyed that one. So fighting back to an extent as we get to the end of the over, it's 24 for 1. So I mean, when I think of the future of European cricket, and I know I'm not the only one who thinks this way, you look at Casper Weston that just came in here, and he's grown up and he watches the cricket on TV, and to him, you know, if it's whoever it is on the TV, or it could be Ronaldo or whatever, to him it's the same.
Yeah.
So he loves playing his cricket. Okay, he's 5 years old, so he's not really in the system yet, but he lives it, he breathes it, and the world that's around, say, in 15 years when he's starting to break into senior ranks, hopefully it's a world where cricket's a bit more known, there's a bit more of a diverse group of players, I think, in the national teams. At the moment, it is dominated a lot by immigrants from cricket playing countries. All right, this is up. It's in the air. Good effort.
Good effort, yeah, good effort.
Isabel to try and cut this off. She couldn't quite do it. Deckling into the attack now in over number 7. Now, okay, some people are wondering what that is. I've got some questions coming in. This is a new thing to like simulate little nicks for the keeper, right? Have you ever seen these things?
I've never seen this. This is...
So and you put these little cable ties, and if I'm completely honest, I don't think it does a lot. But I mean, maybe it kind of blocks your eye line a little bit.
It's a distraction, isn't it? Look at
it's a distraction. So it's up, it's in the air.
That's well hit as well.
And as someone, so wicketkeeping's my position. So, but I love the innovation. We used to do all kinds of weird things, and I was known for it, of how you'd practice, like practical practice.
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I had a big belief, if you're keeping, especially at a good level, you don't really need to be taught how to catch.
Yeah,
you
you've got that bit, haven't you?
Deckling, bold, beats the bat, Mahadeva. So yeah, this is what I've seen. There's a page called the WK Coach, or the Wicketkeep Coach, on Instagram that I follow, and I love watching the innovative ways. They have like mannequins, they have like rubbish bins with holes in them, and also, but again, it's often about just creating that distraction. This is well hit by Mahadeva. Just get one. Yeah, but that's what that's about.
Simulating the game, isn't it?
Simulating the game, and it's not really going to deflect the ball too much. But no, I'm not against
distractions, I guess.
There's a lot of cable ties that we use. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, what we used to do, I used to do a lot of drills, one-handed catching, for example.
Oh.
Because I had a bit of a theory that, okay, at level I was playing, you should be catching the easy ones, but let's work on catching the hard ones. Getting in the right mindset. So I would do, the similar kinds of drills with the boards, but maybe set them up 9 of them, and then from 20 meters to throw. So it's like more a realistic situation. It's a nice shot. And again, we'll just get a single here.
Got a protection on the boundary, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's all good.
Adeline Thompson does fielding that time. End of the 7th over, 28 for 1. Just quickly, let's go and have a look at what will be coming up. Last game of the day. And England haven't been waiting around a while. I saw them warming up there. They're taking on Italy. So kind of natural rivals in sport, England and Italy. You know a little bit about that, Amy. England winning the toss and bowling first. So Italy batting first. But as you found out earlier, the Italians, they've been hitting the ball pretty well, particularly their top order.
Definitely, they like the V, don't they? Like straight over our heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, the top orders really getting their eyes in. We like couldn't even do much to win the bowling.
Yeah, Ratnaika coming off a half century. I also think Delisha will likely open up. Regina Sudazay is back in the lineup. Looked like she was rested this morning. Had a bit of a back complaint. Good to see Sonia Tofoletto in there as well. Pasindi Kanankegi is one player I think I've really enjoyed watching with her fielding and her bowling in the series as well. Okay, time for over number 8. And Iris is going to get a bowl here for the first time. Bowling over number 8. There's still just 1 wicket loss for Austria. Fielding will be done here. So yeah, I used to do drills where I'd say to the guys, there'd be 4 of us. I was in the system where, so I was the first grade wicketkeeper. You'd have the second grade, third grade, fourth grade wicketkeeper all there. And maybe a couple of others that were kind of wanted to do it. And I'd say, guys, you can only catch these one-handed. But they were like normal nicks, but you don't catch them one-handed. And yeah, well, that's a bit crazy. But the idea was, you know, when you do have to go one-handed, you want to be comfortable with the feeling of the ball going into that hand. So it wouldn't matter, even if it was straight at you. They were the hardest ones because naturally you'd want to catch them two-handed. But we go one-handed. Also, we did a lot of stuff with kind of fake batters, so deliberately
like
making them miss the ball, you know, for keeping up. And yeah, just kind of have good discussions. My most favourite one though that I did that I'm still famous for, you know how sometimes if you're keeping up to the stumps, there's little nicks and it hits you in the body.
Oh yeah.
And then you have to react quickly to
go get it again.
To get it. So I invented one where you just stand like a metre away from someone and throw the ball, and you'd have to hit him in the chest or wherever you like, and then have to catch it.
And
let's just say it was a controversial one. And depending on where you aimed the ball, he's had some disagreements.
You'd hope it's a friend that's throwing the ball at you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. But it was all about, you know, reacting to the unexpected.
Yeah,
so that's a lot of what keeping is about. And yeah, I like the innovations we're getting these days. Okay, Zwilling gets pulled away. And Sabu's played this shot nicely. She moves to 13. We talked a little bit at the beginning, didn't we, about Austria? What can they gain from this innings? And one of them was, you know, just personally to say you've handled yourself. And you might look at the strike rates and go, you know, have they been aggressive enough? I think they've tried to. I also think they know what's happened when the middle order, lower order has been exposed to the English or the Dutch bowling, and it hasn't gone that well. It's a nice shot as well. Yeah. And it'll get to the boundary. So Mahadiwa, again, that is her arc, isn't it? You can't get too close to her. Austria have something to cheer about, 4 runs.
I think it's really good that they're facing these bowlers that are a bit more experienced, maybe got a bit more pace, and see how they bat against them. Mixed to feel that will
be the end of the over as well. So 35 for 1 after 8. You see those lines don't know each other too well. They're pretty well separated at this stage. And yeah, obviously there's a lot of discussions about the tournament at the moment, which is healthy. I think, you know, obviously 5 teams here have been selected for a reason. England 11 coming in at the last moment. And look, at this stage, you know, we're pioneering this event. Like I said to you, Amy, we're hoping that it grows, you know, to at least 10 next year. The other thing is, you know, realistically, from operations perspective, this is a tournament that, you know, it's not done for commercial reasons. You know, it is done to develop the game, and I think it's pretty clear to make that clear is important. So,
no, I think it's really good that we're all getting this experience. So we're getting extra games, aren't we? Just
so much of cricket is driven by money today, and I suppose that's the world. But I think, you know, when it comes to ECN and what the broader objectives are, it genuinely is to improve the game and spread the game. That's absolutely belted, but that's your luck as a bat sometimes. You hit the ball incredibly well, but you pick out the fielder.
Yeah, shot for 1, would you say?
Question from Locke in the chat. How fast do the pace bowlers bowl? It's a good question. Typically in women's cricket, there's a lot around the kind of 70 miles an hour, which is 112. I think the fastest that you'd see recorded is around about 125, which is probably 78 miles an hour or so. It's about 20% less. There's a little bit of a, again, if you want to crunch the numbers, the 20% number comes in a bit. 20% smaller boundaries in women's cricket. The pace is about 20%
Oh, here we
as
go.
well. Well, that's up in
That's
the
a
air.
chance.
But, well, it's
Oh.
been spilt. She had most of that, didn't she?
She had it,
Rika?
yeah, she had it.
Yeah, came to her left, and so Mahadiwa gets lucky. And Rika returns the favour, because I'm pretty sure on the first innings, Mahadiwa dropped a catch in a similar place.
Yeah, I just fun was that.
You are very outgoing, actually. And I think you've enjoyed your commentary stint.
I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's class. I've watched this. Got the best view in the house.
I think we need to try and get you back at some point.
It's
Anyway,
a nice shot.
brilliant
That
shot.
was a really good shot.
Sabu's played some banging strokes, and
She's
this is
looking really
one
confident,
just
isn't she?
throws their hands at it, and yeah, Declan, there wasn't too much wrong with that ball.
It was a
But,
really nice shot.
yeah, like I say, if you were just to isolate the boundaries in this innings, you'd say that the Austrians
I
have
think it's a completely
dominated.
different game there.
It's just the in-betweens have been the issue. Sabu moves to 19. Man, she
And
moved
again,
to
she's got
20.
her eye in now, hasn't she?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's just taken a while to get to this point, but yeah, credit to Priya and to Malika here. They have certainly played some shots and tried to give as good as they've got. End of 9 overs, 44 for 1. Have a look at Van der Woning, only going for 3 and just kind of snuffing out any chance of Austria grabbing anything. Now, I think we're going to get a double switch here. We're going to get a double retired out. And actually, this is something I don't think we've seen before
Not seen
in the
this yet,
international
no.
level. And this is just about trying to get a couple of batters that have been padded up, ready to go. They haven't had the opportunity to bat. So it's actually pretty unselfish. But I actually like that those two go off together. And because yeah, Priya and Malika batted really well. And a little bit like Thelma and Louise, they drive off the cliff together. I know that you're only 17 years old and you won't get that reference, but Brad Pitt was in that movie. And he was a lot
Might need
younger.
to watch that one then.
But they will go, and it's 44 for 2, 44 for 3, just like that. So 2 quick wickets. In fact, you couldn't get 2 quicker wickets than that. I think I have seen that once before in an ECM match,
I've
but
not
not a
seen
women's
it,
match.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a good idea. Last over, just get a bit of confidence, get a bit of a
Gives them a look, doesn't it?
yeah. Just
And
get
yet,
out there.
I can understand that. I mean, maybe I would have. Thing is, maybe they wanted to yank them a bit earlier, but they started like playing all these shots and
I
then
know,
they started to
yeah.
get away. So they just
Don't take them off
didn't
before that
want to
time.
take them off until the end of the night. So, yeah, it means that we'll have 2 new batters, and I can see that Bulla is out there, but she won't be facing up. I think it's Bharadwaj that will be facing up. So, 44 for 3. Raka, bit of a 10th over specialist. She is going to bowl the 10th over. Now this is where you need your partner to at least get a single at some point, otherwise you might go all the way out there and still not face.
Gone for a walk and
All
come
right,
back in.
so Bharadwaj gets the first one. And there you go.
There we go. Off
Does
the mark.
exactly that. Not a bad shot. Yeah, I suppose the question would be, it should have happened earlier. I suppose what they were worried about is if you did it too early, there have been some epic collapses, and then
Yeah.
you kind of hurts
Can
your
look a bit
confidence.
silly, don't you? You're like, oh god.
See, now you're out there and you've got nothing to lose. You don't have to
Yeah,
really worry
exactly.
about getting out. Just go and
Give it a smash.
see what you can do. As you can see, Priya's there.
Looking happy,
She's-
isn't she?
Yeah, she's happy. You know, she competed. She's got 20 against the Dutch. That's a pretty good shot as well.
Both off the mark.
From Bulla. Was that first one was given a leg by?
Oh, really?
That hurts. I thought it was off
I
the
thought it was back too, yeah.
bat. So, the poor Bharadwaj is still on the derrick.
Got another chance to get off the mark though.
I was just saying you narrowly avoided a derrick earlier. I know you got a chance up the order. Derrick, of course, is our pet duck. Anyway, Rika into Bharadwaj. Can she get off the mark this time?
Ooh.
Not yet. I like the backing up here.
Backing up, yeah,
I mean,
just halfway down the track.
This is the thing. It's the 10th over, but actually I'd love the Austrian coaches and management to isolate this over to see what's actually been done well. There's a certain urgency about the running in particular. I love the way that Bulla is backing up, looking for a run. And a lot of it is just a bit of a mindset thing as well.
She's finishing the batting now, she's finishing the bowling. It's a bit circular, isn't it?
Just outside the line, I think.
Oh, it's been given.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, one thing about this, I do like to see umpires at least have a think about it first. My thing here is that she seemed to go a long way there. So look at the The impact for me,
I think that's going.
I think it's going to hit the stumps, so that's not really my issue. So yeah, you can see the off stump there, but she takes that's a big step outside off for me.
It's the iPad, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she bends the leg, so I think that was a bit of an unlucky one, if I'm completely honest. But
Umpire was pretty sure.
But for all you Derek fans, the good news is that Bardwaj, I think she's unlucky on a few accounts there. In a very action-packed 3 balls. I felt she might have hit the first one and got a run. She didn't get the credit. Then I think she gets a little bit of a rough one. I mean, again, probably won't
be too mad.
Won't be the end of the world, but it will be a 4th wicket, 46 for 4. And remember in Austria, there's only 16 cricketers in their whole country, women cricketers. So, means Hannah Simpson-Parker, well, she will get a run straight away. She made a pretty nice 19 yesterday.
She had a nice day yesterday.
Bit of a breakout innings for her, and you could just see when she got 1 boundary away, almost like the Red Sea parted for her, and she had a lot more confidence, and kind of that fear factor was gone. But Netherlands are going to run out big winners here. Riker picked up the 1 wicket, and now we're going to get the last ball of match 15. And it's going to finish with a wicket. Yeah, well, it's going to be deuces wild for Robin Riker. She'll finish 2 for 2 to go with her half century in the first innings. And at the end of the 10 overs, Austria will finish 47 for 5. So, yeah, again, the result was never in doubt, Amy, was it, during that 10 overs? But still, you know, Austria punched back when they could. And they I think they frustrated the Netherlands a bit. I mean, it's one thing to force dots, but I think that Netherlands, they would have liked to have broken that partnership a bit quicker. In the end, it was handed to them. But still, the Dutch, you know, they've had that game against England that they lost. Apart from that, they've been flawless. But it was all about the first half, really. That opening partnership between Iris Svilling and Robin Riker of 187 that sets up a big win.
It'd be interesting if they have another opening partnership that they start with tomorrow, maybe. See if they've got change up the...
It's almost like they've hitched the wagon to that opening partnership
now.
Like I mean, Anna Thompson was opening earlier. This is what's coming up, though, match 16, last game of the day. England versus Italy. It's always good no matter what the sport. England 11 taking on Italy in this one. And it will be the Italians batting first after England have sent them in. Stay tuned for that one. It's starting in 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Amy, you've been a wonderful guest. I've really enjoyed having you here
it's been great
with
speaking to you.
Why don't we go through the highlights of this one? And you can see Austria cautiously optimistic. And well, I think that's saying it all. They are loving what they're doing here. Hannah Simpson-Parker got that steady gaze that the Simpson-Parkers have. But it just showed the wind was the same for both teams. And the Dutch didn't find it particularly easy under the high ball either, did they?
Not at all. I mean, it's gone really cloudy here, hasn't it? It's just, the sun's completely gone. Back in England.
That was a nice shot down the ground. Of course, the boundaries were few and far between. De Lange was able to swallow that return catch off Joanne Stiglitz, who went 4 and out, opening the batting. That brought Mahadiwa to the crease, and yeah, those two would then put together a big partnership. And some fancy skills of some other kinds as well from the English. We had Grumpy Santa as well, as he was called by the chat. But Netherlands, I mean, it's always tough with a bit of the sting out of the game. But I think that they try and throw the ball around. They tried to get the most out of it as well. But really, this was a bit of a holding pattern, this partnership. And it started with, you know, mostly just dot balls, I suppose. But then they did break out and found another gear. We saw some really nice shots played.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like they grew into the game, isn't it? They built the confidence, saw that they can do it, and yeah, give it a bit of a welly.
Yeah, we saw the old new agey cable tie technique there being put to the test. Willing came in the 8th to get it over. That was a nice shot again. Mahadiwa has certain strengths and she has very good hand-eye coordination. I bet she'd be a good hockey player with these kind of shots, right? But I think she needs to work out how to use that right now to get more balls in her hitting zone. Otherwise, she's a bit too easy, I think, to bowl to at the higher level bowlers kind of work her out pretty quickly. This one in the last over, and the finger was up before the ball hit the ground, but for me, I thought it was a little bit of an unlucky one. Despite that, I don't think it's going to change the narrative too much. Riker finishes with a wicket as well. She finishes with 2 for 2, dominating this game. The Netherlands, they run out winners by 140 runs. 20 for Sabu before she was retired out, along with Mahadiwa, who scored 19. Let's look at the Netherlands. Only 1 wide in the whole innings. So now that's one key difference, I think, when players are playing regularly and, you know, kind of comfortable in the format, comfortable out there. They give nothing away for free. And I think that's part of the reason that Austria are only able to manage 47. They throw the ball around, 6 bowlers used in this one. Zwilling and Raka, the opening combination from the first innings, they end up closing things out here with an over apiece. Everyone else bowled 2. Van der Voning, I thought she bowled really well. She took none for 3 of her 2 overs, but the wickets went to Raka, who got 2, and Delanga with just the 1. For Amy, once again, big thank you. And I know you've stayed around later than all your teammates to come and do the game. I really appreciate it, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Amy Brown-Carrera, my special guest here in match 15. We're about 20 minutes away from rejoining you for the last match of the day. It's the England 11 versus Italy. Pick a side, as we'll be back shortly with the final match of day 4 right here. Rico, he'll be back too, but right now it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you shortly with more European Cricket Championship W.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the final match here in match day 4. England will be taking on Italy. In the last time round these two teams met, Italy did pretty well, restricting England to under 100 runs. It was a score in the 90s, but Italy themselves, well, they were restricted to only 26. Italy, though, since then are starting to play some good cricket, and batters are starting to perform like Ratanaika, who's been in outstanding form. Could they cause a little bit of an upset here? Why don't we join the two captains for the all-important coin toss?
England, you are the home team. Casper will toss the coin for you. Italy, you're the away team, you will call. There's the coin for you.
Ready?
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We will have bowl first.
Toss from England, who will bowl first. Thank you very much.
Lovely to see a young Casper out there, of course, the son of our founder, Daniel Weston. And Kiara Green, well, maybe put off a little bit by the young man out there, does eventually decide and let us know that she will have a field first. Interesting one. I got the feeling that they would have probably liked to put the runs on the board, but I just get the feeling there that maybe Kiara Green is a little bit worried maybe about the hitting potential of the Italian openers, and maybe decided that she'd rather her team knew exactly what score they wanted and allow Italy to have a bat first and feel that they can then control the game better from that position rather than allow the Italians to chase. So interesting call. Look, you know also from the weather, it's a little bit overcast, the wind is still around, it's howling around, so I think the weather plays a bit of a part in this one as well. Maybe the bowlers will get this ball to tweak around a little bit as well. So I think that the captain, Kiara, is hoping that her bowlers will and could get those dangerous openers out first. Of course, Ratanaika has been in very good form. We saw another fine knock from her early on in the day. 85% to 15 is what the win predictor is predicting in favour of England. Yeah, early in the day, Ratanaika 54-27 has been in devastating form. Just remember that also yesterday she was hitting the ball well and scored good, valuable runs. And the other thing is that the other opener, Nana Kakara, is also starting to find her form. So the two openers could be key as well. They have made some changes in other areas as well with the openers. We have seen that the likes of Momolaje has been out there as well. So here we are ready to start, and this is also a first here. Well, not a first, but a first maybe in the Euros of women's cricket or the Euros of men's cricket, Euros of any cricket here at the Kardama Oval. We have a husband and wife team doing the umpiring. There's Stefan Gooch, and at square leg is Meta Gooch. Of course, recently married, the ECN couple. So this is going to be interesting, and I get the feeling there might be a few jokes and captions that might come our way from the chat, and maybe from Vinny Sandu himself when he joins me back in the box for this one. Starting off with the ball, then it is going to be Amy Wheeler. It'll be interesting to see what kind of movement she gets in these conditions, and well, maybe lucky to get a bit of bat on this. Let's see if there's a signal from the umpire. Yeah, definitely a bit of bat, and I think she does well, because I think otherwise could have been in a spot of bother there, Ratanaika. So no change in the lineup here. Momolaje, who did open early on, well, she now takes a bit of a backseat as Nanya Kakara is the other opener. Welcome back to everybody. And of course, always great to have all the guests in the commentary box as well. This one's down the leg side and will be signalled a wide. Yeah, it's been wonderful to have the women coming up and sharing their experiences and some of their stories with the both of us in the box. And hopefully we'll keep that coming for you as well. I know that you all like to hear from some of the players as well. And this one will probably go all the way. It will. Just a couple of bounces as it goes to the boundary. Just straying down the leg side. And Nanya Kakara making the most of it. Just helping this along. It's a good little swivel on that. So to the boundary it goes. Of course, earlier we did have Green, the captain, in the commentator's box as well. There's some of the Italians. There's Regina. Well, they've found something to have a little laugh about. Nice to see those smiley faces, and certainly seen plenty of them in women's of cricket. Again, the shorter delivery. It gets through the fielder there in the sort of backward fine position, but only one run. And Stephen Kirk saying, looking a bit gloomy out there. It is a little, I have to say. Shot, but straight to the field. Overcommitted. We've seen this before, but this time gets lucky. Oh, well, when Italy played England last time, this is exactly how they lost one of the openers, and it was the same. It was Nanya Kakara. She just runs. She puts her head down and goes. She's quick out the blocks. She's not looking at a partner. Gets away there. Last time it was curtains for her. It's been played and well stopped. So good standards in the field early on here from England. Yeah, last time, of course, it was Shashi Pai. Picked up and through and knocked the stumps over. She's lucky. She just needs to wait. She needs some patience. And that would be a big loss if you gave wicket away cheaply like that. Wheeler looking to finish what's been a pretty good over. That's been the one thing, though. She has strayed on the leg side. This will be a long, hard chase. We'll get there. Gets a slide in. The slide and throw from Libby Thomas. The batters do complete two. That will be the end of the first over. 9 without loss. And we can remind you that in terms of upcoming events, well, for this year, this is it. Yep. It comes to an end on Friday. Finals day here of the Euros of Women's Championship. But then after that, we got a bit of a break. 3 weeks. We'll be back, though, on the 17th of January. Now, Vinny Sandu will join me back now. And I think, Vinny, but we might even give some tips to some of our viewers on some of the matches that maybe they want to go back and revisit.
Definitely. It's a great idea, actually. Maybe I'll have to start. Maybe I may put a list up or something.
Yeah.
Just suggested.
That's a good idea.
Because people do miss us. And by us, I mean
the cricket
Network. Yeah, of course. Anyway, here we go with Cassidy McCarthy coming on, blasting one past Delisha. First ball. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to kind of give my top 10 matches of 2023, or even full days. There are certain days that say, you know what, if you're getting your withdrawals and not having ECN around, we are pretty much ubiquitous now, 7 days a week. Then yeah, watch this. Good idea.
A lot of movement, and a few people on the chat saying, looks a bit murky, overcast. Yeah, it is. And I think as a result of that, you'd expect this Grizzly to swing around a bit.
Yeah, and it is right now for McCarthy, who's getting it to swing in. But then you got to kind of go with that. I think you got to take a few risks. Italy have been strong, particularly up the top. I mean, their batting has stood up under scrutiny. They really pushed the Dutch last night.
So we're going to miss, and just sneaks this one in.
Here's the thing. Watch this ball. The last one was a big hooping in swinger, right? And then this one goes away. So I don't know if it's just natural variation or whether that's deliberate, but that's not easy to play.
No, it's not. And especially if your mindset as a batter, you've seen a couple come into you, you're thinking, okay, this will be the same. So keeping the batter guessing McCarthy. And this is going to hurt. It's missed the helmet. And it's hit right in between the two shoulder blades at the back. Oh, that hurt. Oh. And now, I mean, you spare a thought also for the batter because, well, Nanya Kakara has hit it. And she's totally distraught that she's hit her own partner. Look, she drops the bat down and saying, oh no, what have I done? But look, the key thing is the play call dead straight away. Let's hope she's okay.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure where this is hit. The scary bit is when you get it up, kind of just below the back of the helmet. Yeah. That seemed to me that was a bit more
lower
the shoulder blade, which this might show us.
Just in between, I think, but just,
Yeah, I mean, it's you can see where she goes to straight away. Both the bats drop. So we'll see you one more time. That was absolutely drilled. Yeah, so it'll be a nasty one. I just hope she can continue. She's having such a great tournament here with Ratnayaka. And
the main thing is you can see she's responding to everything she's being asked. She can feel the pain. You can see the way she's clenching her hands there, her fists, so she can feel it. Well,
but you're right about Delisha, who hits that ball immediately. She's sick in her stomach, and it's just one of those things. People also sometimes go, oh, I really should wear a helmet. You only should really have to wear a helmet to a faster bowler.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are faster bowlers. But I think that's a really good reason as well that you should be wearing a helmet all the time.
Absolutely.
Because, if it's just, you're batting in a cap or something against a spinner, and something like that, it's coming so quickly. Good to see she's up on her feet. I think she'll want to continue. I think she did get a pat on the back there, which probably wasn't very well thought out.
It was from the medic. Maybe it was a healing one. Right, now they're okay. This is when Delisha says, that was 4. That was 4.
That was absolutely drilled. That was one of the hardest hit balls all day. Anyway, should be interesting mid-pitch conference coming up. And look who's thrilled about it. Not thrilled that there was an injury, but thrilled about the result that it didn't go for any runs. It's Cassidy McCarthy.
But you're right. It could have been so much worse. And I always say, and remember this, folks, it's not that you're worried about the bowler themselves getting you on the head, but it's normally self-inflicted. Either you knock it onto your head or, in this case, you get hit. Straight down the leg side again. That fielding position has been so key, hasn't it?
That's one of the things about, just going back a second, that's one of the things about our game that is, I suppose, something is hard to sort out sometimes, is that there are so many ways you can get hit in the head. You can sweep it into your head.
We have seen some comical ones as well.
You can sweep it into your head. You can knock heads with another player.
Edge, and this is going to race to the boundary. That's gone quick and fast. So, fortune does favour the brave. And you got to be brave. Well, you just asked Ratnayaka about this at the other end. Yeah, that's a genuine edge, and that's always frustrating for the fast bowler. And, well, that's nice there. Plenty of support, encouragement. End of the over, and they needed that boundary at the end just to keep things ticking. 13 without loss after 2.
Well, there you go. She got her boundary in the end. She was cost one by her partner. But, Delisha moves to 9. Ratnayaka, though, who just did get hit, she'll face up. And let's see if that causes her any hassles. She's played so well, honestly. It's been a breakout week for her.
Yeah.
And doing it against good opposition as well. So I think she'll relish the test. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, as they say in the classics. Looks like it will be Bethan Ellis who's going to bowl over number 3. It is the last game of the day, so feel free to throw some random questions in. I think Amy Brown-Carrera was an excellent commentator in the box last game. We had Kiara Green, of course, earlier on in the day as well. He's leading England this afternoon. Here's Ellis.
It's played out into a pocket of space. It's chased hard. Will be stopped and picked up, and it will be Amy Wheeler that gets the throw in. Well chased.
Yeah, set high standards for themselves, don't they? Well, looks like the sweater's come off after one ball from Ellis, so she means business.
Yeah,
it is
off.
That the temperature is 15, and it probably was 17 this time yesterday, so it doesn't sound like a lot, but I think when the clouds go over the sun, it does get a bit bitey.
High up in the air, and this will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. In la zona. Shaka lagya. Bel corpo, as they would say in Italia. That's a good hit.
Well, how about that from Ratnayaka? She gets hit, and then she hits back. That is beautiful timing. Honestly, that round the wicket just basically puts it into the wheelhouse. She steps across and drills it. Almost enough to get the blankets off the teammates.
Bit full, high, in the air, and wave it goodbye, because with the wind behind it as well, that will go all the way, turns it into a full toss. And what I like about this shot, Vinny, is rather than going across the line, which a lot of batters would be tempted to, she hits through the ball. Cracking shot.
Got the wind at your back if you're batting and hitting straight down the ground today, so she just gets it up in the slipstream. Well, you tell me. Looks like something's hit a nerve on Ratnaka, and she's just been launched into action here.
Can I just tell you that already they've gone past the score which they scored against England last time?
That's true, yeah.
And remember how that went. That was that crazy run out, wasn't there? This is another one that's over pitch, and this will get the treatment as well. One bounce four as this one goes over Kiara Green. So just not getting the ball to pitch, and Ratanaika is making the most of it. She has such quick hands and powerful hands as well, doesn't she?
She's been brilliant this week. This is really what this tournament's all about, and what ECN's all about. You know, giving opportunities to players that wouldn't exist otherwise. Making memories right now. Ratanaika making them quickly. 21.
This one was probably one that was there for the shot, but rather than go straight again, she tries to go over cow corner, misses out on it. Good comeback though from Ellis. She does at least hit the pitch this time.
Hello to Conrad Greenshields, who's popped into the chat, saying he's checking out some of the ECCW. Conrad, hopefully you well. Compliments of the season to you and your family. Missing you here at the Cartermore Oval. Last ball of the third.
Don't know is the call this time. They're not going to chance the arm of Shashi Pai. She's already shown how good she is a fielder in that area. End of the over. It goes for 19. The score at the end of the power play, 31-0. So just to remind you, last time these two teams met, it didn't go Italy's way. England put 93 on the board. They're pretty well restricted with some good bowling from Italy, but Italy themselves 96 all out, and that was an easy win for England, and they bowled Italy out, I think, with something like 13 balls to go.
Yeah.
And it started with that crazy run out, remember?
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? And that can happen. I think if you look at the innings where it's gone completely off the rails, normally it's because the openers and the top order has had some sort of snafu that's had a cascading effect down the order. Well, here's Kiara Green bringing herself on pretty early here. And Kiara, it was great to hear a bit of her experience, and particularly her experience developing juniors, and particularly girls, through the system as well.
Yeah, nice moment there. Also captured by Spring Productions, the umpire, Meda, and Kiara having a little giggle. Always nice to see.
All right, over number 4, Nani Hikara.
Gets dragged out to the leg side square. Well, just loses a feet there, Wheeler, but manages to keep the ball in hand and gets the throw in.
That was one of the best lying down throws I think I've ever seen. Still its keeper on the full. Maddie Ward back behind the stumps for England 11 this game. We saw her bowling, actually. I knew she could bowl a bit. She took 2 for 3 off 9 balls in the first game of the day. So yet another bowling option.
This one slightly quicker from Kiara. Clever bowling, clever change of pace.
I think they like Maddie behind the stumps, so I think they've got plenty of bowling options. If they were struggling, then for bowling options, then you've got Thomas, who does a good job behind there as well. You could free her up.
Goes for it and gets it out of the middle. Lovely jubbly. Que guay, que genial, que grandes. Ace mas.
Yeah, incredibly good straight hitting. And I think, the straighter the better if you can. Again, you got to know what you're doing. So if the wind is behind you, then when you're batting and hitting straight, then you want to hit it up. If you're hitting into the wind, you kind of got to cut it, got to hit it lower, you got to flatter, so the wind can't have the effect. So it's just knowing that. I played almost all my cricket in Perth, where the wind, it does get very windy, and you have completely different strategies from each end.
This one, just drops before Pai could get to a good decision made there by Pai as well. I think if she commits to this, I reckon it ends up yorking her and the ball gets away from her.
Quick hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. Hello to Jiminy Cricket as well. Love that name. Hello to Alan as well. Sivagam, Salapan, good to have you with us. And anyone else that might have missed out, feel free to throw in a few questions.
Okay, this is another one we'll just drop before the fielder can get to it. So this time it's McCarthy that does the fielding. I think it's a good option though to take the pace off to these batters. I think it's a good good ploy, but you've got to get the ball in the right
The
areas.
$64,000 question is now with the field back, will Italy still try and take on these outfielders? Because if you give them a chance, you're probably not going to get away with it.
Well, there's your answer, and there's the result. 6 more, straight as a dart. What a hit. Manos, arriba, 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 Vitro, porque eso es 6 más. Well, there's a little bit of hype going on out there in the middle.
This is something that we're seeing from Ratnaka here. And will they take on the field? Yeah. But also, it helps if you get it in the gap. And I think if Pai is standing on the boundary on that line, she's got a chance to catch it because she has to sprint sideways. She can't get there in time. Great finish to the over for Italy. They're 46 without loss after 4.
Yeah, going along nicely. We saw the over from Ellis went for 18. This one goes for 15. So Italy, yeah, making things happen. And don't forget, we've seen that a number of the batters have found their form now. So this is a really good start. So a change in the bowling now. So Millie Taylor, who's been pretty productive. Okay, opportunity maybe. Oh, great effort. Superb effort. And that's Bethan Ellis, who's come in from a long way and dived forward. I think she may have caught a bit of this on the side of the face as well. I hope she's okay, but that
she might have on the
comes back.
Bounce up. But that's a great effort. I mean, that would have been catch of the week, I think.
Yeah, there you go. It does catch a bit.
Has to count the teeth. But Taylor's a different kind of a beast, isn't she, with the ball? And this is the beauty of the England 11 bowling lineup. You've got so many different strings you can pull. So, yeah, Millie's just something different. And that's what you're trying to throw when the partnership is developing.
So waits for this nicely, tries to get it wide of Pai really well. Patrols the boundary there, gets behind it, makes the stop, gets the throw in, keeps it just to the 1.
One thing I haven't really seen is like a huge spinning wrongin, bit of a tongue twister from Taylor.
Yeah. Okay, this one I think is going to beat Pai. It will. It's another top shot, and now Nanya Kakara saying that I can match you with the 6s as well. There you go. There's a little fist bump from the 2. They're best of friends again.
Yeah, well, Delisha has been delightful, really, and she has shown what she can do a bit more over the last couple of days. 50 partnership coming up as well. What a start for Team Italy.
Okay, well, this one is going to be in safe zone. There's nobody really straight behind the keeper. You can see Taylor holds her head, thinks she could have been in with a chance of the wicket there, gets the false shot, but nobody there to take the catch.
Well, a few people just have their eyebrows raised at these first 5 overs at the moment. This is cracked down to long off. Pai will handle it. It's the end of 5, and Italy, what a start. 56 without loss at the halfway point of this first innings in match 16. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And I know I had a question in the chat from Conrad. Is this the first time we've had a husband and wife combination in an international? Yes, talking about the on-field umpires, by the way. But we did have it in Rome with the Picaros
we did.
before. That was probably 2 years ago now. But I'm just going to say, is there a little bit of history repeating here? You know how the first Dutch century was first ECC century for men's was a Dutch player.
Yeah, it was.
And same with the women's. The first really big upset I think we had, Italy beating England in the ECC.
I knew you were going to bring that up.
And what are we watching right here?
Oh, that's a really good delivery.
Long way to go, though.
Beaten by pace. Good comeback. This as they do go back to McCarthy to bowl. Her second. Great delivery.
Sebastian Bratt says he feels an upset in making, of course, the Netherlands 11 Dutch skipper. So, yeah, interesting though. 100 plus, I think, is a minimum you need to challenge England.
Nice hands, good wrist work, guides this into the gap, gets a single. Of course, you were talking, of course, about Iris Zwelling. Two centuries.
Yeah, talk about.
I mean, and the way she brought it up. Excuse me.
It was crazy.
Wow.
23 off her bat in the last over. Went from 77. Never mind nervous 90s. It was only the 90s for about 3 heartbeats.
She absolutely clobbered it. And, well, what a magical moment. And that's got to be the first time, right? Even if you in European cricket, even with the men's, that we've seen a player score 2 centuries.
Yeah, in one series.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Definitely.
Amazing. She is in some form at the moment. What a moment, a magical moment. And that's what it's all about, you know. We say all the time, I know you heard us saying a lot of this in Barcelona, as McCarthy comes in again. Slightly, well, this is a proper wrong, and I love to see the action on this one. Is this the old knuckleball?
I wouldn't mind seeing this one again.
Let's have a look what she does here. I think, look at I reckon there's...
Well, the way it broke,
maybe not a
it broke like an
knuckleball,
off-cutter that just kind of was the release point was wrong.
Yeah, trying things, McCarthy. Liking it. And again to Nanya Yakara, who plays it firmly, but early call off, no. Yeah, so we were saying in Barcelona that, you know, it's great to have all these records, but records are there to be broken. History is there to be rewritten. And, well, we'll be rewriting the record books here for sure with, the Dutch captain Zwelin scoring her 2nd century. It's firmly hit. Got a very good eye seeing this one. It's not a bad delivery, but quick to react and gets a good shot in. Both these batters look well set.
Didn't mention this at the time because no one was really expecting the 100 to come up, and it was the end of the innings. But yeah, both times it has been against Austria, so they'll be having a few nightmares, I think, about Iris. Although having said that, there were a few opportunities there. Tough catching conditions, I think, because of the wind. A few misjudgments there. But it also looked like Reichert might be on for a century at one point before Iris got the bulk of the strike in the 10th over.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Don't forget. I mean, we were talking about the century. Outstanding it was. Reichert's performance was great. Great partnership. Worth 187. So, yeah, setting records. So that's a record as well. That stands at the moment the highest women's partnership in the Euros of cricket. That is the end of the over. And Italy going well. 59 without loss after 6.
Pretty good over that one, though. Just kind of bringing it back a bit more to normality. There were 4 dots in that, 2 singles and a wide. So just 3 runs off that over. So if you look at the over by over so far, the production's been pretty good for Italy. First 2 were pretty quiet. That was Wheeler and McCarthy, 9 and 4. But then 18, 15 and 10. And then they bring McCarthy back. Guess what? The scoring dries up.
Yeah, her spell's been actually quite amazing. Just 7 runs from her spell. So there was a little bit of a conference there between Green, Wheeler, and the other player that was involved in there was Bethan Gammon about this next one. So they looks like they are going to go back here to Wheeler.
Yeah, so going back to the openers, but yeah, I suppose.
Santa's watching, children. I hope you've been good. I hope you're on the nice list.
The chat had christened him Grumpy Santa.
He's not grumpy at all.
He's actually not. He's actually the nicest man you could hope to meet.
Yeah, and I think he and his wife have been to all the championships that
I mentioned this
here.
even when I got invited to play for Costa del Sol Cricket Club against the touring team on a Sunday morning. No cameras, no fanfare. They're there watching. They just love the cricket.
They love the cricket. You know they love the cricket so much. You know where they're going?
They're going to India. That's right.
They're going to India to watch all the tests. And fair play. Wheeler. Oh, this one I think might have just... Does this catch a bit of the bat?
No, but it's going down leg side, but it almost did create a run out.
It did. Yeah, it was sent back. Oh, yeah, giving it a rub, but then no bat there. It's another bruise. This time, she's the one that's going to be marked. There's Andy House in the background. Nice to see plenty of people glued to the action occurring in front of them. Okay, up in the air. Hey, gear. Shaka Lagia. In the zona. Lovely stroke. This is all timing, Vinny. All timing.
That's a great shot. I mean, because it's with the swing, but because she's quick, you got to make sure you get the hands out in front, otherwise it just crashes into your pad and it kind of ties you up for room. But I'm just kind of gobsmacked at how well these two are batting when you consider how little cricket they actually play in match situations in the Italian club system. I know there is some, but nothing like what the English players get to do week in, week out. And it's quite amazing. I mean, Delisha played that one beautifully, and now Wheeler, who's quick.
I wonder if they've got the... hang on a minute. Somebody's going to have to come in from somewhere.
Yeah, what have they got? They've got 3 up in the circle. They bring the mid-off up. I actually like that. because she's swinging it in. It'll be tough to go inside out. Anyway, comeback ball.
Well, that's why they want to keep that fielder out there on the boundary. So that's the plan. A little bit shorter. They know that both these batters are going to play and go for their shots to see if they can get the miscue and get the wicket.
It just shows you the raw potential, though, here. And a team like Italy coming out and really taking it to England, who, let's be honest, they haven't really had to bat under pressure in the series. And I think that's one thing that's pretty clear to me. They've never actually been, had to bat with that tension in the air. And if they're chasing 100 plus here, especially if Italy can get off to a good start and maybe push that rate up a little bit, could be in for a huge upset.
It's this one. I don't know if there's anything on this. It was extra bounce. So, yeah, the reverse, there's a little touch here. So that's 4 runs. So it's that short delivery. You knew they were going for the short one. It's banged in. Now, for me, that's a bit of a bluff. I'll tell you why. Because they spent a bit of time moving the field around, in, out, shake it all about, and then they brought in the fielder where the last shot was played to, who was on the boundary at fine, brought him in the circle to make the batter feel, and they made sure the batter knew it was done. Make the batter feel it was going to be full and straight, and bangs in the short one.
There's a negative of keeping up there. There's a little glove that probably, if Maddie Ward's back, she catches that easily. So there's always pros and cons about standing up. Now she goes back.
Oh, that's a no-e, and it's going to be a spicy take for the keeper. Couldn't take it, gets the gloves, and that's going to be a no ball and 4 byes as well. Oh, dear, oh dear, gets this completely wrong. Pressure is on maybe here on the English.
The only good thing for Maddie Ward is that we might have had another helmet bang if she was keeping up then, because that was almost impossible. But, yeah, nice shot from one of our cameras in the cube. But, yeah, bonus. That's 9 runs off that ball, essentially.
Yeah. I don't think Ward will be too happy that that one goes down as byes.
Still the worst rule change they ever made to say that there can be byes off a no ball. Anyway, free hit.
Up in the air, and I think this is going to elude the fielder. Chases on. Can she stop the boundary? No. Otra vez. 4 more. Choka Lagia. Chased hard by Libby Thomas, but she can't get there. Look at this partnership. Listen to the screams of the Italian supporters as well.
Yes, folks, this is the same team that were bowled out for 26 last time they played this opposition. You know, they do a lot of careful thinking and planning, this Italian team. Yes, they've got limited resources. They've got challenges, but they're always trying to work out ways they can be competitive. Right now, they're more than competitive here at Naka to 45.
Short again, hammers it hard. Where's this one going to drop? Just short, I think. Well, is it 6 or just short? Well, Vinny, you're going for the 6. And the
I think this is 6. I think this is a 50. Let's have a look.
Believe it. Let's see if it is.
Yeah, I reckon.
Here we go. 50 or not, everybody.
49. 50. Oh. Well, I saw it as 6, and that looks like it's heading over the line.
If it's catching the rope, it will be 6. So
I agree with the call.
Does the rope look? It's doubled up there. Oh, double rope means that's going to be a 6.
Well, batted Methnara at Naka. She gets another 50 by the barest of margins, as they say in the classics. It's 86 without loss after 7. Coming up tomorrow, maybe we can get another look at. Actually, no. Now she gets to acknowledge. There's the 50 that she gets to acknowledge. Spain take on England 11 first up tomorrow, then Austria, Italy, England versus Netherlands. And, well, this is the moment. I think she finally realises, hey, was that 6, was it?
Beautiful moment. And look at that smile. Look at the smile. I tell you what, she was in pain earlier, but now all the pain is gone. She'll take the blow and she'll say, do it against me next time because it brings me luck.
Tomorrow we'll start, same time, 8:45 a.m. GMT, 9:45 in Central Europe, 2:15 in India. I mean, will it be frost? Will it be snow? Will it be wind? We don't know yet. That's one of the exciting things for us as we get ready for the start of over number 8. And this is where I thought, would you try and go to run there? They say, no, we don't want to waste it at the moment on a risky run. Shachi Pai gets the ball for the first time. He took 3 wickets earlier today.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the best innings I've ever seen here at the Carter Oval by someone that was drilled in the spine early in the innings.
Hey, that last over went for about 20. It was magical, right? It's got to be about 25 plus with the byes as well.
Yeah, 27.
Into the pads. They think about it. That's one thing these two, when they're together, you always feel could let them down, is that they're calling and running between the wickets.
Yeah, true. And also partly strategic right now. Not that Delisha's not batting well. She's on 27. But I think, obviously, you got Ratnaka, who's going at her 200-plus strike rate, which not many batters have been able to go at that rate in this series. So they really want to get Ratnaka back on strike.
Shashi Pai goes full, up in the air. It's going to bounce wide of the fielder. Tries to... Oh, that's brilliant. Excellent save. Take it from me. This is safe. This is great bit of teamwork. Well, we're all about stronger together. You see stronger together all around this ground. This is stronger together. What a bit of fielding this is.
That was classic. Bit of tennis, really. Look, here's the serve. Bang. That's fine. And then bang. That's fine. Problem is, there's nobody else there, but that's fine. 2 runs where it could have easily been 4.
Excellent that from Taylor and Ellis combining together, combining stronger together to make that save. Oh, this is going to be 4 runs. Goes on the back foot. Be interesting to look at this again. Does he play it for this or not? I'm undecided. Vinny, what do you reckon?
Let's have a look at it here. I mean, I think she likes the idea of it. I don't think that's where she meant for it to contact.
Looking at the head, I'd say no.
The other thing is, it's not really... Normally when you're doing that, you're kind of breaking your wrists a little bit and kind of giving a bit with the bat. I think it was a genuine edge, if I'm honest, but well, who cares? Take the luck when you get it. Ratnaka to 55. She's outdone herself here. Back-to-back 50s here on day 4.
Slices up in the air, out of reach from Pai. Great effort, and expect nothing other than that from Shashi.
Shachi's kind of in the mould, I would say, you know, Joanne, the Austrian captain, that there's no limit to the amount of energy that they have in the field. You know, Shachi, there's no doubt about why she fields in that long off position or fields down the ground. You know, she's very, very good. She'll go with everything. She's bowled a pretty good over here. Last ball coming up.
A little bit short and gets punished. That's going to be 6 runs. And it finishes with a bang. It's another knock. As it goes all the way as the production crew jump in their seats to the crashing sound of another 6 hit from the bat of Ratnaka. She moves now into the 60s, 61 with a score at the end of 8 overs, 97 without
loss. What a shot. What are we watching here? That's an incredible shot. Ratnaka taking her game to levels that I've never seen, really. And 97 without loss after 8. For sure, they're getting more than 100 here. Looks like Kiara Green is going to try and stop the bleeding here in the 9th over. And, okay, after a game that was about as one-sided as you could get, 140 runs to the margin in the last game. But this is very much a contest to finish the day.
Yeah, well, okay, Kiara Green going to try a different approach. Going to try coming around the wicket to get the feeding once again. She'll vary her pace around. So she's what I would like call a bit of a Bombay mix type of bowler. There's going to be a bit of all sorts coming out. And it starts her on pretty full into the pads. Maybe that's the plan here, into the pads. Maybe. They spot that this could be the weakness.
I mean, look at the strike rates. Delisha hasn't quite been as destructive as her partner.
Captain's pretty happy, Pedrick.
Enjoying themselves over there.
Oh, and that's it. There's a wicket. And so the change of angle does the trick. And Nanya Kakara will go for 28 or 23. Well bowled by Green.
Yeah, well bowled. I think it's a little bit of a drift that does it. And Delisha's going to have to go, but she has taken part in a very, very good partnership. Played some good shots of her own. See, that leaves her a little bit. Bangs into the top of middle stump. And finally, the English fans have something to cheer about. 97 for 1.
Yeah, right on the pegs. Well bowled. Cracking delivery. What do you reckon here that Stefan Mehta could be talking about? Could be talking about who's doing the washing tonight, and
being on tour, they don't have to worry about a lot of those things. But well batted by Delisha, who's going to go back to a very good reception. She's very, very well received there. Why not? It's been a start, I think, beyond the wildest dreams of the Italians, if I'm honest, Rico.
It'll be all right. What about dinner plans? What should we have for dinner tonight or whatever?
I don't understand what married people talk about anyway. So look, I'm not going to pretend to know.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. What's there not to understand? I don't understand. That's
probably talking about life insurance or that. All I know is what I see on the TV.
Hey, Bartram, last time we saw he cracked the first ball for 6.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a legal one yet. That one's too wide.
I think Bartram's a perfect number 3, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, clever. because she knows the play's got to be to try and keep Ratanaika on strike. She's hitting the ball so well.
I love watching these contests, in real time. Very intelligent cricketers in this ECCW. Amelia Bartram's one of them. All right, so here's the battle. Kiara did get the breakthrough, but now she has to bowl to Methnara Ratanaika. She's going to go over the wicket. Interesting. That's what she's elected to do.
Yeah, so different plan, different tactic. And to hit in the air, chance, and taken. So that's a big wicket. They remove both the openers within balls of each other, and it is the captain, Kiara Green, that comes out and does the job. It's going to be the end of Ratanaika, but what a reception she's going to get. 99 on the board, 99 for 2, and Ratanaika finally falls for 61. And what a knock it's been. It's been an absolute joy to watch.
Well, we saw this morning, sometimes it's not easy being Green, but Kiara fights back and gets both openers and turns his game on its head in the 9th over. Great catch by Shachi Pai as well. But what about that knock from Methnara Ratanaika? Follows up her 54 in the morning game with 61 here, and she does it off just, how many balls was that? It was 28 balls with 6 sixes and 4 fours. What a great knock.
Fantastic knock. But what a good bit of bowling from the captain. It all happens in the 9th with 2 wickets. And this one, well, they're going to have to think long and hard. Maybe the height here. I think the height could be, I'm saying it's a bounce. I think it's bouncing over the stumps.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go with maybe. I think the line's fine. Yeah.
It's going over.
Too high. Definitely is what I was going to say. It's hard to tell with her crouching down. All right, back to the action here.
We've got a runner here.
Ball.
Yeah, ball watching a little bit there was Bartram. But we'll get the single. Now this is when they did it. 100 comes up. That's the chair. So that brings 100 up. So this is where Bartram really now needs to get into it. What a lovely moment this is. Look, captain of England, no problem. You want your laces done? Yeah, come to me. I'll sort you out. Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it's all about. Share the moment. One of the moments of the day.
That's actually the first shoelace I've seen today. We have had an unusually high shoelace fail rate here. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's the wind here at this time of the year. But yeah, 100 for 2. All right, there's the 100 plus. I think they need to be competitive against England. Shachi Pine's going to bowl the last over. Look, I think now you need to push with the running as well. Okay, you've got 8 wickets in hand. You're looking for 10 plus off this over.
Yeah.
Here's the 10th.
Yeah, running hard. The easy pickup for the fielder, no issues. So McCarthy holds on to it, doesn't throw it away. So they take single now. Also, I think the left and right combination could be pretty healthy. Bartram, we know she can crack the ball, especially straight down the ground pretty well. So going to come around the wicket here now, Pai.
This is going to be a good one. I think the plan for Pai is kind of angle it in, probably swing it away a little bit. That's what she's doing at the moment, bit of left to right. But Bartram, she's good over mid-off. We know that. She's also pretty good when she drags to the leg side. She's facing up with 101 runs on the board with 5 balls remaining. 110 just looks a lot better than 100 and less.
Going to have to run hard and just out of the reach of Pai. Once again, there's that.
Oh, that's closer than you think.
I think they're going to go upstairs and have a look at this because I don't see a bat slide.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking she might be relying on a foot here.
I got my spider senses going here. Let's have a look. That's where the hesitation came. Oh, I think she's just okay.
Yeah, certainly one thing we're seeing as we watch is again that Italy can improve, and I think Prabha is probably watching this and saying, right, girls, we're going to be doing some running between the wickets. Let's have a look at this. The bat, when does it come down?
Yeah, I think
just down.
Just in.
Great work from our media partner, Spring Productions, and Helena there with the crew doing a great job.
Pretty close though. All right, Pedrick. Got a hit and run here. Love a boundary. Where's it going to come from?
Spike up in the air, should be taken, and there's going to be no mistakes at all from Maddie Ward. As soon as she finds it, and she'll take it. She's wearing some nifty shades under that lid.
Yeah.
Here's a board.
Not so sure if they're required today, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, what this does do, it forces the new batter to come on strike. So it's kind of beaten for a bit of pace there. And we talked about how they're not particularly easy to grab when you're up to the stumps because you can easily lose the ball in the batter's body when it first starts to go up. But Pedrick is able to contribute 2 to the score, but she'll go at 102 for 3.
Pi's had a good day today, hasn't she? She's been outstanding in the field once again. We saw her take an excellent catch. We saw her take 3 wickets in the earlier contest, and well, now she's picked up another one here, and her spell of bowling so far has been great. My laptop is wet. That tells me there's some drizzle around.
Oh, that's not good.
There's definitely some drizzle.
The wind coming this way, that's bad news for us. Let's hope it stays away. Hey, Maham Lagi's coming in. You know what? The 6 she hit earlier, first 6 she's ever hit in her life.
Never.
And it was
She thumped it.
bomb. She took it from outside off and just smashed it over the fence.
Is that for real?
Yeah, here's Pi. 3 to come. Lightning not striking twice yet. Yeah, foot stays down. It was awesome. I said to her.
I mean, it was a massive hit.
Yeah.
And that's the...
It was,
okay.
and, you know, that would be like a regular-sized person hitting the ball like 200 metres. I think she's all right.
Yeah.
Crazy. And I said to her, where did the power come from?
Here we go. Pi, and again, a couple of balls to go. Gives herself a bit of room and plays a really good shot. The chaser got to run hard here because that's unlucky. That's unlucky.
The old Ford Escort over the line. Does everything right here. Is that Austin, I think, that's up after it. And actually does really well to catch up with it. But you have a look. Just drags her hand around the ball and ends up on the other side of the line with the ball. So 106. One more of those. They do get to 110 still. This has been a good over from Shachi Pai.
That's what Austin wishes he was a Ferrari. Would have got to that then, you know. Anyway, good shot. I like that. It was a good bit of cricket. Batter goes wide. Pai followed it. Similar delivery again. And this time, they've got to run hard. Got to try and come back for 2.
Yeah.
I mean, this is...
yeah, inexperienced. Probably wouldn't have made it, but we'll never know. And that will be the last ball.
I think over was called there, surely. I think
that's just going to be one. Now, a little bit of light rain falling. Hopefully, it's just a brief one, but we'll keep you up to date if there are any interruptions. But what about Italy? Okay, I think at the first half, what were they after 5?
59, I
59
think,
off 5. So, look, they almost keep up that rate, losing a couple of wickets in the second half, and they end up 48 in the second. Well, it is Mr. and Mrs. Gooch. I don't know if it'll have the same ticket sales as Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but still, they were the first ever international umpiring combination that are a married couple. A few blankets being passed around here as Regina back in the side, not required to do anything just yet, but it was a bright opening. After, to be fair, the first 2 overs, the English 11 openers in McCarthy and Wheeler really tested, but this was a scary moment. Luckily, Ratnaka would shake it off and go on to hand out a few blows of her own.
Yeah, sometimes you just need something to spark you up. Well, that's one way to do it. Both batters were, one was hurt, one was just in shock. Both bats went down, but they got picked up again, and once they were picked up, they did some good work.
Yeah, sure did. But like I said, I was floored by some of the ball striking here to players. Yeah, okay, they have experience maybe in a different level of cricket before, but in Italy, we don't really see them having to deal with this kind of bowling on any sort of basis. England spent a bit of time on the ground. That was a bit of fun. That one, Kiara Green came out and just went after it, whether it was pace, whether it was spin. Now, my thing was, okay, now the power play is over, the field's going back. Will they be able to keep doing it? And the answer is, yeah, they were. And they were able to find the gaps. That was a nice one down the ground as well. Millie Taylor came in, so I thought, there's another option that's going to be tough. That would have been catch of the week there if that had stuck to the hands of Bethan Ellis. It's really, Ratnaka and Delisha did a very, very good job putting their team in a good position. And although, lost a little bit of ground towards the end with those wickets, still a very healthy and very defendable total.
Yeah, I mean, that was a mare, wasn't it? That was the no ball that also went for 4 byes. That over in general, with all the runs that came off it, went for 27. And then it needed the captain to say, right, okay, I maybe have to go back to myself to try and put an end to all of this, because otherwise it didn't take those 2 wickets there. I reckon there was a 120-something score coming on here. I mean, there was some really good hitting. That, again, it's a thunderous hit. That went all the way. That was a 50. That was a 6. Smiles all around. She said, well, there you go. She said, we're best of friends again. As she taps on her head. Then we saw some great fielding.
How about that?
Fantastic. Hey, that saves you 110, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. England, obviously ran into a couple of players that were hitting the ball pretty well. I don't think they did a lot wrong, if I'm honest. Kiara Green then came and just kept things pretty quiet. Bowled a really good 9th over. She took 2 wickets, only conceded 3 runs in the over. And that was a fantastic catch from Pai. And who knows, that probably saves them about 10 runs, the way that Ratnaka was hitting them. And Shachi, well, she's full of energy, and I expect to see a bit more of her in the second half if required. But yeah, Ratnaka got a good reception. And at the end, we had this last wicket that went down. Well caught by Matty Ward, who spotted it straight away. But then we had a boundary in there as well towards the end. Ultimately, 107 on the board for Italy. Well, they can dare to dream thanks to that 61 of 28 from Ethnara Ratnaka. She struck the ball very, very nicely. Dalasha also with 28, and then Bartram, Pedrick and Mahamalagi just put bits and pieces together. Only 9 extras, so not giving a lot away for free, although they kind of stuck out when they happened, didn't they? Like that no ball plus 4 buys. As far as the bowlers went, well, some were able to restrict, like McCarthy. None for 7 off her 2 overs. Wheeler had an expensive second over that ruined her figures. Green with 2 wickets in the 9th was important, and Chachi Pai with a wicket and a catch in there as well. Well, Rico, we talked about the fact that one of the first big upsets we had in ECC men's cricket was Italy knocking over the England 11. Could it happen here? I think England, one thing's for sure, they are going to be tested with the bat like they haven't been so far this week. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half of match 16. Could it even be the game that breaks the golden ball drought?
This is what I'm thinking. I'm going to leave that just there, because I reckon this is golden ball territory.
Rico's taking the golden ball off the tree. It's on the table. Certainly not off the table. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after this break for more ECCW.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. And yeah, just a reminder before we start the final innings of the day, of course, you can all help to share a meal as a part of the World Food Health Programme. We at the European Cricket Network are in partnership with the World Food Programme with our Share a Meal. Just remember, you can click the QR code. Every bit helps. Right, just a reminder, that's the magical figure there, 74. So you can see that is the number that both teams will have on their mind. So England, well, they all know they're looking to get the win, of course, here. But if they can get to that score, the 107 in the 7 overs, then they pick up all the points here. Italy, so that's one thing that they're looking to do. Make sure that England don't get off to a cracking start. But they themselves will know that if they can restrict England get into that score in their 10 overs, they can take all the points away. So this is where the likes of, maybe the like, well, I mean, Italy are thinking about winning this game, but they still know that they could take something away from it as well if they bowl really tightly. For me, though, I think it's a case of bowl tight and take your chances. Going to be slightly difficult for them because conditions have changed in big time favourite for the English because it is raining, it's drizzling. And of course, England will be thinking they're back at home now. And this is just like a walk in the park. The Italians are probably thinking, what's this wet stuff? We don't play in this wet stuff. Anyway, they're going to have to adapt to this. Hopefully they've got some rags out there to keep the ball dry as well, because it's going to be a little bit difficult, that's for sure. The rain, it's not particularly heavy, but it's consistent. So the umpires will have to keep an eye on it. Here's the first, is Bartram to bowl. And this is just one bounce as it goes to the fielder. Mulligan makes the stop. I think her bowling could be pretty key as well, Mulligan, because she's will keep the pace off it and will keep it interesting. Yeah, the rain, as we know what happens here at the Cardiff Oval. When it rains, it comes into the scorebox with a vengeance. We've had some magical nights up here. Everybody will remember the golden ball that Vinnie Sander and Corey Ruckers were involved in when it was, well, it was like doing the river dance in here. It really was. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on the weather, but hopefully you can see there on your screen, and it is pretty consistent. Bartram, it's good areas, and a nice clean take by Rathanaiken, who has once again had a fantastic day, 2 half centuries. So Sturge is out there, and what about her partner Amy Wheeler? So that we know her for her bowling. Well, she's up there. Maybe this could be pretty close. So asking the question, umpire, a little shake of the head. Let's have a look at this again. So there is a shuffle across there. Where does that pitch? Does that pitch outside the line? That's what I think Stefan Gooch is looking at. Maybe just a smidgen. But good areas, because there's always that little shuffle across. Just keep an eye on the feet of the batter. Okay, sliced up in the air. Fielder gets under it, and it pops out. Never going to be easy. I mean, don't forget, it is wet out there. Still wet and windy. This one pops out. Again, the catch the par नहीं हुआ. Ball ने आके मेरी बूटी भी थप्पड़ मार लिया. Regina, a little bit concerned, making sure everything is okay. But yeah, this one does pop up. And I think that is Anake Nimesha who gets that one that pops out. But an opportunity not taken. So Wheeler gets alive. Wait is the call. So nothing there. One thing that I will say, as Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, joins me back in the box. Vinny, thinking to myself, I'll put this to you now. One thing I'm thinking is, we know that the Netherlands and also Italy, they've got some big hitters, right?
Yeah.
England have scored runs, but there have been little partnerships where they've stroked the ball around, they've taken time to get in. I don't think we've seen an explosive batter from them yet.
Well, what it is, I mean, they're very technically good. Just quickly go to the Gold Ball counter, 365 days of the year. Soon, that's how many days of the year we'll be having. In fact, it's 366 next year. I suppose the English team, more than any other team, have to adapt their game to this. And they're very capable of doing that because they're good cricketers. But the other thing is, you know, what about when the pressure's on? This is really the first genuine time we've seen England 11 batting under a lot of pressure. You might say batting first against the Netherlands. You could probably put that way as well, or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, the first over 2, pushes that rate up.
Yeah, big time.
It's also, you know, Sturgeon Wheeler being given an opportunity with the bat in this game. I bet that was discussed pre-game, saying, look, this is what we're doing. And, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say this will be the opening combination we'll see regularly.
So,
that'll do.
Doesn't really get down here at all, does Daluwata. But I think this is an opportunity, but she needs to get down into position, and I think it catches her on the shin.
Yeah, well, it could have gone worse, so to speak. It did hit her. That was a case of the ball fielding the fielder, I think, more than anything else. All right, well.
Both batters given a chance now.
Yeah, that one, I don't know if it was a catch, but we'll see. Malagi comes in and gets one past the outside edge. So, I mean, a bit of a hole here, England.
I think Wheeler, for me, Wheeler's out there to give them the bit of oomph in the power play. So, yeah, they're under pressure slightly. It's interesting that Pai, after her great half-century the other day, doesn't open up. This is a bit fuller, but will be stopped. It will just be a single.
You can handle singles. That's the great thing about this for Italy. You can handle a single. Singles a win for Italy, pretty much this whole innings, right? But what you need to do is make sure you don't give boundaries. It's just really as simple as that. And don't give a bunch of extras, I suppose, as well. Sturge faces up now.
Okay, another opportunity.
No,
What is happening here? That is, you see the fielder there just walks away in disgust because it's going straight down her throat, and then the other fielder here flies in.
So that's Pesindi, who's been catching really well in this series, but that's just not her catch. And then Ekanaka, it couldn't have been more straight at her. It's a missed opportunity. But I suppose, look, it's not a boundary. It's just a single.
Okay, now this time... Oh, no. Okay. I think here the umpires have to call this dead now. That's facial.
It'll be a single. It was always going to be a single.
Oh, dear.
But, I mean, this is the thing. It's
not good.
Not one that we're going to show again either. It's kind of just burst through the hands. And that's Ekanaka there in the action again. And I just certainly hope that she's all right.
Yeah, that's not good. Nobody likes to see that. Goes for the catch, but puts the hands there. But I think doesn't get the thumbs together, and that one's going straight through. And yeah, you can see there's going to be concerns. Let's have a look at the standings here. It shows you the importance of this match. And just look what the Italians are trying to do here. Get closer to England. But I tell you what, Netherlands back at the Sunset Beach Club. They'll be watching this with a lot of interest.
Yeah, they will. And the thing is, I suppose, as well, yes, there's the table and, you know, you might be able to catch certain things, you might not. But, I mean, we're talking about a moment in time as well. We're talking about a moment where Italy might be able to beat England in a women's cricket match. Yeah. And a little bit like what it did for the men a couple of years ago. It really gave them a sense of belief and belonging that, you know, we could be seeing history right here. This is what we've got tomorrow. Spain taking on England first up. We've got Austria, Italy in the second game. So we'll see Italy just playing the one more game after this one this afternoon. And England, they'll play that first game, obviously, but then they'll play the Netherlands, Spain playing Austria in the last one. So don't forget, tomorrow, it's the final group games So at the end of match 20, then we'll see the cut made. Whoever's in 5th place, they're going to miss out, and then we'll have the eliminator, 3 versus 4. She's shaking it off. Well, that's still, well, she obviously thinks she's okay. I mean, that's pretty tough. I mean, they do have the ability to put a sub fielder on. Yeah. That's good to see that she's walking away from it. So I think it will be the end of the over as well. And I'm kind of like, I'm with you. I mean, you call the ball dead, but like, that's one of those ones where like, I think with those, you've got to take it situationally.
I think as soon as the singles,
they're going to get one.
Yeah.
They're not going to, it's the rules there to stop batters, I don't know what sort of people would do this, but just keep running while someone's injured. And so look, that's one. That's the way it's going to stay. Yeah. 7 without loss after 2.
Handled well by both the match officials.
I'm glad she walks away from that without significant damage.
Yeah.
It's those kind of conditions as well, when there is a bit of light rain falling. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. And it's easy for the ball to kind of just burst through the fingertips. Anyway, Bartram's coming on. I like this as well. I think you throw your resources up front if you Italy. Try and drive that rate up as much as you can.
Yeah, I've been talking about that rate, about 12.5, and it's another great delivery. Bartram has really put a smell together here. Fantastic. And yeah, have a look at that. So England 11 still on the win predictor, 52-48. I reckon that ball will make a change. It does.
Oh,
look at that instantly.
So now we know who's controlling the win predictor. It's Rico. Good swing, though, from Bartram. She's got this going. She's got this angle working for her at the moment. Wheeler 4 off 8 needs to get going.
It's a good shot. That's 4 runs. It just goes to show that even if it's a little bit stray, that good players will make it count. And this gets put away just slightly on the pads, even though it's coming in. I mean, it's not a bad delivery. That is coming in, but it's all about waiting for it, seeing it, and then playing the shot, executing it beautifully.
I suppose the issue is where they've set the field here. It's power play over. The 2 outfielders are deep backward point, and then a kind of fairly square third, and then there's like a third in the circle as well. And so they want Bartram to be bowling it outside the off stump, not on the stumps. And that kind of opened up that leg lance. Pretty good shot, though. Really well executed leg lance by Amy Wheeler.
This time still stays down that line. She's quite lucky, doesn't get put away this time.
Someone rebound the win predictor, went back up to 52. It's been a great addition, actually. We debuted the win predictor in the ECC men's back in September.
Yeah.
And people often ask us, and especially people from non-cricket countries always say, who's winning? Who's winning? Who's winning?
Yeah.
That's one way to see who's winning.
Match, yeah. Okay, that's where she wants to be. But
Come
now,
on, get there.
Akanika, there you go, a true battler.
There you go.
True battler.
They might go for 3 here. They're going to take on a 3. And that's really close,
Again, upstairs, I think she makes it.
You know what I'm going to say?
Yeah.
She doesn't slide the bat.
Okay.
And the other thing is Bartram was super quick the way she whipped the bails off. I reckon this is closer than you think. Let's have a look. Here comes the ball. Will we even see? I mean, they're probably just in, and I mean just.
Had to stretch though, didn't she?
But Akanika, I mean, I do normally stay completely neutral, but when you've seen someone just take a blow like she did, I really wanted her to make that boundary stop, and she did very well.
Now she might have hurt herself making the dive as well. Which she's just doing a bit of stretching there now. So I think.
Well, I wonder if they think this is so close it's umpire's call. So like if umpire's call was out here, I got to say.
Might be having a look at it one more time.
Yeah,
it's very. I think
you can't see the stump, and that's what makes it tough to judge. And it's been given. All right, okay. I'll tell you. I can tell you what's happened here, right? So the on-field call is out, right? So the on-field call is out, and then you've got a situation here where, you could see there's doubts, I suppose, and they're feeling that that's an inconclusive replay. And if that's what they feel, then they stay with the umpire's call. So it's a wicket from nothing, and I've got to say, took everyone by a bit of surprise. But, well done to Akanika. I mean, it caught us all a bit off guard there. It's going to be Wheeler that that tries a 3. She only gets 2.99 in the end. She'll be the first to go at 14 for 1.
Yeah. The thing is, though, Vinny, this could work against Italy because the way the rate was going, apart from that one boundary, they would be quite happy where it is. The last thing they need now is for the next batter to come out and start thumping it everywhere, and you start thinking, maybe we didn't need that call to go our way.
Maybe, but also saves the run. Don't forget that. And
I must admit, I'm surprised. When I'm watching it live, I think I said to you at the time, I think she makes it. Looking at the replay, I think she makes it.
I'll give you another review in a second. As this, well, pick up and throw, but throws wild. I will say this, though, right?
Well, who's that now flying in? Is that Pacinda?
I couldn't see. There's too many bodies there for me. No, but what I was going to say is that we see the stump bend, but it's very likely the bails were up before the stump's bending, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you can't see the stump. It's very close. And I can see how you could say the replay is not conclusive because we're kind of joining the dots a little bit there. You know, we can't really see. And so
timed beautifully. Got to get down, got to get dirty. Fantastic. That's a Regina. Batters will come for 2, but it's a boundary saved.
And you know what? The other thing, and I'll be completely honest, I know I'm a long way away, but I see a lot of these, and I normally have a pretty good record. My soft call would have been out as well because I just saw how quickly she whipped the bails off. She whipped them off really quick, and then I saw the bat come down slightly afterwards. Now, the thing is, the bat, when you see the bat come down, normally it's touched the ground a fraction before that, right? Which is kind of what the replay showed me. But basically, it's in that group of, look, it's inconclusive from the replay, so we're sticking with the umpire's call, and that's the rationale. There's always a rationale behind decision on the ECN. If not, there's issues.
Shot.
Right now, guess who? It's Ellis. Well, she's not crying over spilt milk, is she? She lifts this one up and out of the ground. Maximo! 6 to England, and they're off to the races. End of the power play is 23 for 1.
Yeah, cracking shot. This from Ellis. Once again, it's just a little bit too short, but Ellis, I like the way she gets down on one knee, gets right under it, and clobbers it well, clobbers it big. 6 runs.
Well, I'm starting to think that Ellis might have turned on the red light in the third umpire's tent and said, hey, everyone step aside because it's 16 off that over in the end. Let's have a look at that first innings, particularly that 27-run over that really got things going towards the end. And now we're going to get ready for over number 4. And this is a player I like a lot, Mahamalagi, fresh off her first 6. And I said, if you worked out like a power to size ratio, I think she'd win a few competitions because she whacked that big Maximo earlier on. Also, she's a very clever bowler. And she's going to come and bowl his 4th over. She did bowl the second, don't forget. She only went for 5. Sturge facing up.
She's cunning in the sense of the way she flights the ball, her pace. I think batters, they get throwed by it. They think it might be coming a bit slower than what it is. So just a single. You can see they're trying to put the pressure on here, England. They need to try and get whatever they can. They're still, though, with that rate around about 12, they're still looking for at least a couple of boundaries per over as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, singles are fine for Italy. Stop boundaries or die trying. That's what it's all about right now. Mahamalagi to bowl to Ellis, who started strongly.
The bowled. Now that's what I'm talking. That's the niggly length I'm talking about. The niggly length and also the pace. And that one sort of skids through. Big smile on the face.
Love the way
Mahamalagi. Well, you say it.
Mahamalagi.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it probably slightly wrong, but closer. No, but I love the attitude of all the players out here in the ECCW.
Nice to get shot. Should be fielded on the bounce.
Clever though. I mean, the field's set for that. They've got, how many is it? 6 on the offside.
Yeah.
6 on the offside, including 3 outfielders, 3 infielders as well. And so it's a big risk to take, I suppose, as a bat. I mean, do you stand out there? Do you try and go across the line? Across the movement as well, which she gets. So it's a classic thing. It only starts if you can bowl accurately. Then you can make a plan and you can set a field to that plan.
Okay, miscue, opportunity, and taken because, well, Pasindi, this time it was more or less at it, so she does take it. She's not flying through the air, trying to grab it out of somebody else's hands. They get the wicket, so another one bites the dust, And that's both the openers now gone. Sturge will go for 5 of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, see, didn't really want to hit it offside, trying to go a bit straighter, but the movement takes it to the outside part of the bat. And Basindi, well, she was greedy earlier, wasn't she? She wanted it. She wants the ball. I can't really criticise that aspect of her game.
Yeah.
Maybe after we saw what happened the next ball, maybe she knew something we didn't. But what I will say is she takes that one without any fuss at all. Mahamalagi deserves the breakthrough. She gets Sturge for 5, and it's 25 for 2.
Yeah, well done. And I've got to say, I mean, a lot of credit to Redrick, the captain, for sticking with this field. It's a brave field to have. You're basically inviting the batters to go for those big shots on the leg side, but she's saying no. She has faith in the bowler, so basically saying to Mama Malage, right, you keep it outside the off, and, well, the fielders will do the rest.
Yeah, and the thing, no fine leg, but those little dab shots or whatever, there's no pace on the ball. They're probably not going to go for 4 either. Anyway, here we go with Austin coming in, and once again, well directed, but a pretty good cut. Finds a tiny gap, and that's going to...
Don't touch it.
Yeah, I think she did okay there.
I didn't want Cindy to touch it from the other side of the rope.
We've
That's
seen that before.
Stop.
Once you go over the rope, you're electric. You can't touch the ball again. But I think she doesn't get as much of her finger on it as she wants. So it's all just about this first touch. When she touches this, is she in the field of play? And there's no issue there, because then the ball stops by itself. I won't say it was meant to be that way, but it worked out okay.
It's a great stop.
I actually think I saw the H2O molecules slowing that one down. There was about 3 blades of grass between that and the rope. Good shot. I mean, it's twice we've seen that gap. And guess what? This isn't a replay.
Oh,
what about second
I've never
chance?
seen anything like that before. 2 in a row.
Second chance central. Okay, now do it again and do it properly. I heard that so many times when I was a child. And Pasindi, yeah, she was determined to get down to ground level this time. Love that. Tell you what, she's got the cardio going. She might need the oxygen to come out. Anyway, end of the 4th over, 29 for 2.
What a good over that is as well. And so, okay, they're staying in this contest. So, okay, who's going to bowl this one here now?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You've bowled out your openers, so you've got to go to secondary options now. But I do agree with that decision to stick with the bowlers that had worked.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to try and keep that energy going as long as you can, and then just trust your 3rd and 4th bowlers here to keep it up. So they need 13.16 and over here.
That's what that over did. It just jumped from about 12.5 to 13. So they're needing boundaries. They're going to have to go after this. And I'm looking at the field here now, and though I thought the field before was good and it was brave, I think you've got to be thinking now, saying, right, okay, we can be thinking about picking up wickets, but really we should be thinking about just saving the boundaries. That's what I'm thinking now as a captain, saving the boundaries. This one is going to be a long, hard chase. Fielder's got to get down and dirty, and this time, unfortunately, she scoops it up in the air and it follows her over the rope. So that's going to be 4, badly needed 4. And that's Malawata who's chasing this one, and unfortunately doesn't get it right.
Yeah, I just think little errors make a big difference against the English 11 batting lineup. Again, can't fault the effort there. Just wasn't able to pull it back into play. Suddenly Malawata. Good shot though by Ellis. Been a beacon so far.
Good come back delivery, and what a good pickup that is. Absolutely fantastic. So 1 or 2 excited thinking that's a wicket, but that's one hell of a bump.
That was probably one of the best timed bump balls I've seen in a while. Clean pair of hands from Pedrick there at cover.
Leg side. Oh, it's going to be 4, because you've got to get down on this one. You don't get down on it, it's going to be 4 more. And interesting choice of bowling options when you think you got Daluwata, who maybe not going with Daluwata because perhaps the wet ball can't get the control on it. You got the 4 wicket here of yesterday, Malawata, still to bowl. I'm surprised they're going with this option.
The thing is, I don't mind Elisha here, but she needs to have paid attention the first 4 overs and seen what's been working. I know she's turning the ball in a little bit to the right-hander, but you gotta go that off stump, outside of stump line. Remember, England, they need to get 75 just to get a point.
Oh, taking it on, and I think this is just smart cricket. because I think they've just felt that with the field in that position under a bit of pressure, they can take a single to her. If this is picked up cleanly and thrown in, then you're running into trouble.
Slippery conditions, by the way, I think that's pretty lucky as well for Delisha that she doesn't get swept away for another 4. It was just fortunate it went straight at the fielder. She's got to go left. Pull the ball to the left here. Now you don't have that protection on the leg side. You've got 4. You've got 5, including 3 in the circle on the offside. 2 to come. There you go. See, I'm not all full of hot air, Rico. That's a much better ball.
Good ball, well jabbed, no mistake from the fielder. Dot ball, gold dust.
What about this innings from Ellis, though? 18 off 8, and Austin, very talented stroke maker as well. Trying to turn this situation around. And again, outside the off stump, finds the infielder. Ah, not always right, but it feels good when I am. That'll be the end of the 5th over. And the England 11 are 38 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm in the box with Rico Full. We had our Christmas tree decorated for us this morning. We have, and the top, I don't know if it's just out of shot now, but it had me, Rico, and Corey. And some people were deciding that they were going to call out 3 wise men, but we've decided it's 2.5 wise men at the time.
Well, Corey tried to do a runner a few times.
Corey's tried 4th tree. We've had a great day. Hey, what about this contest? Could be history in the making, but I will say that this English team, they're class. And I think they'll be a bit more used to the pressure, but really they can only bat as well as the Italians have allowed them to bat. And that's what we've seen so far.
The next 3 overs could be key here. If they fall too far behind the rate, I don't think they can come back into it. So I think both the batters will know that, for me, this next over is going to be bowled by Regina. I can see this is a key over. They're going to try and attack a big time.
Yeah, and look, she is quite accurate. I think that's the key. It all starts with the ball. And, yeah, so they go to twin off-spin options here. He's over 6.
Well bowled. And, will she have a go? She thinks about it and says, you know what? I'll just keep it to a dot.
Smart not to throw. Yeah, smart not to throw. Agree with that. Yeah, well, famously, I lost a pair of shoes to the Italians when they beat the Netherlands earlier in the year. I'm scared to think what I might have to give up if they were to beat the English here.
A pair of shoes, eh? Your shoes are going around. I get the feeling that Ishan's got one of your shoes. This is up in the air and... Oh, no way! Get out of here! Oh, my goodness me. We have seen the most outstanding catch you will ever see. Everybody has fallen off the edge of their chairs, and if you were dunking your digestive into the tea, you've just choked, because Pasindi, who else, had just taken one of the most remarkable catches you will ever see.
Oh, Pasindi magic. It is. She goes back with the flight of the ball in slippery conditions at a key point in the game with the batter just getting going. Ellis, he just gets it a bit wrong over the infield, not quite the outfield, and you can see the genuine reactions there. Enrico, well, stop the race. That is the catch of the tournament.
Catch of the tournament, your HCL software play of the day. Let's see it again, because it's worth seeing again. That is an outstanding catch. Absolutely brilliant. World class. Ellis, well, she'll be very disappointed. I think we get tired to see this again. This HCL software play of the day. What a catch.
Outstanding work. It's such a difficult catch to take that way. Here we go, back to the action. And it's going to be in that general direction again. This time it goes around. And now they're going to take on a 2. And we're going to run out. Oh, unnecessary from Pai, who's going to go for a golden 1 here. She took on the 2, took on the arm, and lost. And England in even more trouble. 2 wickets fall in the space of 2 balls.
Oh, wow. Wow. This is what pressure does. And just watch this. So it gets played away. The chase is on. She wants it. She calls it. Says, yeah, I'm coming back. Here's the throw. Had a lot. Yeah. Nowhere near, I think, when we have a look at this side on.
But I think her partner gave it the kind of, are you serious body language, because there wasn't really a 2 there. Maybe that's just some of the kind of pent-up energy. We know that Pai's energetic, and we see that coming through all the time. But Austin kind of paused and was unwilling to go, but then she trusted her call. She had to go. And Pai will be disappointed to go. And Italy Pulling all the right strings.
Well, Pie maybe on this occasion is going to have to eat humble pie. She wanted the 2, but only gets the 1 as she'll get out. So, bit of a team hat-trick. That ball was on, but Regina, I said they were going to attack her. I had the feeling, and maybe they just felt with that wicket falling, they had to try and get more than 1. Took it on, weren't able to get it. So, Shashi Pie will just face the 1 ball and go back. The half-century and off the other day. McCarthy launches and gets it big. 6 runs. Here's the fight back. Well, that's a cracking hit. And that's Austin. That smashes that big. So it's still life in this. It's a really good shot. Goes hard at it. Clobbers it big. Yeah, McCarthy is the non-striker. I think we're just clarifying. Yeah, it was Austin. 46 for 4 ball to go from Regina. Keeps this one outside the off. It gets played just for a single. They're saying easy, easy. Keep it a 1. It's an easy throw back to Regina. And it's only going to be 9 from the over. And also remember, a couple of wickets were to fall there as well. So at the end of the 6 overs, you can see they're in a fair bit of trouble here. 47 for 4. And also the rate creeps up past the 15 mark.
A lot to do here. A lot to do. Not just that. I think 75 for England to even get a point out of the game. That's now 28 off 24.
Well, magical moments possibly here in the making. And this would be the first real upset. There's no doubt about it. Still work to be done here. You never write off the English.
Nadia Kara got it slightly wrong, if I'm completely honest. In the first half of her over, came back with a couple of good balls at the end. That's where she needs to live. That's her office at the moment. That's where the field is. That's where they can restrict best. Here we go, over number 7.
And, it's just going to be a single good stop, but plenty of sweepers back there covering. Oh, she needed to get her hands to that, otherwise it would have gone for the second. And Nikara just using his shirt to drive the ball here. McCarthy goes for the big one, and he's going to get 6 runs. What a cracking shot. Goes for it. Charges down the wicket, goes for the Hollywood shot, and nails it.
That's a bomb. That's a really, really good shot. And the thing I like about this, courageous enough to go through with the shot, even though the ball was quite away from the eye line. She had to go reaching for it. And some batters then start kind of chickening out because they're worried they'll miss it and they might get stumped. But McCarthy had that confidence, put it miles over the fence. Game on.
Comes again. This time goes blisteringly outside the off, and that's going to be 4 as well. Well, Ekalaika, quite rightly so, sees this one sizzling away and is probably thinking, oh no, not again. But this is hit so well. Look at the hand speed on that.
Good hitting. It's good hitting. I mean, 15 and over, basically. Think of that. You need 15 per over. So get 15 off each over if you can. McCarthy could do that.
It's a better delivery. Should be just the 1. And they might go on. No, I think they decide not to. It's a good call as well, because despite the slight fumble, it's a good throw right over the stumps.
That catch was quite incredible, but for the moment as well, Ellis was taking the game back, taking ownership of the game back for England.
Firmly hit, 4 runs. Great shot. And now you can see both these batters finding their rhythm. So Austin and McCarthy are starting to find their way. Great footwork. This is all about footwork. Getting to the pitch and then executing the shot to perfection.
Yeah, it's just a good shot when it comes down to it.
So they've got the 16 now
Yeah.
off this over. So
Got what they needed
look
off the over.
look how quickly, I mean, if this goes to the boundary, how quickly they can start to bring that rate
We
down.
were talking a second ago about, will they even make the 75? Well, hard to believe they won't make at least that now, England. Delisha, last ball of her spell.
Go short and watch the bounce. Carefully done. Nicely done again by Sonia Toffoletto. She has fielded really well. Whatever she could try and get her hands onto, she has done, and she's made the stops. Looking a little bit more confident there, maybe the English camp. 64 for 4 at the end of 7.
Looking once again at those fixtures for tomorrow, the final day of qualifying matches. Spain are going to need to play out of their skin. They've got a tough one against the English in the morning, but then I think against Austria in match 20, that could turn out to be very, very important as far as who qualifies and who doesn't. Make sure you join us for 4 more matches of T10 action starting 8:45 AM GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe, and 2:15 PM in India. Rico, there's only 7 matches left in the season.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Oh, now, okay, have a go, and they miss, so they're going to get 2 wides here.
Yeah.
How early does the
I
batter?
think it's
I want to
still
see
a
how
wide.
early the batter goes.
Doesn't really go until
Let's
the ball's
see.
bowled. Look, see, she doesn't actually move her feet until the ball's bowled. So it's big wide, and yeah, decided maybe she'd get the wicket there. All right, goes after this. It's just looping over. Maybe not. Well, Delisha with a big effort. Now they're going to come back for 2, maybe 3 if they're
here.
quick.
3's on, maybe.
Oh, they just
It still could be on.
decided it was not on in the end. Hey,
What an effort in the
classic,
field.
yeah, great effort. Classic ECN chaos at the moment.
This is where
I can't
Italy.
believe she reached that.
Yeah, this is where Italy have to just say to each other, "Hey, everyone, calm down."
Yeah.
And you can see Regina saying, "Just calm down.
And everyone says that.
Keep the basics right.
It's
Calm
a fake.
down."
Nobody's calm. Nobody is calm. All right, back to the action. What I was going to say with that catch from Kanankigi earlier is it was a bit of magic. It removed the batter that was looking the most threatening at that stage.
Yeah.
It also then created a situation where Pai came and ran herself out the next ball. So
Yeah.
it just had such a, not just an incredible catch, but it's also changed the whole flow of the game. England getting a bit of momentum back now.
Oh, well. It's
Don't throw.
got to hold. Oh, they're not. Got to follow the
Keep
script.
her.
Got
This
to
is crazy.
follow the script. I mean, it was a tremendous effort, Gordon bowled, and he just had to say,
I love this.
keep
I love
it-
this game.
Just had to say, all right, it's a dot, it's a win. A dot is a win. And then she thinks, okay, my hands are stinging, but I'm still gonna throw.
Thing there
Oh,
is,
that's
you know,
gotta
with
hurt.
everyone mattering, that doesn't actually save a run, even if you get the run out. And there's this kind of side debate about, well, if you remove this batter, that brings a new batter in. And these two are going well. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, that's one. I think they gave away one they didn't have to. Pedrick. I wonder if she can continue here. The way things are going there, she gives the ball to the umpire. Let's have a look.
Looks like the old magic spray is going to be required here because
I love these games.
it was
is
absolutely thumped.
Is it Thursday? It feels like Thursday, even though I don't think it is. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Well, we've got magic spray. We have to make up a new name now. But yeah, did well. Look, kept it to 1. Probably could have kept it to 0.
It was clobbered. It was absolutely clobbered. But it's a shame she threw it away. But I think that's the here at the moment. And you're right. It's very easy for us to say they've got to stay calm here. Don't get too excited. But hey, there's plenty to be
Whenever
excited
you tell
about.
someone to stay calm, they'll always yell back at you, I am calm, I am calm. That's just what happens. Look at that, yeah, hits the left. Like I said, it almost created a run out. But I suppose if you're being strategic, you have nothing to gain from that run out. Except, okay, you might get a new batter out there. But as far as on the scoreboard, it doesn't really matter. The other thing is, this is the 5th bowler that we're seeing here that we haven't seen Himanshi Dalawata.
Yeah.
Which surprises me a little bit.
Or Maluata, for that matter.
Yeah.
We haven't seen 2 of the key bowlers. And I think this is all to do with the ball being wet.
Yeah.
They're going with the slow bowler. So maybe it's smart, especially if they win this. All right, big delivery. Pedrick, after being hurt, goes wide, but the batter chases it. So
Yes. Sonia, very nice work.
good.
Keeps
That's
it to
good.
1.
That's
I mean,
really good.
always like to see Sonia Toffolietto down there in the field. She's become quite a key fielder. I mean, it's a really important position.
She's fielded so well in that area, and I like the way she kept the cool head there. Doesn't throw it, sees the batter's not running, and gets the easy option out. Now, this one might be too high. There's one they're going to have a look at there. Going for the single. They'll get the single now. Let's have a look at this, the height on this. Is it dipping? Is it not?
Yeah, let's have a look. Where does it almost reach it? It's pretty high, but it is coming down.
It's coming down. I
But you
think
look at that little comet shows you that
it's
probably
coming down.
for
I think
me
that's okay.
with that,
Yeah.
it'll be just okay. So I mean that one goes Italy's way. All right, so Pedrick trying to get out of this over.
Up in the air, and this is going to go all the way. So 6 runs. Bulle, shaba, shaba. Guinness, zona, shaka, lagia, que grande, que guay. ¿Qué partido tienes aquí? ¿Qué partido, eh?
Oh, este es un partido fantástico, Rico. Another twist and turn. I've loved this game. Toffolato can't do anything about this. Sails over her head, and that's 78 for 4 after 8. So they get a point out of the game, England. We already know that. They want more than a point. They want the whole kit and caboodle. They want the win. Regina Citizen to come back and bowl the 9th. The big question will be then, who'll bowl the 10th?
Yeah.
Do you stick with Pedrick, who's been a little bit of a risky proposition in this series, or do you go to one of those paces and go to someone that hasn't bowled yet in the game? Bit of tension.
Yeah, a lot of tension. This is all happens in the 9th, everyone. Regina to bowl it. Hit firmly, trying to get it in the gap. There certainly will be looking for 2. In comes the throw. It's a good throw. But they get there.
Really good running. And at this stage, you need 2.5 a ball. So even that, they lose a bit of ground, England.
Yeah.
But yeah, 15 and 15, they win the game from here. So just remember that. That's 2 off the first over. And you probably feel like you might be able to catch a few in the last over as well.
What a game. Once again, got to get down. And it gets away from her. And, well, what a scramble. What a scramble. In comes the throw. I want to see the foot. I want to see the foot.
She's fine. But I tell you this, it's almost, I know there's been a bit of rain, but she's swimming. She swims after this. It gets away from her. And then, look at that. She's desperate. And then she tries to work out how she's going to throw. It must look like about 100 metres back to the pitch from where she was.
Remember how Ekanika started this match?
Yeah.
Remember she took one in the face. She's been diving around. She's been a star high up in the air. And that will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. Que guay, que genial. 6 más. Una golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Well, that changes things.
Ice in her veins there. Meg Austin lifts it up, takes on the outfielder and wins. Yeah, go back to Ekanika. I mean, the Tooth Fairy was pretty interested earlier in the innings about that missed opportunity. But anyway, back to the action. This one's off the pitch, so it's going to be a free hit now.
Oh, Regina, this one goes completely wrong. So free hit coming up. So 1 more on the board.
Do you
and
know
also
what this game reminds me of? Malta versus England 11 in the ECC. Has that feel for me? I mean, they've been ahead pretty much all the way. 19 off 9.
Short, straight to the fielder, who does well, keeps it to 1. So get out of jail, baby, there, Regina.
Oh, it really does. I mean, that's the ball that could have gone into the jungle. It was short. It was asking for it, really. But the difference between the middle of the bat and not quite.
Yes, Basinda. Could her catch be the telling point? Now that's out. Brilliantly bowled. Draws the batter out. More importantly, not only is a wicket, new batter will come out, but it's a dot ball, a bit of gold dust. And Regina, well, look at that. She's almost in tears. She's so excited. This means so much to them. Brilliantly done. Ratnanaika keeps her cool. Take the bails off. And, well, the Azuri, they have another.
Yeah, and I suppose slightly beaten the flight. Smart work by Ratnaka behind the stumps. They got their kind of first choice keeper back behind the stumps. You can see Regina. Well, let's just say it's not the first time we've seen the waterworks if it does happen. I remember how emotional she was in that memorable win against the Dutch. But well done to McCarthy. I mean, she keeps England in the hunt there. 2 Max Mosen and 4 in her 22, where she flexes her muscles at a good time. 90 for 5. There's 7 balls left in this game, and England 11 require 18 runs.
This one is huge. This is where Gammon is in there. May only face the 1 ball. If she can crack it to a boundary, it could make all the difference in this contest.
Sheena needs to go same ball again here. Last ball, the 9th.
And it will be stopped. And it could be a run out if it goes to the other end. And they're going to ask the question here. Regina reckons she's got a player here. What a bit of play this is. But what about that stop? What about the fielding here from Pedrick? This is sensational. This is sensational.
It was brilliant, but I've got to say, I thought they'd go to the other end. I'm a bit surprised they actually went for the run, seeing that Austin is the established batter. But you see, they get her by a fair bit. But I don't think there's too much doubt in this one. Yeah, well short. And so, yeah, there's the decision.
Wow. Well, so we go to the last, and we're going to need something quite astonishing. Let's just watch this again.
See, Austin's trying to go, hey, what are you doing? Come on, I need my end. I need to be on strike. And in the end, they go for a run that was too risky, and it probably wasn't even strategically the right thing to do. It's a golden derrick for Beth and Gammon. And smart work, like you say, by Pedrick and also to Regina to get back to the stumps. But this is what I'm talking about. Even very, very good players, this ECN cricket is a different kind of pressure.
Well, this is Gammon.
Yeah.
Gammon getting beaten by the duck because Derek is going to be all over Gammon. Gammon gets cooked.
But do you see what I mean? It was situationally, you're getting put in situations that you're not used to. And that was one there. Look, if it's a dot, dot's a dot. Okay, so Pedrick's coming back in. 18. By the way, Italy scored 18 against the Dutch to win by a run back at that famous game at the Rock. I'm not trying to upset them. I'm just stating facts. Pedrick is going to bowl the last over. She's taking on the responsibility. What a game. Something about last games today, Rico. They've been outstanding.
Okay, here we go. Can she get all 6 balls? Going to start with a wide.
And so this is Thomas. That has come out now.
Legal deliveries required. Legal deliveries. Pressure, of course, on the captain, but wants to bowl this second. Looks pretty calm. Ooh. Hey, it could be.
Come on.
It could be. Bring it on.
Come on.
Back to the action.
All right.
Okay, that's well bowled. And the stop made as well. They'll take just a single.
So it matters to me who's on strike. Austin 30 off 16, looking the goods. If you needed someone to get 16 off 5. Think of it this way. 3 big hits. 3 big hits, this game is over.
Okay, Austin, can she be the hero for the English? Look at the excitement in everybody. She wants to go funky. Ay, ay, ay! Get out of here. What a bit of coolness that is. We go for a little bit of sexy cricket. Showtime here at the Cardamom Oval, the Field of Dreams.
I know you like to say sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket. Well, I don't see the sun, I don't see the sand. But I do see the sexy cricket. The sea's a fair bit away as well. But what about that shot?
Wow.
But, I mean, it's 4 not 6. She kind of gives up her chance to even hit a 6 by going for a 4, if that makes sense. But now 2 big hits will do it. What a game. Also, last ball, last over, as brought up by Chris in the chat. Would have been a big wide. She just left it. Anyway, 12 or 4 right now. Pedrick in the hot seat. England 12 away from victory.
Needs a dot. Oh, even a single will do. Oh, she didn't have to play at this. But I don't think they're going to get for 4. They'll go for 2, but didn't have to play. Well, they might even think about 3, but I don't think they will. I think they've got to keep Austin on strike.
Credit to England. You know, obviously we're focusing a bit on the Italian situation because I don't think anyone expected this of them. But the thing is that England have fought back into this game really, really well. I wonder about, that's one way you can kind of steal a boundary, but you're not going to ever hit a 6 with that shot. You kind of... this is something we don't see very often.
This is I don't mind. This is the captain thinking, you know, I'm just gonna. He's got time. I'm taking time to make sure I'm sorted.
I can honestly tell you, I never had to hold up the game for a hair malfunction, but I can tell you also 10 off 3. Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised, Austin, with the shot selections. She can never hit that for 6.
Yeah, leave the wides alone. Yeah, leave them alone
as well. All right, 10 off 3. Now I think she's trying to go large.
And it should just be 1. Regina goes down. They want to try and go for 2, of course.
Yes. And again, that's one that I think a little bit of inexperience in the format. I think that one you got to go for 2 and take on the throw.
All right, need a boundary here. Need a boundary.
Not just this. If this is only a single, then they can't win unless they get extras. So you got to go for 2 no matter what.
Drags it out and
got to go for 2. Got to see the situation here.
Pickup. In comes the throw to the keeper's end, and it will be out. So Italy are on the verge of something sensational here. That will just be 1. That will just be 1. So that will bring up the 100. But they now need 7. 7 is required, right?
I think they need 7 to tie now,
7 to tie.
And there's 1 ball left. So that's why I said do you know what? I know she gets run out, but that really is their only play there. You can't bank on a wide getting bowled. So I think that's quite smart by Austin. Again, that's good decision making. She has to go for that run. Yeah. But look at this. So now 7 to tight. Literally, Pedrick just needs to bowl legal delivery.
But how much pressure is on the captain here now? A lot of pressure. Let me tell you this, a lot of pressure. She knows what's at stake. This could be the biggest victory ever for the Azzurri, for the Italians. The biggest victory ever. The captain has the ball. It's one ball. They can't do it with a legal delivery. Just got to get a legal delivery in. Here it comes.
History in the making.
And it will be probably just a single. Maybe they'll go 2. The boundary gets stopped. This is going to be sensational. You've seen it here live unfold on the European Cricket Network. Italy have beaten England. Look at the joy. Look at the scenes. Look at the amazement. They're coming from everywhere. The Azzurri have won this game. Oh, absolutely fantastico.
Incredible performance, really. And I don't think in their wildest dreams they could ever have imagined they could have done what they've done there, and it just shows you what's possible, you know, with good plans, good execution of those plans, a little bit of luck at times, let's be honest, but set up with a good batting performance. We felt, you know, 100 plus puts England batting under pressure, and that's one thing. England haven't had to really bat under pressure before in this series, but well done to Pedrick. She holds her nerves. Remember all the crazy things that happened in that game. Remember when we saw, you know, the head blow or the nasty blow taken early on by Ratnayaka. She went short, fought back. Even in that innings, we had a nasty one. But ultimately, it's an incredible cricket match, and the Azzurri come up on top, and they make European cricket history here.
Amazing, amazing. We've just witnessed something quite fantastic. No pain, no gain is what they say. There was plenty of pain there, wasn't there, for the Italians? They were getting hurt, they were getting hit, but they end up being victorious. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Spain take on England first up, but Spain know their big game, their final will be the last match, match number 20 against Austria. Austria, they have to prepare for that game. They take on Italy. Who knows what the Italians can do now? And then, of course, the other big one, England, taking on the Netherlands. And that one, wow. It could all depend on that.
But look at the chaos here. I mean, there was a bit of everything there that went down. I wonder what Team Spain are thinking, going to take on England in the morning. But look, you saw that one.
Remember that?
Yeah. And Cindy was hungry for the ball. She felt that there was a highlight around the corner, and she was right, don't get me wrong. Now, let's go back to this one. Remember, kind of changed the game a little bit. Then they stuck with umpire's call on that one. So almost to 3, but not quite. That was the run out. And Bartram then basically got banged a bit, got pogoed a bit in that 3rd over. And you always knew England were going to fight back. They're very, very good players. We've seen that time and time again. That was a bit of a regulation one, but there'd be one that was anything but still to come. But, you know, fairly intelligent batting here. You know, like I said...
Look at these.
Yeah.
Can I just remind you, I know what you're going to say, but Pasindi there on 2 occasions saves 2 runs. That's 4 runs just there. And then the same fielder pulls off one of the best catches that we've seen.
Not so much luck for Sadali Mawata, who took that one with her. Yeah, but I was just going to say, I mean, this is the one, right? This is the one. She goes back and takes it, wipes herself out. Also, the outfielder, Mahamalagi, knew exactly that Pasindi was going for that ball. There was no miscommunication there. Everyone fell off their chairs in the dugout. Couldn't believe that. And like I said, I think credit also to England for fighting back into the game, because they were a long way behind in the end. They fall just short. This was a little bit of a brain snap from Sharchi to go for a second that just wasn't on. So that was 2 and 2. But then we'd see another big fight back as England continued to swing and then got themselves back in with some of these Maximos. The ball striking was top class.
It was an incredible match. It was a joy for everyone. And if you're a neutral, I don't think you've probably seen a better match than this in a while. It really could have gone either way. It was a bit like a seesaw ride, wasn't it? A bit of a roller coaster, and some of the big shots. I mean, that one again there, if that stuck, but still stopping the ball. And then this, don't forget this. I mean, that one probably could have been 4 runs. So all of these little moments. And you got to say, when you look at all of those things, I know Italy put the runs on the board, which was always going to be a challenge. But maybe it's the fielding from the Italians that win in this match.
Yeah, well, I think so. You know, I think they really played above their level when it's all said and done. This was the night. This was a big moment as well, wasn't it? Because McCarthy had been brilliant while she was out there, but basically went wandering and could never get home. And then that one, yeah, would have been a wide. And then again, this is, game management, I suppose. Could have had a run out at either end. Austin was unwilling, but then had no choice but to go. Smart work. And well, Rico, what did we learn in the end? We've seen history repeating. We've seen a Dutch batter scoring the first T10 or ECC international century for men's and then women's. And now we've seen one of the biggest upsets replicated as well. Italy beating the England 11 at an ECC, this time in the women's. And this was late in the piece. They needed to go for 2 here. At least then a 6 could have tied the game off the last ball. But Italy, cool as a cucumber. Look, didn't all go their way, but I think most things did there. And Bartram, you wouldn't want to have the ball in anyone else's hands there. Fires a bounce throw to Ratnaika, does the rest. And then that's when they actually started to believe it, I think.
Yeah, look at
that they could do it.
Look at Pravar there.
Just have to bowl straight, and then it was all hands on deck. A very, very special moment for Italian cricket and European cricket.
Yeah, Pravar there, you can see even at that point, he didn't want the emotions to tell. He still felt there could be a twist. But when it happened, they believed and they got there. And you know what? I remember when the match that you were talking about, when Italy beat England. And I remember, do you remember what happened sort of in the next 24, 48 hours? A buzz went around the world. I mean, Italy, it was on the news. They were celebrating. They couldn't believe it. It was huge. This is as big, if not bigger. I mean, at the moment, Italy and the Italians are going to be going wild. This is probably a huge victory, a huge upset. And what a magical moment that is as well for somebody like the coaching staff. Pravar, we've talked about him, and Lorena. Can you imagine what Lorena is going through now watching that back at home? The amount of time and effort that is being put in, the amount of sacrifices that get made. And it all unfolds out there, and that's what it's all about. That makes it all worth it.
Yeah, Ellis, McCarthy and Austin, I think they fought really well for England, got them into a position where they might have just stolen it. But Regina with 2 for 21 was important. I think Mahamlagi was brilliant as well. Bartram, she set the tone as well.
Yeah.
And, on another day, if that first over goes another way, if it goes magical, you feel it's just kind of business as usual. And in the end, it is a bit of history. Well, we didn't get our golden ball. We certainly did get a golden moment. The England 11, bit of a reality check for them as well. I don't think it was anything that they took it easy or anything like that. I know they're always shuffling their order. I still think they had the utmost respect for the game and the occasion. But I think that they were put essentially in a situation they hadn't been before. Like I said, batting is one thing, but batting under pressure is another thing. Batting when you kind of need to do it, when that rate is climbing, when you're not really getting the balls you want, it's a completely different ball game. So I think that is also, in a way, a positive for the English 11 because they'll know, when it comes to the business end, we're only 2 days away from the final, by the way. They are going to be put to the ultimate test and they know kind of what they need to go back and work on. I know that they'll have a chat about it as well, but, I mean, what about that moment when Italy now can say they've beaten both the Netherlands and the England 11 in a year of ECN cricket? It's quite unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And, the thing about a match like that is it gives all the other teams hope, and it gives all the other teams what's needed to drive, the willpower to drive, because if you keep working hard, then you'll get your own magical moments as well. That is a magical moment for the Italian national side, and from that they will grow, and they will grow hugely, because you think about these things, you dream about these things, and you don't think they're going to happen. When they happen, then you think, right, we can go on and on and on and on. That's a great moment for European cricket, a great moment for the neutrals. But I will also say this about England. Remember, we did have Kiara Green up here. Kiara Green watched the Italians play. She knew. Yeah. She knew that they had the potential to do that to any team. And I think when I was talking to Kiara, I said, it'd be interesting because I think the Italians, if they win the toss, I think they fancy batting first and getting a score on the board, because I think if they can get that score on the board, they can really pressurise any team. And that's exactly what happened there. But fair play to England. They never gave up. They gave us a very, very good contest. A very exciting one, but Italy, well done.
Any other team, I think, when that rate gets up 14-15, it's just all over Red Rover. But England 11 showing their quality fighting back, but not quite enough to get them over the line. Just quickly, we'll show you the fixtures once again for tomorrow. And tomorrow is the last day of the group matches. So, Spain, they're going to get a pretty grumpy England, I think, first up in the morning. So they better watch out. Don't know what the weather will be like tomorrow either. Austria versus Italy in the second game. That's Italy's last game in the group stage before finals on Friday. England take on the Netherlands. A lot of people think that's a preview of the final, but tell that to the Azzurri, by the way, after that result. Spain versus Austria to finish off the group matches. Well, Rico, I know we're running a little bit over. What a day. I mean,
What a day.
we talked about the fact we sit here a lot and we've seen a lot of things happen on that field. And we can certainly add that one now to the list. And it was just raw emotion. They're going to be flying high right now. It means a lot to a lot of people. But a final call, if you are watching on YouTube, please like the video, subscribe. I know we went past 380, but we still want to climb. Next stop, 400,000 on YouTube. We'd love to see that. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, EuropeanCricket.com. It's the home of European Cricket. It's goodbye from me. It's goodbye from him. Vinny Sander, he moves to Maximo with Rico Full. Enjoy some of the best bits of day 4. Thanks to Spring Productions and all the Blue Crew, all the spectators, everyone that's made this day so special. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more ECCW.
Adios, mi familia. Adios.